Hey there, it's Matt, and this video is going to be a mashup on how I would build a $1 million per year agency in 9 different niches. So if you want to see how the 1000x leads process can be applied to different niches that have little to nothing to do with each other, watch this video as it might be a good example for what you are trying to do. I'm going to show you how I would build a $1 million per year cold email business from scratch if I had to implement the 1000x leads marketing funnel into this type of agency. So I've taken our standard funnel here and made it blank to where there's no spots for lead magnets, there's no thank you page or email flows, there's no conversion mechanisms or offer. And over the next 1 hour or so, I'm going to do exactly what I do in terms of the paid ads, the content plan, the outreach, the partnerships, the lead magnets, the email flows, the paid products, the affiliate stuff, the conversion mechanisms, the offers, and more. So we are going to be doing this for a cold email agency serving B2B businesses. So if B2B businesses need leads, our cold email agency in this hypothetical scenario will help them do just that. So let's get started one step at a time, all the way from the very top, through the middle, down to the bottom. And by the end of this video, we will have a client acquisition program that will help us get to $1 million or more per year as this hypothetical cold email agency. So let's get started. The first thing that we have to think of is our content plan. And content typically has 3 different parts to it. We have which platforms we're going to post on, what our schedule is going to be, and what our strategy is going to be. So you'll see in the funnel that we have Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, and LinkedIn as our platforms for content. That doesn't change in the 1000x leads marketing funnel. That would be the same with any type of agency, but what we're going to post is going to be 100% unique, 100% specific to this cold email agency. So in terms of our platforms, what we do in 1000x leads is we post everything on Twitter. It all begins with Twitter. And then we cross-post the same content from Twitter to LinkedIn, and we cross-post the same content from Twitter to Instagram using HypeFury. So HypeFury is just a posting tool. There are quite a few of them. So you'll see on the right here where I'm putting this is my example post. It's going to post it to Twitter automatically because HypeFury is a tool for Twitter, but you can also have it post to LinkedIn, to Facebook, to Instagram, and so on. So instead of having to come up with unique content for 3 different platforms, we start with Twitter and cross-post it from there because a different audience is going to be on LinkedIn, different type of audience is going to be on Instagram, a different type of audience is going to be on Twitter, and it's important that we reach all of them. But we don't need to spend hours and hours per day with content, we can just cross-post it. It all starts with Twitter for the TikTok and the YouTube posts as well, and we're going to go into HypeFury, and we're going to go to Analytics here, and we're going to search and filter and sort all of the tweets by the most likes. So if I have this tweet right here that has the most likes for me, if I have this tweet here that has another most likes, if I had this one and this one and this one, and they all have the most number of likes that I am getting, then that is a great signal for stuff to post on TikTok. If it's getting a lot of likes on Twitter, it'll probably get a lot of likes and engagement and views on TikTok as well, because that's kind of a testing ground for the type of content that people want to see. Likewise, I would do the same thing for YouTube. If I have something that really works on Twitter, probably worth making a long-form YouTube video about it. So this is the content strategy that I would be using in terms of platforms. The next is the schedule. So what would you actually post? And it's different for the 3 types of platforms. When I say Twitter here, I'm going to kind of consider LinkedIn and Instagram the same thing, as it's just the same content cross-posted and repurposed. So for Twitter, I want to do 5 FAQ tweets per day, and I will show you what tweets I mean after. I want to do 3 long-form threads per week, 3 images or graphics per week, and 1 offer or promotional post every single day. Because it's one thing to get a lot of attention, it's another thing to convert that attention into leads and clients. So you can kind of think as the long form threads and the images or graphics as our top of funnel, our FAQs as our middle of funnel, and our promotional posts as our bottom of funnel. You can think of it that way. I wouldn't say it's a perfect comparison, but you can think of it that way. I'd also post 1 video per day, short form content. I post that on TikTok, but I also post it on Instagram Reels and YouTube, and then I would do 1 long form YouTube video per day. So let's get into it in terms of our strategy, because this is really the schedule I would use for any type of agency, not just a cold email agency, but the strategy is going to be different. And our strategy comes from a few different parts. So let's go over here first, because our content strategy is going to be based on answering FAQs and important topics. But to find these FAQs and that kind of stuff, we need to determine our major categories that have to do with email marketing. Categories, subcategories, objections, parts, you name it. So here is room for 9 parts, and these will eventually become the basis for our lead magnets, as well as the basis for our content strategy, the basis for our webinar, and much more. So it's a very efficient marketing plan. So what are the main parts? What are the main objections that have to do with cold email? So number 1, I feel, would be list building. Number 2 would be scripts. Number 3 would be offers. Number 4 would be deliverability. Number 5 would be setup. Number 6 would be, setting appointments when people reply. Number 7 would be, what would be some other ones that have to do with cold email? We could go with the follow-up for when they do reply. For the next one it's kind of an awkward part, but the objection would be, I don't want to be a spammer type thing, where I guess the part or the objection is like, how would you ensure that you're not a spammer and ease that concern? And what could be the final one? The final one could be I would say something like types of cold email, or I would say subsequences would be better. So subsequence would be something, here's like the main metric, or one of the most important things with cold email is how fast you reply to responses. So you send 1,000 cold emails per day, maybe you get 20 to 50 responses. How fast you reply to those responses is going to be the major determining factor in how many leads and meetings you get. So you'd either use 2 options. If you have a human, usually referred to as an inbox manager, maybe referred to as an appointment setter in certain situations. If they're watching your inbox 24/7, maybe you have appointment setters in different time zones. That's one option to reply fast, but most people won't have that. And the other option is subsequences. So if they say yes or interested or whatever trigger words you use to set up the subsequences, it will reply automatically. So that is what I mean by subsequences. So building the list, writing the script, making the offer. How do you make sure your emails don't go to spam? How do you set all this up? How do you handle responses, set appointments, and that kind of stuff? How do you follow up for people? How do you ensure you're not being a spammer? And how do you use subsequences? These are 9 examples of the major parts or objections or steps or things people need to know when doing cold email. Now, I'm not really going to argue that these are the 9 only steps. I'm sure there's more. I'm sure there's niche steps. I'm sure there's situational steps that apply to certain, like I said, situations, I guess with the root word situational. But these are just 9 very broad, basic parts of cold email. So what I would do here is I would go to Google Docs and I would put the major steps of cold email agencies, and I'm going to copy these and put them in here as my main categories. I'm going to make this, let's just say 18. And now here is what the most important part is, because when we go for our strategy and our content plan and we say answer FAQs, this is going to be like what we mean by that. So we're going to take each of these things and we're going to go into ChatGPT and say, what are the 50 most common FAQs that have to do with list building in terms of cold email? Don't give me surface level basic questions. My target audience is more sophisticated and are not absolute beginners. Don't explain each FAQ, just give me the FAQ. So this is how I typically will get all of these lists or these FAQs or these for our content strategy, because you can do this a few different ways. You could do, obviously, go here. You could use your own brain, use your brain. That would be a very good one. But a lot of them are hard to think of, and you might be forgetting something, especially if you want to just have like hundreds of FAQs for your content strategy. Thinking of them all one at a time is quite bothersome, or quite time consuming rather, not quite bothersome. So a combination of using your own brain and ChatGPT is going to be excellent. So here is what you want to do, because when you're posting 5 times per day, a little bit more with your threads, your videos, your graphics, all that kind of stuff, you need FAQs. And this is the number one content strategy for getting clients, answering FAQs, because it's very specific to the type of person that we are going after. We don't just want to post meaningless, long, platitudes that don't really help, that just are very clickbaity or make people who are beginners feel good. We want to have very specific content strategy, answering FAQs over and over to get people to know that we are an expert. Answering the FAQs is a basis for great content that's relevant to the target audience, but it also makes us look very smart, because with this strategy, it's kind of like we'll be inside the minds of our consumers, or customers rather, not consumers. So what I would do here is not to do that. I would paste it properly, and ChatGPT has quite the annoying pasting ability, but we will live with it for now. So what I would do is I would get 50 FAQs for every single one of the main parts and categories and lead magnet ideas that we talked about earlier that we came up with. And then what I would do is I'd probably read them all and try to narrow it down to maybe 20 to 30, because not everything that ChatGPT is going to give you is going to be super relevant and super accurate. For example, list building here, some of these are about deliverability, some of these are from the call to actions, some of these are, not really relevant to the point of list building. And some of them are split. Like some of these I see right here would be good FAQs for scripts and deliverability and setup and stuff, but just not for list building. So what I would do is narrow it down. If we can get 9 or 10 lead magnets, 9 to 10 of these different categories with 20 FAQs in each, that's 200 pieces of content in terms of what you should post over and over again. And that will be the basis of the content strategy. And after you do this, you're probably never going to have to think of any content ideas ever again. Once you get 200 plus ideas, once you have kind of gone through them and posted all about them, you can kind of just start over at the top, because at that point, the vast majority of people wouldn't have seen it the first time. Of those who've seen it, everybody will have forgotten. And if the 0.001% have seen it and haven't forgotten, repetition is important anyways. So I'm not going to do all 9 of these, because I think you get the point here. But you just have to go through it and try to reduce it, because not all 50 will be good. And then you just do the same thing for every single other one, just like that, until you get about 20 per, and then that should be good. So the next thing I would do is I would choose the 30 most important topics for my YouTube channel, because on my YouTube channel, I want to make very, very in-depth, very, very good, not worrying at all about views or likes or going viral or engagement or anything like that. Just extremely specific, extremely valuable long-form posts, just like this video. And what I would do is I would have some cold email agency YouTube video ideas. For this one, you are going to how to build an email list, how to set up your cold email domains, how to create a cold email offer, how to write a cold email script, what would be some other ones? How to set up subsequences, how to do X, Y, and Z. So what I would do is I would come up with about 30 ideas that would make very valuable content for a person who's trying to learn about cold email. And these are the most effective types of videos, because in our 1000x leads marketing funnel, content appears at the top as a way to drive top of funnel traffic, but it also appears as a conversion mechanism, as a way to convert people who already know about us. And it serves dual purpose. So you can kind of think more of, this is to get views, YouTube up here and YouTube down here to basically serve a dual purpose. Because a lot of people will find out about you from YouTube, download a lead magnet in your description, open the lead magnet, get added to your email flows, watch some more YouTube videos, and eventually book a call. That is a very common path for a lot of people. And that's how I actually book the majority of my calls for 1000x leads. So what I would do here is I'm going to have a Gamma doc. And a Gamma is just a very nice app, Gamma Docs, as opposed to Google Sheets, Gamma Sheets, Gamma Docs instead of Google Docs and that kind of stuff. I really like it. So what I would do is I would go into Gamma and make a video. I make a separate Gamma doc for every single thing that I was going to do, and I would use this as the slides or the presentation or whatever you want to call it for every single video, and I would do that 30 times, just like this. I would also make a Miro board just like this one for every single video, and for proof of concept, that's what I'm doing with these videos, so you know that I'm telling you the truth and that it works. And I would have a separate one for each of them. And this is what I would do for the basis of my videos. I would plan them all out on Miro board or in Gamma. I would make the graphics to go along it in Miro board and have very interesting presentations. And then today is March 9th, for example. So March 9th, 2024. Tomorrow is March 10th, 2024. March 11th, 2024. Basically, what I would be doing is post one of these per day. No edits, no fancy stuff, no script. And then once I've gone through all of them again, I would essentially basically just start over. And the thing about starting over there like this, in this fashion, is once you do that, once you start over like that, you already have the Miro board from last time already kind of pre-made. So it makes it a lot easier to build on that, make it better. So basically you're just going to make the same 30 videos over and over again, but better is the strategy for what I would do with these 30 most important topics. So that would be our content strategy. Get our 200 plus FAQs, do that for Twitter and LinkedIn and Instagram and Facebook and TikTok. And then for YouTube, just make the 30 most important videos over and over again. Because in my view, you don't want to keep thinking of new video ideas, because that gets you further and further and further away from the actual important stuff. Because these videos are not specifically meant to get a lot of views. They're meant to convert people who are already in your funnel and show that you are an absolute expert. And if you're posting very broad, very, fluffy videos, it's not going to work properly. So that is what I would do. The next thing we'd have to do is, let's go back to what we're doing here. So we have our Instagram strategy, our Twitter, our YouTube, our TikTok, and our LinkedIn. And we also need to add our lead magnets in here because we have started to figure them out, haven't we? Of course we have. So let's go to, just pulling it up on my other monitor here, just to save time kind of thing. So we need to add our deliverability. What were the other ones? Our list building. We would need to add, list building. We would need to have our offers. We would have to have our scripts. We would have to have our setup. We would have to have setting appointments. We would have to have following up. We would have to have the, I don't want to spam kind of guide. And we'd have to have our subsequences. So these are basically the ideas of what we would do, but those are just the ideas. Now we have to turn these ideas into actual lead magnets, or we are not going to, we can't just say, here's a list building guide. So what I would do is a video tutorial on how to export a list, but I'd also kind of try to take that a little bit higher. So I might do a combination of that plus, 10 to 20 examples of how you would build a list for XYZ target audience. I would probably do both because remember, we want these lead magnets to be as good as possible. If the lead magnets aren't good, it's kind of going to backfire on us because people aren't just going to be grateful to us to have a lead magnet. If it's not good, if it's not worth their time, they're actually going to hate us. And that's the thing to keep in mind. So in terms of, we have to put in effort into making these lead magnets, not just, I'll have a one-page Google Doc with a few steps on how to export a list. We need to have we need to solve their problems so completely that if they just downloaded our lead magnet, they wouldn't need anything else. And that kind of makes a lot of people nervous or give pause, but people don't want to do this themselves. That's why they're hiring us in the first place. They just want to know that we know how to do it. And we need to prove that we know how we do it by making the absolute best lead magnets that anyone has ever seen. So the scripts, I would probably just have a script framework. And then I would have, 10 to 20 examples of winning / proven cold email scripts. For my offers, I would have something like, what would I have here? I would have something like, winning offer step-by-step checklist would be good. And then I might have something like a chart on winning offers versus losing offers. So that'd be kind of like what I'm thinking in my head here is, let's say you have, a landing page. You're cold emailing people to get landing page agency clients. You could have, a very bad offer on the left side of the chart. So basically here, let me draw this instead of just telling you about it. I might have like a chart like this. So, B for bad offer, G for good offer. Like, I will make you a landing page versus good. I will make you a landing page and you only pay, plus only pay if it works. And all I require is a $100 deposit or something. Like, that would be an example of the chart. I'm not saying that's what you should do for an offer, but that'd be an example of a chart. 100% step-by-step cold email setup plus DNS guide. Your deliverability. Wrong one. This should be this should be over here. Whoops. Getting ahead of myself. I would do, top 10 things to do / avoid checklist for deliverability. Very easy to understand and very good format for that. Following up, I would have something like use 7-part email follow-up framework that they can just kind of copy and paste or repurpose for themselves in their own business. And I would do something like a 7-part email follow-up using subsequences framework. And I would also do complete guide on how to trigger the subsequences properly. Because if you don't trigger the subsequences properly, they're not going to fire and it's not going to work. And if anybody is watching this that has never done cold email before, this probably sounds like a foreign language, but for those who have, it would probably make quite a bit of sense. So what do we have to do? Setting appointments. So I would do something like a 5-part appointment setting process for cold email. So that would have to do with things like what you say. And I'm just giving examples here. What you say, booking Calendly, pre-call flow, meeting, post-call flow, like that kind of stuff. And then I don't want to be a spammer. I would do something like a, top 5 self-limiting beliefs and how to overcome them with cold email. That's kind of bad grammar there, but you know what I'm trying to say, hopefully. Because I don't want to be a spammer is a very big self-limiting belief. Cold email is just like anything else. It could be used for good or for bad, in this case, spam. And I think that's what I would do for my lead magnets. So now we kind of have our paid ads, our content, our deliverability lead magnet, all of our other lead magnets. We kind of have this done because what we'd be doing is we'd be running paid ads to these lead magnets, just like this. We'd be posting content to all of those lead magnets as well. We'll just do a couple just to show you. We don't need to do all of them. So we're kind of done for those ones. The next part is going to be our outreach. Funnily enough, we're doing an outreach cold email agency, and we have to plan out our outreach for this. So to build a proper outreach thing or system, there's 3 parts. There's the list, there's the offer, and there's the script. And I kind of messed up at the start of this video by not, cold email agency serving B2B businesses. Like, that's kind of broad. And when we're really building the list here, we'd probably want more information than that. Like, we want to do cold email for B2B accounting SaaS, or we want to do cold email for business lawyers, or we want to do cold email for, marketing agencies or something. But let's just roll with the punches here, even if it goes off the rails a little bit. And let's try to build our list. So let's see what we would have to do here. And let's reorganize these a little bit. So what we'd want to do is we'd want to use either Apollo or ListKit or ZoomInfo or quite a few other ones, but I'm just going to use Apollo here. So what we'd want to do, how would we build this list? First thing we'd want to do is we'd want to only go to the United States, just because the cold email laws are the least strict there. This is where it would be very nice to kind of know what we would want to do in terms of a niche, but let's just roll with it. We'd want to, let's just say we're going to target marketing agencies for this, just because we got to have something, right? Or let's say we want to target, what could we target? Let's say we want to target a marketing agency that does, Shopify stores or something. They're an e-commerce marketing agency. There's a few different ways that we could do this. So we'd either use Apollo like this, or we might go to clutch.co and go to something like e-commerce agency. And you can see there are 700 firms, but if we do something else, like we do Facebook ads, or we do something different, but let's just say e-commerce. There's going to always be quite a few firms, and what we'd want to do is we'd either want to pay clutch.co for this information. That's kind of the point of them. They'll give you this information if you pay them, or we could hire a VA to go in and scrape all of the emails, or we could use an email scraping tool if we know, but this is a great way to find marketing agencies, clutch.co, but you could also build it just fine with Apollo. And let's try to do that. So what could we do for technologies? There's so many different technologies that they could be using. There are so many different industries and keywords, but let's go marketing and advertising. Let's just see what we can find here. So that is helpful. That narrows it down. But for this cold email agency, let's do it between, let's say we're trying to target lower in terms of revenue agencies. Like if for this one, Stagwell, if it's 13,000 employees, it's kind of unlikely that they need us at that point. It's kind of unlikely that we'll win the job. And even if we do, it'll take us months and months to actually close the deal. So let's say we want to, instead of doing that, we will do it between 3 and 10 employees. And that basically means between 3 and 10 company emails. There might be more employees that just don't have company emails, but let's just do it that, because that would be a good indication that they are a little bit successful, at least to have 3 employees, but not so successful where they don't need us type thing. Now let's use our brain a little bit more. In this case, between 3 and 10 employees, like it would really be the founder or the co-founder or the CEO who would be making the decisions on who to hire and who not to hire. Because, in that example where there was 13,000 people, like that would be like, who knows who would be making the decision? Probably not the CEO anymore, or probably not the founder or the owner. When stuff gets to 13,000 employees, there are not really any founders or owners anymore. It's an executive team like that. But when we have 3 to 10 employees, it probably would still be the founder who's making this decision, or the CEO or the co-founder. So just by doing that, going to marketing and advertising industry, going into 3 to 10 employees, United States, with the founder, co-founder, CEO job title, we have about 20,000 potential contacts here. So what I always do and what I recommend is you open up basically the entire front page. So there's 25 people or 25 companies in terms of this with Apollo. And we want to open them up a little bit and see, like, are these actual real companies? Like, is this probably who we're looking for? Some sites will be unavailable maybe, but it kind of seems like this would be a good fit just based on the stuff that I'm seeing from opening a few of them. And the rule that I was taught and that I use is, if 80% of the people you look at on the first page are good, then you should export the list. And if not, then try to mess with your kind of domain or your filters. I know I said we wanted to do a marketing agency for e-commerce, but it would kind of just take a long time to show you how to do that with clutch.co and make the video unnecessarily long. So let's just go all kinds of marketing agencies just for this example. So what did we do here? We did 3 to 10 employees to kind of make sure if they have 1 employee, they might,
not make any money. They might not be able to afford it, etc. But if they have 3 to 10, that would be a very good indication that they at least have some kind of revenue and they're like decently sized without being too big where they don't need us. Marketing and advertising industry. Let's keep going further. And then we also had the CEO, founder, co-founder job title. And we did that because at that level with 3 to 10 employees in this type of business, it would be the founder, CEO, co-founder making the decision, because there's not that many employees where you would talk to like an HR type person. So let's go to our offer. Our offer has to be very good, because cold email and paid ads, they're not warm leads. These are about as cold as you could probably get. So we need to stand out from the other people cold emailing them, especially the other cold email agencies that are trying to get them to buy from them instead. So what could we do for an offer? What I would probably do is say something like a 3-part offer maybe. Like, what do they need? Like, we kind of got to have some context, and perhaps like a lot of these businesses that we're going to be emailing probably don't do cold email, because cold email is a very good way to get clients. And if they did tons and tons of cold email and they were any good at it, they'd probably have more than 3 to 10 employees, would be my thought process, my educated guess. So our offer should kind of be done with that in mind, where, they need to set up cold email plus get it to work at this point. They don't really need to do, some very specific stuff with cold email. They're probably not even doing it. And if they are, it's probably not working very well. So we need to, show them something like here, let me drag this out to a few different parts just to make it easier to read here, for free. So this will be, I will choose 50 cold email domains for you and show how to set it up. I will write 5 cold email scripts for you. I will manage it for 30 days. And if you get appointments, you have to hire me as the deal. So what could we do for this? Because this would be a much better offer than trying to just get them to say, like, let's get on the call, right? Something like this would be a very good offer. And this is kind of from the perspective of you're doing it for them, like internally. I didn't choose to do the offer here of like, you just pay per appointment, because I feel like that is kind of played out at this point. This would be like a retainer-based offer where you're proving yourself ahead of time versus having to, do it, having to like just work on purely pay per appointment basis. So there's a few different schools of thought. Like, you could easily have gone the other way, but I chose to go this way. So I would be able to do a lot of this automatically using AI. So I could very easily plug in, some other scripts that work well for me, use AI to choose cold email domains, generate all of the DNS records for them, and have instructions in a Google Doc. So I actually know this for a fact because I did this for a very brief period of time. Where was it? So this is an example of what you could do 100% with AI. So get all of their tools and their setup guide and stuff. Like, this went through 100% AI in 5 seconds and generated all of this. So you can make this pretty efficient, and that allows you to make these kind of great offers versus if you did this manually, like that would take a lot of time, right? So here are the 100 cold outreach domain ideas or cold email domains. Here are all the DNS records that they need to set up for them with a video on how to do so. And here are the 5 cold email scripts that are written by AI based on something I did in the past that worked well. So that is an example of a great offer that, they wouldn't know is AI. They wouldn't need to know it's AI, and it would differentiate me very, very well. So something like that. That's what kind of offer I would make. That's a way better offer than just, can you get on a call or do X, Y, and Z? So the rules for cold email for me are keep the email to 75 words or less, because you don't want to write a book there. So I would choose I would try a lot of different versions of cold email copy. But in my view, if the offer is so good like this, it doesn't necessarily matter how much or like how good your script is. It's just a no-brainer offer, and that's how Chads do a cold email instead of worrying about what their script is. Just make them a great offer. I would probably focus it based on a loom. Like, I will do this for you. I made a video showing you exactly what I would do. Mind if I send this over? That kind of stuff. And I would embed the loom in the cold email, plus have a thumbnail showing my face just to build extra trust and get them more likely to respond. So that's what I would really do for the script, and try to add maybe add some social proof. I did this for XYZ agency as well, and they got 15 new clients. Something, maybe if they've, and kind of only do that if they would have heard of the agency, or there's not a lot of point or purpose to doing that. But this is what I would do for my outreach. I would do the same thing for cold email and cold DM, just because it's the same kind of offer. You don't need to do it separately, but this is what I would do for that. For partnerships, there'd be a few different types of partnerships. There'd be white label, referrals, media, and joint ventures. So essentially, like, what are some good things that we could do for our white label and referral? Because a white label partnership is basically your partner is hiring you to do the work, and they're kind of pretending that they're doing it, versus referral is they're just referring to you. And these two people are going to be the same type of people. It's just a preference on how they prefer to work. So I would do lead gen ad agencies. Like, that would be a good one. What else would I do? Because lead gen ad agencies need kind of, if they're doing ads, they could offer cold email type of thing. Appointment setter agencies / trainers. People need appointment setters and that kind of stuff. And if they go to an appointment setter, an agency, and they don't have enough leads, like, those agencies usually disqualify them, and that would be a good chance for them to refer them to us. Closer sales agencies or trainers or whatever, same kind of thing. If they don't have enough leads for the closer, they might come and hire us. What would be another one? What would be some other agencies? Like content marketing agencies. Content's a way to get leads, and cold email is a way to get leads. And if they don't do cold email, they could refer them to us. What would be some other ones? Just kind of like, I just want to do one more here, and I'm trying to think and not waste too much time thinking, but I definitely want to think of what I would do for that. Like, these are the 4 main types of agencies that I think I would do. So in the interest of not wasting more time, let's leave it at that. I would also try to get on, podcasts, newsletters, guest posts. Let's kind of try to make these a bit smaller because we don't need to make them as that big. Guest posts on websites, YouTube channels, anything that I could do to leverage other people's audience in the form of a media partnership, speaking at lead gen events. Like, all of these would be excellent ways to, leverage other people's audience to get clients for myself. And for the joint venture, in some ways, like, you could do the same thing. You could have a joint venture with a closer agency. You work together to get them leads as well as closers to help them close the deal. You could have a joint venture with the same ad agencies or content marketing agencies that, now instead of they just hiring someone to do cold email for them, they get ads and content too. Like, this is one of the situations where the joint venture would be the same as the white label and referral, and it's not always the case. Another thing you could do just to, you could have like a lead gen course, and you could partner with those same people to essentially, you teach cold email, they teach content, they teach closing, they teach appointment setting, they teach lead gen, something like that. So there's different options for the joint venture, but I'd probably partner with these kind of agencies and create a joint offer if that was what I really wanted to do. If I was dead set on doing joint ventures, that's probably how I would go about it. So now we're kind of, we've done cold email, we've done cold DMs, we've done all of our partnerships. So I'm going to put some check marks here. So we're kind of, let's use a black line here to separate it. We're kind of done all of this stuff at the very top of our stuff. And now we just need to work on our mid to bottom of funnel and our offers, and then we'll be done with this video. So what should we do here? So let's go down and work on our conversion mechanisms here. For paid products, I know exactly what I would do. I would just sell winning cold email scripts for each industry. And they can just buy them, and that's that. Very simple in this case to just sell winning cold email scripts as a product, and they can try it for themselves and see what happens. I would affiliate for tools like ListKit, Apollo, Instantly, Close.com. Like things that they would need to use. They need to use ListKit and Apollo to export the leads. They need to use Instantly to send the cold emails. They would need to use Close.com as their CRM. Like, these are very easy things to do. For my live workshop, I would probably, get people on there and write scripts for them in real time. So you get 15, 20 people in a live workshop, for example. They tell you their industry, write some scripts in real time. For my newsletter, I would write a lead gen newsletter 3 to 5 times per week. I wouldn't necessarily do it only about cold email just because that's super specific, but I make it a lead gen as a whole and then promote my own services in it. For my appointment setter, I would just basically, hire someone to follow up 2 times per week. One of those times would be, to help book a call. Like, these are to my leads. I would have my appointment setter saying, get on a call with Matt. And then the second time I would say, have my appointment setter, kind of promoting the other conversion mechanisms, like join his community. Are you reading his newsletter? Join his live workshop. Did you buy his product? Did you join his webinar? That kind of stuff. By having all of these other things, as opposed to like just having an appointment setter, we can get them to follow up much more often without annoying the absolute crap out of people. So for my unique mechanism, I would build the thing with AI, build that cold email offer using AI with the scripts, with the cold email domains, with the all that kind of stuff. That could easily be automated with AI, and that could be a great conversion tool. Imagine a form on your website where you say, I will write scripts for you. People submit the form and it automatically emails to them. Would be absolutely excellent. 1x YouTube video per day. The valuable ideas from our spreadsheet, not just random ideas. For my webinar, I would do something like 9 steps to a winning cold email campaign, or 9 things to avoid to make sure your cold email campaign doesn't flop, or 5 things to writing an awesome cold email script, or 5 things for an awesome cold email offer. Like, you have different options here, and you could probably do all of those. And I would have a cold email community and post 1 to 3 times per day in it. Very self-explanatory, but you kind of have to just focus that on cold email, because in my newsletter, I'd probably do lead gen just so I have a broader audience. But with my community, I would be doing cold email, and I would frame the community as, for my target audience, framed as specifically for marketing agencies. And I would do the same with my webinar. Forgot to add that there, just because, you could even frame it for marketing agencies doing, 100K to 500K per year to make it even more specific, because the value with this is a lot of the time, especially if you serve people in bigger niches, like they are either a big company or whatever, if you just say I have a cold email community and you don't frame it in a specific way for your ICP or your target audience, people can kind of discount it, like saying, okay, that's just a general thing full of noobs, I'm not going to join. But if you frame these very specifically, like now this webinar screams that this is for them, they got to sign up, versus this is just a cold email webinar, if that makes sense. So now we have our, we have more stuff in our funnel done. Cold email SaaS, that would be plural. Cold email scripts, winning campaign webinar, live workshop writing scripts in real time, lead gen newsletter 3 to 5 times per week, cold email community for marketing agencies. I'm gonna winning campaigns for marketing agencies webinars too, just to make that consistent. I would have my appointment setter reaching out twice per week. And I would have one long form, one YouTube per day, just like I have over there. And I would do the creating scripts with AI unique value mechanisms to make all of this more efficient. Then I could really kind of scale up. So we're going to put check marks here to signify we've done that, but you'll notice that we have 2 spots here. We have one for a thank you page, and we have one for a email flow. And these are basically bridge the gap between the lead magnets and whatever conversion mechanism we want to do. And although we want to have every single one of these conversion mechanisms, there will always be one of them that makes the most sense. And I usually refer to it as your dominant conversion mechanism. And that would be which one is kind of the most obvious that you would want to promote. And in this case, I would say that is the cold email scripts with AI. Like, how interesting would that be? You could just get scripts that will just be basically done for you using AI. They won't know that. So email flows to AI. Thank you page promotes AI. So the reason that usually I leave this blank here is because the thank you page would promote the most dominant one that you want to do. And so would the email flows, where you can promote the other ones after with different lead magnets, retargeting ads, email flows, but we really want to get them to activate as fast as possible to whichever conversion mechanism that we want to do. Very important part of it. So let's just delete this just for cleanliness. So now we basically have our top of funnel completed. We have our middle of funnel completed and our bottom of funnel completed. We just need to figure out a few different offers. So let's go to that part. So let's delete that. Not sure why that was like that. So if they're unqualified, we'd either send them to the winning scripts. We'd have our affiliates in our lead magnets and that kind of stuff. Or we would refer to other agencies. That would be we'd sell a course on how to do cold email. We would do a program, which is basically the same thing as the course, except probably, you have some coaching calls or some more feedback as opposed to just selling them something like that. So those are kind of obvious for what we do there. So now we just have to think of our recurring service and our one-time service. So the recurring service is kind of obvious, just retainer-based cold email management. Things like exporting the lists, writing the scripts, making the offers, and that kind of stuff. And the one-time service, because to take advantage of this, they need to have it set up. So I would do set up their cold email infrastructure for something like 2 to 3K. And you could just have a VA do that. So in this case, the offers are kind of obvious, but it's very important that we have all of them. And it's not always the case where it's super obvious. So we have our retainer or our retainer-based management. We have our one-time setup. We have our program. We have our course, and we have our setup. So now we have a complete funnel, and it's only 55 minutes into this video, and look at how much we have accomplished. So this is exactly what I would do to set up a cold email agency, and I'm very, very confident that with this system, I would have no problem getting it to $1 million in revenue in the course of a year, just because I have so many ways to acquire customers, so many lead magnets to capture leads, so many ways to convert the different leads and subscribers with the conversion mechanisms, and so many offers to sell to people. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you in the next one. In the next hour or so, I'm going to show you how to apply a full, complete 1000x leads funnel to an email marketing agency for e-commerce brands. I'm going through examples to show you that this can be applied to absolutely any business, and it will grow your business like crazy. And I'm going to do it today with said email marketing agency. So if you're wondering, you like my content, or you're just wondering how you'd actually apply a great marketing funnel to a particular business model, keep watching my videos. I've already made one for a Facebook ad agency and a cold email agency. I'm just going to keep working my way through them. It's not going to be only agencies. I'm going to do it for CPAs and commercial real estate brokers and that kind of stuff next. But it's very, very important to watch these videos, because then it really helps you visualize how it actually works in the real world, instead of me just telling you to do stuff on a random YouTube video. So let's get started. So I've taken the 1000x leads funnel and I've made it empty essentially right here. And I just put the niche at the top, email marketing agency serving e-commerce brands. I'm going to put e-commerce brands under 5 million in revenue, just to make it clear, because let's go between 1 and 5, because it's very important to get that niche down. This is not an email marketing agency for beginners or for brands that are like Fortune 500 type companies. This is for brands between 1 and 5 million a year in revenue. So let's get right to it. I've made all of the steps empty: our lead magnets, our thank you page, and our email flows, our conversion mechanisms, and our offers. And I'm going to go through how I would run paid ads, how I would do content, how I would do outreach, how I would do partnerships, how I'd make all these, and so on. And I hope this is a very valuable video for you to watch. It's probably going to be between 50 and 70 minutes, but we will have to see. So let's go first things first, because we have to figure out what our lead magnets and what our main categories are going to be, because this is going to determine the rest of our content strategy, our cold emails, our webinar, and a lot of different things. So the first thing that I always do when doing this is I'll open up a Google Doc, and I'm going to title it Email Marketing Agency Overview. So what we'd want to do here is we want to determine what are the biggest and most important objections with e-commerce email marketing. Let's put that there. So what are some that we can do? We'll have deliverability, we will have design, we will have copywriting, we will have pop-ups, We will have email flows. We will have email newsletters or broadcasts, the single sends. What else would we have? Deliverability, design, copywriting, pop-ups. We will have kind of the sales and discounts like for Black Friday and that kind of stuff. What are some other ones that we will have? We could have something like list cleaning, but that's kind of a deliverability. So in this case, I feel like this actually gives us a pretty good, well, I put offers in there. This actually gives us a pretty good thing to do, or a pretty good basis of which to go off of. Like I've said in previous videos, we need a lead magnet for every single category, but that doesn't necessarily imply we need 1 or 2 or 100. It's the exact amount that are necessary. And I would also go something like product page optimizations, because your emails are going to go to a product page or some kind of offer page. So let's put these in there. And I'm going to take this over to my other screen. Or let's see. Yeah, I'm going to take this over to my other screen just to make this easier to put in there. So we have deliverability, which means like getting them to go to the inbox instead of the spam. We have copywriting. We have pop-ups. We have email flows. We have email newsletters or broadcasts or whatever you want to call them. We have sales and discounts. We have offers. And we have our product page optimizations. We're going to use the acronym PDP for product page here, just because it's typically a common e-commerce acronym, and I don't have room to put product page there. So these are what the main categories I'm going to use for this video are. So if we bring this back over to the screen, this is very important because we have to have this ready at the start, because the categories and stuff like this in the funnel are going to determine what our lead magnets are, as well as our content strategy, as well as our webinar, as well as a little bit about our newsletter and all of that kind of stuff. Also, we need to do this at the start because we can't do the rest without it. And we have to correctly identify these things. We can think of this, our lead magnets, as all of the different parts of all of the different objections. We need to make these lead magnets to overcome all of them at scale. Because if we have a 1000x leads marketing funnel and stuff like this, we're going to be getting so many leads through ads, content, outreach, partnerships that we won't have time to go back and forth like crazy with people like we are when we don't have this funnel. If we're just getting 1 or 2 or 3 leads per week, we can kind of nurture them manually, but we need this all to be automatic at scale. So we have to set ourselves up for that. So let's put these into the actual lead magnets as well, because that is what it's going to be about. So let's zoom in a little so it's easier to see. Design, copywriting, pop-ups, email flows, email newsletters. We kind of did this already, but we have to put this in there. Sales, discounts, offers, and product pages. So now we kind of got to think about what we would want to do for the lead magnets for each, because these are the categories. These are the things that we need to make lead magnets for, but how we would kind of do these lead magnets or make them is not the same. We just don't say we have an email deliverability guide, an email design guide. We have to frame them in a way that's appealing for ads and for content. Because just saying free email deliverability guide is going to get a way worse, cost per lead when we're advertising than 12-step checklist to ensure emails never go to spam again. Like, that is how you would want to frame it, because how you frame it is very important for ads, for just conveying the value. It's kind of like when I've often heard stories in books and from people I know about in the publishing industry where they just change the name of a book title and nothing else and the cover, and it can really, really just impact sales like by millions of copies. And it's the same thing with here. How we promote it and how we frame it is going to be just as important. So for design, we put swipe file of 250 amazing emails from 7, 8, and 9-figure brands. And we want to put probably, like, a swipe file is a very good way to convey the value here, because a design could mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people, and we just want to make it as easy as possible to extract the value. We'd have a design guide, we'd have stuff like that in here, but a swipe file is the examples part. And I really would like, and I really think that this is a good addition from 7, 8, and 9-figure brands, because that really calls out the target audience more. And even for people who aren't in the target audience, like, that still is interesting to them. So this would attract pretty much everybody in the market, from a 9-figure brand owner to the actual bottom of the barrel beginner. And I think that's very important. For copywriting, I would do a copywriting masterclass plus checklist of do's and don'ts. And I would do this because, similar to design, copywriting is such an extensive subject that, lots of people disagree with, and it just requires, you can say these are the things you should do for copywriting, but it's very easy for someone to disagree with that, and everybody doesn't come to a consensus. So I would do something like my own version of a masterclass plus a checklist, and I'd also have something like 50 examples of amazing email copy in the form of from 7, 8, and 9-figure brands. Like, this would be combined into one, but you would just have to kind of frame this as a bonus. And it's just very important because we need these lead magnets to be all inclusive, like everything, not just 10% of the problem or 100 or 50%. We need it to completely solve the problem in every single way, because that's how we get them to trust us with these lead magnets. Similar to the pop-ups, I would have a swipe file of amazing pop-ups, and I would also put the from 7, 8, and 9-figure brands, because we just want to call out the target audience as much as possible. If they're, like we said, if they're doing one between 1 and 5 million, we need to either show them the desired result, like 8-figure e-commerce brands. Copywriting masterclass, because copywriting is very general. Everybody needs copy. So by calling out the kind of where they want to go, plus the niche e-commerce, that really would make it more appealing in an ad to someone who actually has an e-commerce brand in our target audience. I'd do something like an email flows, 7 type of email flow masterclass for e-commerce. And I would do something like a framework. Framework for each email flow, something like that. So you give them like the theory, and then you give them something to be actionable. I probably do a swipe file of amazing newsletters from 7, 8, and 9-figure brands. There's kind of going to be a pattern here, because that's probably with something like email where the answer for a lot of it is it depends. It's going to be hard for us to just tell them, this should be X, Y, and Z, because we don't know, and it's hard to do something that would work for everybody. So giving a swipe file is just a very easy solution to this problem. And I'd do something like a framework for each email newsletter as well. Not exactly exciting, a little bit repetitive, but it is what it is. For sales and discounts, I would do a annual sales calendar, plus when you should start preparing. So let's say, Martin Luther King Day, then Valentine's Day, then Easter, then spring break, or I know that's probably out of order. Then, Labor Day, then Black Friday, then Christmas, and all of the holidays in between, like an annual calendar. And I would mark down when you should start preparing for the rest of them. And I would also do a, something like a, pre-launch checklist for every sale or something. Like here's your pre Black Friday calendar. You make sure you have X, Y, and Z, that kind of stuff. I would have an offer, I'd have a 12-step offer creation masterclass for higher conversion rate plus average order value. And those are just acronyms for what I said there. It's very good. I'd also put e-commerce. And 12 steps, that's completely arbitrary. You just got to think of something for this video. And I would put a swipe file of amazing offers from the same thing. Sorry for the repetition, but I'm not that sorry because this is actually what I would do. And product page optimizations, I would have something like a 12-step product page optimization checklist. So you're going to notice that with something like email, it's kind of going to be like this. And everybody loves examples. Not a lot of people think for themselves. So the swipe files are an amazing tool for something like this. Especially e-commerce owners don't really think for themselves too much. They just copy whoever's winning in a lot of cases. So now we have our categories here. We have what we would do for the lead magnets. So I think it's fair to go over here and add some checklists because we're starting to check some of this off. And I would just run ads to all of these equally. And the way they're framed in the kind of what they are, I think they would do a great job for ads. I would just run ads to each of these. Just going to put this here. Just like this, just to show you that I would have 12 separate ad campaigns for this. And the reason for that is we want them to overcome the objections, right? And if we just run ads to one, they might figure out their deliverability, but they won't figure out the rest. If you, in another case, like if you know that you have just one that's way better than the others, you might just advertise one and give them all to them. But the only downside or problem with that is, let's say you knew your design lead magnet was the best and you wanted to just advertise that. And the best means the lowest cost per lead. So you would just kind of, let's go back and let's take this out. Let's just say you only did the design one like this, and then you kind of gave them the rest as just like a bonus or all in one. That is possible, and it can be done that way when you know that, like, let's say this one got $1 per lead and the other ones got $5 per lead. Like, that would be a situation where it's probably a good idea just to advertise the one because you're getting 5 times as many leads for the same price. The only problem is with it, and this can be solved with having a great lead magnet and framing it properly. But let's say someone isn't like a certain percentage of the market is never going to download this lead magnet just because they're already great at design. But I don't know how true that is in this case. In certain cases, it is. Like, if they don't even know what deliverability is, like, they might not download it. If they got it covered, they might not download it. But design is good, especially swipe files. So that is just kind of a little lesson to learn there. So the next thing we want to do is figure out what our content strategy is going to be. And we do that with this. There's kind of 3 parts. The platforms that we want to use in the 1000x leads, and in these videos I tell you to go Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, TikTok, and YouTube. We have the schedule, what we want to post, and we have the strategy. So what we want to do is we want to use Hype Fury, and this is my Hype Fury. So what I would do in my Hype Fury, and I'm not going to do this in here specifically because I already have mine set out, but we want to basically dedicate each day. So Monday would be deliverability, Tuesday would be design, Wednesday would be, what was the third one? I'm already forgetful. Copywriting. Thursday would be pop-ups. Friday would be email flows. Saturday would be newsletters. Sunday would be sales and discounts. So we can kind of disperse them if we have more than 7 categories throughout each day. We want to do that just to like build all of our tweets and stuff on one day. And then what we want to do, and I'll show you here, is we want to put our stuff in Hype Fury. This is my example post here. And then you could just click these buttons and it will cross post to LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. And that saves you the time of having to do all of these. So then what we do as well, like we're going to be posting 5 times per day, maybe a little bit more on Twitter and therefore Instagram and LinkedIn. So what you want to do after that is you do something like you go to your analytics here and you can sort your tweets by likes or engagement, and the tweets that get the most engagement typically would make great videos because those are the ones that people have signified that they are going to want to do, right? If most people like these tweets, that signals there's an interest in them. It's probably worth going in for a video type of thing. So that is the platform. So let's put a check mark there. The schedule, we want to do 5 FAQ tweets per day, 3 long form threads per week, 3 images or graphics per week, and 1 offer or promotional post per day. And I'm going to show you exactly what I mean by the FAQ tweets. Might make sense to flip these around in future videos. And then you want to do 1 TikTok per day, and TikTok also would post it on YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels, just to clarify that. And then you'd want 1 long form video per day. And that would be the schedule. So you'd have 5 to maybe 7 tweets per day. You'd have 1 TikTok or short form per day and 1 YouTube long form per day. And this is the schedule that I would create. So for the strategy, there's going to be 2 different ones, and I'm broken them up into Twitter and YouTube because Twitter is going to feed the strategy for Instagram and LinkedIn and Facebook and as well as TikTok. So I'm going to do one of them. I'm going to open a Google document. Actually, I'm going to open the same document from before with that I used to make these lead magnets. And I'm going to basically the strategy that I use, because this strategy is very important because it's easy and it also leads to you posting the right content for your target audience. So what I would do here is I would say something like, give me 50 frequently asked questions about email deliverability for e-commerce brands. Don't make these surface level, make them tailored to a target audience that does $1 to $5 million in revenue per year. Don't explain the FAQs, just give me a list of 50, because if you don't say that, it will explain it. And what we do here is we'd basically do this for every single category. And then we'd be asking it for 50 FAQs, and then we would what we want to do is kind of read through each of them and filter them out, because not all of them are going to be good, and some of them are going to be kind of like the same thing, just slightly reworded. And then we'd want to narrow it down to 20-ish per. And it's not really a situation where you have to narrow it down. Like if there's 50 that are good, then there's 50 that are good, but usually not the case. FAQs per category. If you have 20-ish FAQs times 9 categories like we have here, that is 180 FAQs. Basically, you can just keep answering these questions through content over and over and over. And then by the time you get through all 180 FAQs, no one's going to remember. Most people didn't see the first one anyways. And if they did, the 0.01% of those people, repetition is important as well. So let's copy and paste these in here and take a look at a few of them. I'm not going to do this for every single one just for the sake of time. Like, I think that you would get the picture just by seeing me do it once, and then you can do this for yourself. But let's kind of zoom in here and see, like, how does email sender reputation impact deliverability? That's a very good one. What are the best practices? How do authentication protocols? What are the implications of like, these are all, in my opinion, the top 5 or 6, 7 or 8 I read are very, very good for this. So in this case, this specific example, you might have more than 20 per, and that's just fine. So I'm going to move on from that one. So we've got a Google Doc just like that. And now we need to have so we have our strategy for the Twitters and then therefore the Instagram and LinkedIn and Facebook and TikTok. But now we got to think of our YouTube strategy, because our YouTube strategy is not going to be different, but it's going to be more focused. So what we'd want to do is something like this: email marketing agency YouTube ideas. So we put video ideas in one column here. We would put Miro board link. We put Gamma Doc link, and we put date last posted here. So these are the 4 things that we'd really want to have. And let's just make this stand out a little bit. So what we'd want to do is we'd want to think of about 30 different ideas for great videos. So e-commerce copywriting, e-com email copywriting, e-com email design, e-com email deliverability, e-com email pop-ups. I'm not going to put e-com email anymore. I'm just going to put the thing. Sales, offers. What else did we have? Images. What else did we have? Subject lines, preview text, we already have deliverability. So what were the other ideas that we had? So we had copywriting pop-ups, flows. That's kind of a big one. Embarrassing. Newsletters, product page optimizations. We could even get further into the welcome flow, the post-purchase flow, the sunset flow, the browse abandonment flow. We could get into the abandoned cart flow. What are some other flows? We have win-back flow. We could do the upsell flow. We could do, reviewing emails from 7, 8, and 9-figure brands. We could have, redoing emails from X, Y, and Z brand. And we want to have 30 ideas. And the thing we want to do here, in my opinion, or what I would be doing, is keeping these ideas relatively specific. We don't want to make a crazy, we could just do a general email masterclass that's like a bunch of these videos pinned together, hours long. How to set up a Klaviyo account. Like these are some, but we want to keep these videos very pointed towards the product or towards our target audience, because we don't want to make these very broad, because if we make them very broad, then we lose our credibility a little bit. And if we make them very, very broad, a lot in terms of our target audience. We're making these videos specifically for e-com email marketing agencies that serve brands between 1 and 5 million. If we just start making beginner-focused emails, we lose a lot of credibility with this demographic. Not that they, hold you contempt for you or anything. They just won't watch your videos anymore. So it's very important that we keep it just like that. And what we do, today is March 10th, for example, we basically just make all of these videos once, and then once we've made all 30, we would kind of just keep going and repost them, but make them better. So what we want to do is we want to make a Miro board just like this, for example, for each and every single video to make the graphics. And we could either present right from that Miro board, or we could just use it to make the graphics. I choose to present right from it. And we basically make a Miro board that's unique to each and every single one. And the beauty of doing it this way is once we've gone through all of our ideas the first time, we already have the Miro board there. So we can either just build on what we had in the past, or we can do whatever we want. We'd also do same thing, email deliverability for an e-commerce brand, and we make a Gamma Doc for all 30 ideas. And similarly to the Miro board, we would have, now when we go to make them all a second time, we already have the previous Gamma Doc in place, and we can just focus on making it better. So think of these, there's only so many topics that I could do for this e-commerce email marketing agency. and I don't want to get away from all of them. So if we choose 30, that's one video per day. You're making the same video 12 times per year, but better. And by the time you do, and because you're going to be learning as you go, and you could always, make it a little bit specific, like here's how I would do a welcome flow for this type of business instead of just in general. And it's very interesting, but very pointed content that won't rub your target audience the wrong way. And I think that's the best way to go about it if I have to choose a way to tell you to do. And you're watching this video for that purpose, I imagine. So you kind of are asking me to tell you what to do. So the thing about this is going to be the YouTube strategy, and it saves you coming up with all of those different ideas all the time. So now I would say it's fair to say that we have our paid ads, we have our lead magnets, and we have our content strategy. So let's put some check marks here. So what do we have to do next? We have to do our outreach, our partnerships, our conversion mechanisms, and so on. I would just sell pre-made email templates for $97 as the paid product. I would have email-related SaaS affiliate stuff like Klaviyo, like Skio, like PostScript, like just insert e-commerce email app. I would obviously have one-time long-form YouTube video per day for the content piece of it. And let's keep going. I would have an e-commerce marketing newsletter. I would probably try this instead of just an email-specific one. I would either have an e-commerce, I'd probably have an e-commerce email newsletter sending 3 to 5 times per week. And I'd probably do that just because email marketing, it'd be a tough decision what I would do, to be honest. Because email marketing for e-commerce is a bit niche. But, no, I would make it an email marketing newsletter 3 to 5 times per week. And then I could appeal to people outside of e-commerce if I ever wanted to. But I could promote it as that's what I would do. Yep. But I would send it 3 to 5 times per week, and that's an important part. So kind of what we can do here is now we can just check a few more things off. We have that's a bad choice of color for that. We have our email, like our paid product. We have our SaaS. We have our newsletter. We have our long form video for our content. And now we just kind of got to fill in the rest. So let's go to the outreach because there's always going to be 3 parts to outreach. I'm going to consider cold email and cold DM the same thing for this purposes. So let's go to this. So first thing we got to do is build our list. So we got to build a list of e-commerce stores. So I would head into Apollo. I would go to search, and first thing I would do is use technologies, Shopify, and Shopify Plus as well. So that narrows it down to 4 million stores. That's quite a bit. Location, I would do the United States because that is where most of the money is, and they have the least strict cold email laws. The thing, I wouldn't use revenue here because the revenue things are not super accurate on this. They kind of take an industry average conversion rate times an industry average order value and just assign your website traffic to that. And that it's like accurate 5% of the time. So I would always use employees here. So I know based on my own e-commerce experience that you can make a pretty good sized e-com store with not that many employees. If I'm going after $1 to $5 million brand, I would probably use 3 to 10 employees. And this basically means the number of employees that have a company email address. So it's very specific there. So they could have, if you're not doing your own e-commerce fulfillment and you're not doing your own e-commerce, manufacturing, this is the range of employees that I think a brand of this size would have. The last thing I would do is go to job titles. At this stage, I'd probably say the founder, maybe the CMO, maybe the director of marketing, maybe the marketing director. See if that also makes a difference. No, it's kind of the same thing. So I've narrowed it down here to from the 4 million e-com stores that are using Shopify to basically 13,000. And I think that gives us a much better chance to get in touch with the kind of person that would be good for us. So what you'd want to do is you want to open up all of these things before you export this list. And if 80% of them seem like they would be good, like based on your best guess, they would be in your target audience, then you would export the list. And if not, then you'd probably mess with your filters a bit. I opened 3 here, and this is the video, but I would probably export this. This seems reasonable to me. So that's how I would build the list. So let's go back to this here. So what did I say? I said Shopify, technologies, Shopify, and Shopify Plus, because that's a great way to just filter it out, because if they're using those, like they're obviously on Shopify. I did location, United States. And if you are from like Germany or you're from Australia or something like that, feel free to put your target audience in there. It's no problem. I put employee count 3 to 10. And what else did I do? I did job titles, founders, CMO, director of marketing. Founders, we'll just put founder. And the reason I did all these, because that's at this stage, that is probably who would be determining whether they're hiring an e-commerce email marketing agency or not. So that's the list, basically. So for the offer, because the offer, in my view, in my experience, is the number one leverage point. It's the number one thing that will determine whether your cold email campaigns work or not, whether you get clients from them. And a lot of people don't focus on the offer. They try to focus on their script and that kind of stuff. But if you get the offer right, the script doesn't really matter. And when I say offer here, I mean something that's actually good. Not a lot of people, they get all their clients from referrals and networking, and you don't even need an offer really when you do that. They just, if they're looking for e-commerce email help, they'll just hire you. But when you're doing it from cold, in the case of paid ads, the case of content to some degree, content's a little bit warmer than your cold email and your ads would be. But we need to have something great, because they're getting, especially e-commerce stores, are going to be getting tons and tons and tons and tons of basically cold emails and spam 24/7, 365. So what I would do here is I want to do something very, very awesome that really gets, people to respond to me. And to do this, I would make something like a make.com automation, make.com. And I would do something similar to what I've done in the past, or what some people I've done with in the past. Basically, what I would do here is say, I will write you I will write your welcome flow for free, or something like that. Because that's a lot better. That's a lot different than your average person who just wants to get on a call. I will write your welcome flow for free to show my skills, and then you could say something like, that would be the offer, I guess you could say. That's the offer that I would use. And then if that works for them, it's very easy to say, if you like, or you could even add like a guarantee is what I'm trying to say. If you like it, we can A/B test against current one. And if it doesn't win, I will give you a refund. Like, that would be a ballin' offer, in my opinion. So let's just say if it doesn't beat current welcome flow in A/B test, I will give you a refund. This is a lot better offer than just say, get on a call. It's a lot better offer than just saying, point blank, if it doesn't beat it on A/B test, I'll give you a refund, because you're actually showing them, proof of what you're going to do here. So this is an awesome offer in my opinion, but to make it even better, we should use AI. Kind of make prompts using your previous winners plus generate via AI. If we can do that, that really lets us ramp up the cold email volume, or the cold email volume to people, and we could probably get dozens of people to take us up on this offer. And this is what it would look like. This is a cold email one, but you could apply this where, it writes email 1, it writes email 2, it writes email 3, it writes email 4, 5, and 6, and you just basically upload your previous stuff, format it all in a Google Doc, and then send it to them. So the Google Doc for this one would look something like this. But this is what this specific one, which is the cold email one, but you just formulate it into a Google Doc and then send it to them. And if it wins, or if they just like it better, it's very easy to say, I will turn these into beautifully designed emails for you for $2,500 or something like that, or for $1,000, let's just say. And that would take the place of our intro offer, which we'll talk about later. In terms of the script, what we really want to do is not so much write a script, but follow some specific guidelines. So we want to have it 75 words or less for the first email. Do not write a book. Record a Loom / video. Loom is a software, but video explaining the offer. And then our script can become something like, let's kind of have to make this a little bit bigger here. But our script would be like something like, hey name, I do email marketing for e-com brands between 1 to 5 million who want to get to 10 to 20 million. I will, one of the most important parts of doing this is the welcome flow, because that has a huge impact on your CPA, your customer, or your cost per acquisition. I will write you a welcome flow for free and test it against the current one. And if it beats it, I can turn, it into beautifully designed emails. Or if I was willing to write a new welcome flow for you for free, would you be interested in trying it out? Something like that. And I would probably think about it quite a bit more than that, but this is a video and we're already at 41 minutes here. So there's 64 words there. You could say something like, and then you could have something like, I can send you a Loom going over the details and process. We could put, something, I am willing to write a new welcome flow for free for you to A/B test against your current one. I recorded a Loom. That would be better. Would you like me to send it over? That's 83 words. We could remove a few here. It's not super important. And to scale, you need to keep your down. So I say 75 words, but if it's 90 words or 91, let's go for it. But that is how I would write the cold email script for this. Just like that. So that's what my script would be. So now we can kind of say that we are done with outreach. We're done with cold email. We're done with cold DM. I'm just going to say we're done with prospecting because I'm not going to go over that in this video because that's a whole can of worms on its own. So next we have to go to white label. So we need to brainstorm the type of partners that would be good for white label and referral, because referral and white label are going to be the same. So you'd have e-com ad agencies. Basically anybody who serves e-commerce brands who's not competitive with you. So let's just, because we kind of get the point that they're agencies. So landing page agencies, UGC/influencer, paid ads. But we'd also have email related SaaS, such as Klaviyo or whoever, SendLane. We'd also have email related apps, or apps that use email to work, like stuff like subscription apps and stuff like SMS and stuff. You get the picture. So the thing about the white label and the referral partners is both of them are going to be the same person, or the same type of, the same partner. It's just a matter of, do they prefer to work in a white label scenario or a referral scenario? For media, let's put some stuff down here just to stagger it a little bit. I would probably do something along the lines of, do cold email to, let's try to make this a little neat, just for, just because we have high standards. So we do something like, I would try to go on ecom podcasts. I would do guest posts for bloggers, or ecom blogs. We'll just say it with that. Try to get featured in ecom, or maybe I would sponsor an ecom newsletter. That would be even better. And the last thing I would do is try to get on ecom YouTube channels. And I'm going to remove the word try, because we'll just do that. It's not that difficult. So where would I find these partners? I'd probably find these partners mostly manually, mostly prospecting, because there's not going to be, in my view, a great place to find them. You might be able to go to newsletter directories or blog directories, and that might work, but you wouldn't need 10,000, names to contact. You probably only need a couple hundred. For joint venture, I'd probably do something like a course with other agencies, where the same agencies as you are over here, because if I know everything about email marketing, I partner with a paid ad agency, a SEO agency, a landing page, a UGC influencer and stuff, and make a course that's better than it's better, the sum of all of our knowledge is better than anything that we could make on our own. And that's probably who I would go after for partnerships. So let's put partnerships now. So we're really getting somewhere. All we have to do is figure out some conversion mechanisms, and I would do the AI to write the welcome flow there. So that's done as well. So now we just got to figure out a few different things here. Our appointment setter is going to follow up twice per week. That's kind of just standard there. So let's go down to our conversion mechanisms. We already have a few of them done. AI to write welcome flow. One long form YouTube per day. Let me zoom in on this because it's kind of hard to see. We would have a email marketing newsletter 3 to 5 times per week. And I chose that instead of an e-commerce specific one. Pre-made email templates for $97. However many, I probably do like 20 or something like that. I don't even know. I would do Klaviyo, SendLane, PostScript, Skio, affiliate. Let's just leave it at that for now. And now we gotta think of, our appointment setter is gonna follow up 2 times per week, with one of those being the other conversion mechanisms and one trying to set a call. And what I mean by that is, maybe on Monday he could try to set up a call, but we want to keep contacting these people as much as possible, but trying to set up a call twice per week might be a bit much. So maybe one time you could say, let's get on a call. The other time you could say, watch the webinar or join the live workshop or join the community, or have you seen this video, or have you gotten your welcome flow for free type thing. That's what I mean. So one of these conversion mechanisms would be, he's going over here, he's going over here, he's going over here, and the other one would be down to the calls. So what would I do? I would do for the live workshop, I would, design emails in real time on live workshop. I think that would be a great thing to do, in Figma maybe. I think that would be an excellent demonstration of the skills and make a great recording to show to prospects too. So you just get on maybe Tuesday at noon, you just go on there and design emails in real time. I would do an email marketing community that's more than just e-commerce, but because my ads and stuff and my content is targeted to more e-commerce, I wouldn't exclude anybody who's not in e-commerce, but it would predominantly be e-commerce. Similar for the logic behind I want to make my email or my newsletter email marketing instead of e-commerce email marketing. And I don't want to make my community e-commerce or my newsletter e-commerce because that's just too broad. It's keeping in line with the service, but kind of addressing a bigger audience in case I want to expand my target audience to like info products and B2B businesses at some point. For a webinar, I would do something because, if I'm positioning myself as, we need to lower our customer acquisition cost if we want to scale, I would do, top 10 things to lower your CPA, top 10 things your welcome flow needs to lower your paid ad CPA, your cost per acquisition. I think that would be a great thing to do a webinar about. So let's go and fill, welcome flow lowering CPA webinar. Designing emails in real time using Figma. An email marketing community. So now we're really getting somewhere. We have all of this stuff, but basically what I would want to do is, you see these two things are blank here. That's for our thank you page and our email flows. And we kind of want to decide, in my opinion, which of the conversion mechanisms we want to be our dominant one. Which one do we want to promote in the email flows and the thank you page? Because that kind of matters. And really what I would do here is, because we're going to get so many people in the top of the funnel for the different lead magnets, I'd probably want to promote the pre-made email templates to try to get some of my ad revenue back. And it also goes in nicely to, if you love these templates, I can make you custom ones that don't look like everybody else's. So email flows promoting templates, as well as the thank you page promoting templates. So that is basically what we would need to do for that. We always have to make that decision, because we always, of course, we want to promote every single one of our conversion mechanisms, and that will happen over time. But we got to choose what we want to do for our thank you page. What do we promote? So they would sign up for a lead magnet similar to this. And if they filled this out, they would be redirected to the sales page type thing. So the final thing we need to do is think of our offers. So we want to make referral partnerships with bigger plus smaller agencies, because if they're not in that $1 to $5 million range, if their revenue is lower, we can refer them to a smaller agency or a freelancer and collect a fee. And we'd probably not be equipped if we somehow managed to get someone doing $50 million a year in the funnel. So we'd want to refer that to a bigger agency. We'd have our email marketing course, and we'd have our, get feedback from me for $500 per month is what I'd probably do for the program. I would do, welcome flow redesign, rebuild as my one-time service, because that goes in from this AI thing very well. And then I would just do ongoing email management as my main service, and that's the service that most e-com agencies would have together. So we kind of have every single part of this agency built now, and that's pretty in-depth, I would say. This is exactly how I would build a $1 million e-commerce email marketing agency from start to finish. I've got my content strategy, my cold email offer, my partners, my lead magnets, my conversion mechanisms, and my offers, and this is really all you would need to build this agency, in my opinion. So I hope this was valuable, and thank you for watching. This is going to be a very, very interesting video for a lot of people, I think, because what I'm going to do, instead of teaching you or showing you what to do or X, Y, and Z like I normally do, I'm going to make a few videos, this one included, on how to apply this entire funnel to a particular business model. So this is going to be the first video that I'm doing this, so I'm just going to figure it out and see how it goes, and then I'm going to build on this with several more videos in the future. So we have our funnel here, we have our paid ads, we have our content, our outreach, our partnerships, our lead magnets, our thank you pages, our cold emails, our partnerships, our products, affiliates, and other conversion mechanisms, our website, and our offer. So I'm going to make this video on how you would apply this to a Facebook ad agency that serves e-commerce brands. And I think it'll be very good, very fun. So let's go right into it. So right off the bat, I've taken out kind of the different parts and put blank parts for, what would be specific to this. There are going to be things such as Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, LinkedIn, and your website and a sales call. Like, those things are going to be the same for virtually any business. But all of the rest would probably be specific to a Facebook ad agency serving e-commerce brands. So I have it right here, and I think that I'm going to make this Facebook ad agency serve a specific brand or type of business or niche as opposed to just all. And thinking about this in real time, this is not a scripted video or anything, but we're going to put it between 1 and 5 million per year in revenue, because that adds a lot of context. You'd make different lead magnets, you'd post different types of stuff, you'd have a different webinars, different products, different groups, different everything if this wasn't there, right? But it is there because we need to make it a little bit more specific, because that will make the video more valuable, in my opinion. So let's just get right into it. So the first thing I would do is I would plan out my categories for my lead magnets, and I also kind of made the parts over here and made them a little bit bigger, and hopefully there'll be some room on it. We have to decide what the topics for our lead magnets are, or what the big categories and what the big objections and parts of our service are. And this is the first step, in my opinion, and always will be, because things like our content plan, our conversion mechanisms, our email flows, are kind of dependent on this. So what I would do is I would brainstorm the biggest parts. So I'd put, static image ads, videos, and there we go. We'll put that at 24 sizing instead, just so it doesn't overflow. We'd have video ads. We would have scripting. We would have hooks. We would have media buying. We would have landing pages, because we need the landing page is very important for our email or for our ads to go to. It's a very important part of the ad, even though it's not in the ad itself. I would do something like UGC or influencer marketing. UGC is user-generated content. What are some other ones that I might try? I might do something like the scroll stopper, which is kind of like the thumbnail, if you don't know what that is. There's a few parts in paid ads. Someone's scrolling their Instagram feed. We need to obviously hook their attention in the first second or 2 seconds or 3 seconds to get them to watch the ad. But we also need to make them stop. If they just scroll past the feed, past our video, we're not even going to get a chance to show them the hook. And what would be the last one? I'm just thinking, because this is not a scripted video, and the purpose of this video is to show you that this is possible for any business and anything that you could possibly want to do. So scripting, I'd probably put something like production value, because although, that's stuff like your lighting, your microphone, if you want to do that kind of stuff. And I'm going to stop here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 different categories, and that's going to be good enough for the different lead magnets, in my opinion. So what I'm going to do here is, those are the categories, but those aren't actually the lead magnets. So what can we do for the actual lead magnets to make this as kind of, what do we say, as appealing as possible to brands in our target audience? So I might do a swipe file of winning image ads, and maybe we'll have to decrease the size of the font even more. Swipe file of winning video ads. A ad scripting masterclass or something. Spreadsheet of 100 hooks that they could try for themselves. Something like a media buying cheat sheet. I could do something like a landing page swipe file, something that might be good for them. Same kind of principle as the static image in the video ads. I could do list of 200 vetted UGC influencer creators. That might be a good one just to save them time. Scroll stopper. What could I do? I could do just because I don't want to say a swipe file for basically everything. We could do something like, top 5 factors that get people to stop scrolling checklist or something. And I might actually do a swipe file there, or I might do like some thumbnail templates or something like that, but we're just going to do that just for fun here. And I would do something like, microphone, lighting, plus camera setup guide, if we want to call it a guide. Like, these are some things, because what are we doing with our lead magnets? If you watch a lot of my other videos or read my content, we're basically doing a few things with the lead magnets. The lead magnets are things that are going to, first of all, give them a reason to put their email address and give us their email, but they're also going to do things like, overcome objections at scale, prove that we know what we're talking about. If we have guides that are very good guides for all of these things, like, that is extremely, extremely good for nurturing our target audience and proving to them that we know what we're talking about. We also want to solve every single one of the parts or problems or objections with Facebook ads for e-commerce, because if there's a bunch of different parts, and if we solve just 1 or 2 or 3 of these parts, like, the other objections, the other doubts still exist in their minds. So I'm stopping at 9 lead magnets for this video, but you might have even more than that if there are, in fact, more parts of e-commerce. So this is important to know, because this is also going to be our content strategy. So what I want to do next is, I know that I'm going to post content on Instagram and Twitter and YouTube and LinkedIn. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put Twitter, I'm going to put Instagram, I'm going to put LinkedIn, and I'm going to put YouTube. And I'm doing that because basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to post all the content on Twitter and then use Hype Fury, which is this software here, just having it load. And if you see that when you post something on Hype Fury, this is my example post. We can also cross-post it to LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram as well. So basically what the situation there is, all of my content is going to be made for Twitter, and I'm just going to cross-post it just to save time. So that's an important step. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have a tool like a Google Doc, not a tool. I'm not sure why I said that like this. And I'm going to take these different things and I'm going to put them all in the tool as basically like this. These are the big categories, and I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do three things. Let's go, but two things for sure, and then the third is a bonus, we'll call it. I'm going to go to Quora, and might put in static image ads, because this is kind of a good way to get, a pulse on what people are asking, what people are thinking about. And the content strategy that I prefer is something where you just brainstorm your categories like we've done, and then you write down, you basically, the whole strategy is answering FAQs that have to do with each part. So if we correctly identify the parts, and then we find 20 or 50 FAQs times 9 lead magnets. So let's just say 30 FAQs times 9 lead magnets. That's 270 content ideas. And after we work our way through, we can just restart from the top. We'll never have to think of a content idea ever again. It's very, very effective to just do this strategy where you are answering the questions that your target audience is already wondering and already thinking about. And it's just so easy, especially for someone who's not a real professional content creator, to do this instead of thinking of new ideas every day. So what I want to do now is go into ChatGPT, and I'll ask something like, what are 50 advanced FAQs or objections or questions that have to do with creating great static image ads on Facebook? And then I'm going to say, don't give me basic surface level stuff. And then I'm going to put don't, because I've done this before, don't, explain each question, just give me a list. Because if you don't say that last part, it's going to give you an entire explanation for each part. So the thing is, we want to probably brainstorm 50 or so, with this method, because not all of them are going to be great. And we can kind of take our 50, put it in here, and then we can kind of sort them out or delete ones that we think are not suitable for a brand that is between 1 to 5 million a year in revenue. But this is a great way to kind of think about it or brainstorm en masse. So the three ways you can do this are Quora, ChatGPT, and then your own brain. If you're an expert, you're running your service for quite a while, you probably know what the main questions are. So I have this thing here. You would do this for every single one. Just for the sake of time, because I don't want this video to be 4 hours, I'm just going to narrow down 20 or so for the static image ones. But it'll be the same process for the rest. Just there's no value in me doing something over and over again. So let's continue generating just to get the 50 here. So let's copy and paste these in. ChatGPT has one of the worst copy and paste formats, so just keep that in mind. We have to fix it up a little bit because that is a bit aggressive right there. And we might do something, we might do a checkbox, because then if we scheduled a post, we can just check it off here. So some of these are very good. Some of these are very basic, I would say. Some of these are just not really what we're looking for, because this is kind of, in some ways, this is more like a FAQ how-to. I should have, when I have done this question, done it based off of performance. And I'm just winging this video, you have to keep in mind. The FAQs should be all about how to create great static image ads for e-commerce brands for performance marketing purposes, and how to lower your customer acquisition cost. So this is a good learning thing for the video. If you realized based on the results that you basically, it's not really what you're looking for, you just do it again, and usually it's a case of you didn't do it specifically enough, if that makes sense. So this is just the process you go. I'm going to move on in the video just because we can't be doing this for that long. It's just going to be a 4-hour video if I do that. But this is what the process I would take. Now that I've correctly identified all of my categories, you just do this one at a time. And that's basically that. So what I would do here for my strategy is I would do a few different posts, and I want to post on Twitter quite a lot. So I want to do five times, we'll say 3 to 5 times single value tweets per day. And a value tweet would just be like something short, if you know what Twitter is. Just one tweet, something answering an FAQ is a great way to think about it. And just because I say answering FAQ, you wouldn't like say, how does copywriting play a role in this? You just answer the question however you want. You don't have to be very rigid about it. And then I would do 3 times long form threads per week. And then I would do 3 times images or graphics per week. And then I would do 1 times offer or promotional post per day, because it's one thing to get a lot of attention for ourselves, but we also have to generate leads. And so this offer or promotional post could be promoting some of the lead magnets. It could be promoting our offer. It could be saying, book a call with me. But the mix of this, you can kind of think of these as top of funnel, middle of funnel, and bottom of funnel. That's kind of the best way to think about it in my view. So this is what I would do for my strategy for this. And like I said before, what I would do is just set it to cross-post to Instagram as well as LinkedIn, just because that is just a lot more efficient than creating unique content for every single platform. So what I would do next is two things. Because I plan in this case to make a YouTube video just like this one you're watching now every day for my Facebook ad agency, and I would do 1 TikTok per day. And I would also post that TikTok on YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels. But what I would do is I would go into my Hype Fury, I would go to my analytics, and then I would sort all my tweets, because I'm going to be tweeting a lot more than I would be creating a TikTok and a YouTube, because I probably do 1 of these per day, maybe 3 times per week, but let's go with 1 of them a day. What I do is I would sort all of my tweets by engagement or likes or link clicks or profile views or whatever you want. Let's just go with likes for the purpose of this video. And this is good because it kind of gives us, what people are most interested in. And this is a very good way to find the ideas for our YouTube videos and our TikToks. So if I would probably take these ideas, let's just go the most winningest idea, most tweets with most likes. Let's just say like this. We'll go down here. And we will go all the way up here, and that will be the basis for my TikToks. If I'm posting 3 to 5 times per day on Twitter and posting 1 TikTok per day, you could kind of just a degree of choose the best tweets over time, because that's going to be the best. For the YouTube, here's what I would do for my YouTube. I would only focus on valuable content. I would not do any top of funnel or research or anything like that on what people are doing. I wouldn't put crazy amount of effort into my editing, maybe no editing at all. I put some effort to my thumbnail and title just because that's good for people finding it. But I would use these YouTube videos strictly as a tool to convert people who already know about me, because that is the purpose of YouTube videos, in my opinion. It's just the business niche is not a crazy amount of people, especially if you're talking about Facebook ads or something like that. So I would use my YouTube videos as a tool like content down here. So let's fill that right in. Long form YouTube videos. Very technical, kind of like the one you're watching right now, like the same idea. Something that would be very, very impressive to the e-commerce brand between 1 and 5 million. And what I would do for this is I would go to spreadsheets, sheets.new. If you don't know that hack, open up a new spreadsheet. What I would do is I would put video ideas. I would put a Miro board. I would put Gamma Doc, and I would put date. So the reason I would do this is as follows. Because there's only so many different ideas that you could possibly do for Facebook ads without sacrificing quality in the sense of making the topic more broad. So what I would do is I would brainstorm 30 different video ideas, because I'll be posting one video per day. There's 30 days in a month. And by the time you get to day 31, people have forgotten. You could also put a different angle on it and you'd start over. So I'd do something like static image ads, video ads, hooks, the same thing as my lead magnets from earlier as a start. So let's just copy and paste those in there, just because why not? I would also do, what else would I do? Design. I would do, gosh, I would have to do a lot more research on the different video ideas for this. But what I would do next is, if I was actually creating this agency, I would have, let's just say, 30 ideas. Let's drag that down just to emulate the fact that, ideas, there we go. We obviously have to have the Montserrat font because that's the best one. And then I would create a new Miro board for every single one of these ideas. This is how I actually make the videos that you're watching, by the way. So static image ads. I would put anyone with the link can view, and I would set up a Miro board for every single one of these things. And that would be my base of operations type thing. That would be how I make all the videos, how I lay out the topics, etc. So let's just make one, because there's no need for me to do this 30 times for the video, but let's just do this. And I'd also do the same thing with a Gamma Doc. So I'd create a new Gamma Doc from blank, and I'd go static image ads again. And I would do share anyone with the link. And this is kind of serving a few purposes, because our Gamma Doc is kind of where we might put our presentation in for the YouTube videos. Our Miro board is what we can use as a supplementary resource for the videos, and to also, make the graphics and stuff to help us convey what we're trying to convey. And then I would also, so what I would do is, today's March 9th, March 9th, March 10th, March 11th, and hopefully this drags down properly. So basically these would be my video ideas for each day. And then on day 31, we just start over at the top, and then we go down. And the thing about this is it's an efficient way to do it and ensure that you don't get too far off track in terms of the topics, because if you have to think of new topics, eventually you're going to it's going to force you to make videos that aren't valuable to the target audience. They're just too off. They're just too far off. They're too broad. So instead of doing that, we can just make the same videos but better, or more specific, or applied to a certain niche over and over. And the beauty of this is, because once you hit day 31 and you start over, you already have the Miro board that's filled out for the first video, and you can build on it and you can make it better. Same thing with the Gamma Doc, and you just repeat this process over and over, and that's what I would do for the long form YouTube. So let's start filling this out, because I haven't quite done that. So static image ads, and look at it, it's just going to be too big, so we got to take out the font, and I'll try to zoom in. Video ads. What were some other ones? There were hooks. I'm going to put this on my other screen just so I can fill it out more efficiently. There was scripting. There were media buying. There was landing pages. There was UGC/influencer. There were scroll stoppers. And there was production value. So at this point, let's see what we really have here, because we have our content ideas, basically, for what we're going to do on each of these platforms. That's all done. So I'm going to put a little check mark for each just so we can keep track of our progress. And then we also have our lead magnets brainstormed and completed. So in the context of this video, I don't know enough about the subject to make a lead magnet for each of these for this industry, but these are definitely the topics that I would do because I know what topics to do. And obviously, if I was making these lead magnets, this video would be monstrous in size. But what I am going to do is show you the framework that I would do, because the framework is valuable and it doesn't take a crazy amount of time. So what I would do is always, because we want it with our lead magnets, we want 3 things to be true. We want to follow this rule. We want it to be valuable. Even though the lead magnet is free, we still want to make it valuable, and we want to put it through the $50 test. Even though this is free, would you pay $50 for it? And if the answer is no, it's just not good enough. Is there an exact plan, an actionable plan that they can implement within 24 hours to get some quick wins? And is it readable? Is there only one image or graphic and one idea per slide in our Gamma doc? And that's why the Miro boards and getting good at this is so important. So static image ads. So what I did, if we recall, is this is going to be a swipe file, but we still have to do it in a certain way. So part 1 is our introduction. And this is the framework that I always use because it's just very easy and very important. What they should do. Part 3, why they should do it. Part 4, how they should do it. This is where the plan comes in. And then part 5, examples. In this case, that would be the swipe file. But we don't, just because it's a swipe file doesn't mean we want to give them some, just a Google folder of ads. Like, that is not good enough. It's not valuable enough. We need to teach them what they have to do. So think of every lead magnet as a masterclass or a guide / what they actually have to do. And then you'd have your slides in it like this. So this is what I would do. This is the framework I would use. And there, however many slides there are for each, that would definitely be dependent on what the topic is. And then I would do something where you're promote your introductory offer here, and then that would be the end. You'd have their book a call, you'd have all of that kind of stuff. The important thing that you want to do at the top is you want to have a video of yourself speaking. It's very important to have this so they remember you, remember your name, see what you look like, and know what you sound like. Because these 3 things equals a lot of trust being built. So as far as the frameworks, this is what I would use for all of them, to be honest. It's not exactly crazy. It's who, what, when, where, why, how formula, but who, when, and where are kind of obvious. Who, you, the person reading it. When, presumably now. Where, sitting at your desk. So those are kind of obvious, but we still have to do the what, why, and how. So this is the lead magnet framework I would use, though. Very important. So we're kind of getting there, aren't we? So what should we do next? I think we should do whatever our cold email is. And the cold email is very important. I'm just going to kind of do the cold email because we kind of do the same thing for DMs and prospecting. But the cold email will come down to 3 different things. We have the list, we have the offer, and we have the script. So if you're not into cold email, the number one well, these are all important, but the number one factor in success in cold email, assuming you have the right list, is having a great offer. It's once you have a great offer, like it almost doesn't matter as much what you put in the script, but very, very important. So what I would do is I would go to Apollo and I would start building my list. So what I would do here is you'd have to use your brain quite good. Or quite good. You have to use your brain here, and this would apply specific knowledge. I have significant knowledge about exporting email lists and cold email for e-commerce, so I know this for a fact, but it's not necessarily that everyone does. So what I would do, I would set the location to the United States just because that's where most of the money is, and they also have the least strict cold email laws. For technologies, I would do built with Shopify and Shopify Plus. This is what I would do for this case. What I would do here is, based on my previous knowledge of this subject, I know that this target audience will typically have, because you can build a very large e-commerce store with just a few employees, assuming you use a third-party logistics center, a shipping center, and you don't manufacture. Like, you could build a very big business with just 3 employees, a couple co-founders maybe, a couple customer support people. So this is the number of employees that have a company email address. So I'm going to put this between 3 and 10, because if they have more than 10 employees and like probably have someone in-house or they're already successful to afford that many employees, and below 3, they're probably, that's just too wide of range. It's people who, inactive stores, it's people who, have very limited revenue or no revenue. Like, so 3 people, if they have 3 people, I think we have a shot of exporting the right list. So the thing you want to do before you export any list is you want to open up, for example, Apollo showing 25 people. We want to make sure that if we open up all of these people, that at least 20 out of the 25 or 80%, whatever, if it's not 25, just say 80%, are actually good people in our target audience. And if they're not, we usually have to switch up our filters type thing. That's kind of what I'm trying to say. We also might narrow this down a bit more because this is kind of, to some degree, like we didn't really filter the job title, and, it might just not be perfect. So what we might want to do is not industry and keywords, but we want to go to job titles. We might want to narrow this down to the founder or co-founder or CMO, not CMON, CMO, director of marketing, whoever's going to actually make these decisions. Maybe a creative director, maybe not. I don't know if I put a creative director. But now that really, in my opinion, narrows it down a lot better as opposed to just anyone, because that would be people that don't make marketing decisions, people who have a customer support. Like, that's the reason they have a company email, just like non-related things, maybe developer, whatever. But if we have these things, we have our job title that has to do with marketing, we have the location of the United States, 3 to 10 employees, and using Shopify, it's a very good chance that this list is going to be a good one. We'd have to clean it after, we'd have to go through it, but that is all good. I don't like to use revenue because the formulas that these platforms like Apollo use to gather revenue are pretty inaccurate in my experience. What they do is they would take your average page views per month, they would apply an industry average conversion rate, apply an industry average order value, and then say this is how much revenue you do. And that's not very accurate in my opinion and my experience. So let's put the list here and let's just record all of these just for the sake of the video. So what do we have? USA, founder or marketing title. And let's make that text shorter again, or smaller, not shorter. We want to do using Shopify or Shopify Plus, because that's who we're going to go after, and 3 to 10 employees. And this would give us a great list, in my opinion. So there we go. What we want to do is for our offer, the offer is going to be the main leverage point, most important thing / leverage point. People get a ton of cold emails every single day, every single week, especially e-commerce brands, just because there's so many agencies and so many Facebook ad agencies specific for them that people just get a ton of cold emails. So this is not exactly a good thing for us. And it means we're going to have to stand out and have such a better offer that we really can't lose. It has to be that good. We can't just say book a call with us or do you want to talk? We have to give them something valuable ahead of time. And really what I would choose to do for them, assuming we have the labor, is I would say something like, I will make you 5 free image ads or something like that. And I would lead with this because to a large degree, like, we can have Facebook ad templates if we are a Facebook ad agency that make this a lot faster. And surprise, I do have these templates. So we could say we'll make 5 templates for you. Just give us some assets like images and what you want them to be about. And we could very quickly make these example image ads for them. And this will just make such a great, it'll be so much better than just saying, please get on a call with me or we do Facebook ads. And it'll make us stand out a lot more in the inbox and make us a lot more likely to reply. So for our script, 75 words or less is going to be super important. No one's going to read a book, and a lot of people will just have paragraphs and paragraphs for their cold email. We want to incorporate social proof if we can. So I'll make you 5 free image ads. We did this for X, Y, and Z brand that hopefully they would know about. Don't include false flattery and personalization. That just annoys people. It doesn't actually make it better. Someone would be like, I love what you're doing with 1,000x leads. By the way, I do video editing. It's stupid. What else do we need to do? We want to do 2 more things. We want to have a loom as the call to action. And we want to do this because we want to say something like, hey, we will make you 5 free image ads. I've recorded a short loom going exactly the process we take. Mind if I send it over? And if they say yes, then you show the loom. So you want to embed the loom in email with thumbnail to show your face as opposed to just having it as a link in there, because that's much more likely people will respond. So this is exactly what I would do for cold email. I would export this list. I would have my offer with 5 free image ads, and I'd be able to make them efficiently using templates just to show my skills. And then I would follow these rules for the script. And that's what I would do. So we're getting somewhere here. So basically, I would have the cold email to the, I guess you could say, 5 free static images offer. And that would be my unique mechanism, assuming that, with a little technology that I could automate this, which would be very, very good. So now we have cold email. I'm going to say cold DMs is the exact same offer, just for the sake of this video. And I would say prospecting eventually is what you get to that offer as well. So we're kind of getting somewhere, aren't we? We almost have all our lead magnets, our content, our outreach, and we just got to do partnerships, and then our top of funnel is complete. So for partnerships, we have our referral, we have our white label, we have our media, and we have our joint ventures. So what could we do for each of these types of partnerships? That is the question, isn't it? Right away, what I would do is I would be cold emailing these people to try to get the setup, or to try to get conversations with people. I'd also be DMing them and prospecting them, but let's just say this. So I could partner with, email agencies. I could partner with, development agencies. Let's just put email there instead, just because they're obviously agencies. We could have branding agencies. We could have landing page agencies. That would be a good one. Landing pages. Who else could we partner with here? We could partner with SEO agencies. All of these would serve e-commerce, just to clarify that. We could, assuming we don't do Facebook ads, we don't do Google ads, a Google ads agency would be excellent, wouldn't it? Because if they don't do Facebook ads, their customers want it. That's an easy referral. So I'm just going to stop here for the focus of this video. You could probably think of quite a few. And what else? What I'm going to do, another one here, because it's just very important, attribution / tracking apps, because those are the people who get a lot of inbound traffic. That's your target audience, people who need Facebook ads a lot of the time. So that's just an important one to do there. So let's put cold email for all of these. But what would I do for my media partnerships? So I'm going to drag this down a little bit. Yeah, let's not do cold email there. Let's just leave it like this because it doesn't look good. So I could do stuff like podcasts, e-commerce podcasts. I could do guest posts on e-commerce blogs. I could either guest post or sponsor someone's e-commerce newsletter. I could get on someone's YouTube channel. I could try to speak at someone's event. I could put on a special workshop for e-com communities. Like, these are all options of media partnerships where we're trying to leverage the other person's audience to suit our own purposes. And if we can give something of value to them, give them exciting new content for their members in the case of a group, or for people at their event in case of a speaking gig, or their YouTube audience or their podcast audience or whatever, then that's very valuable to the type of people that we're trying to go after. They're getting interesting content for their audience. We are getting more exposure. And for joint ventures, I might do something like, partner with all other types of agencies. And I might do like something like a school that's, you partner with school or course or something like that, where if I know everything about Facebook ads, I partner with someone who knows everything about email, someone who knows everything about Google, someone who knows everything about SEO, email, web dev, branding, etc. And we make like an offer, like a school or an all-inclusive e-commerce course or something of that nature that will, cover all the bases. And this is what I do for partnerships. So let's keep going, because we need our email flows. We need our thank you page. Thank you page. We can kind of put the thank you page in there. So I'd have to choose like which one of the conversion mechanisms that I would want to be dominant type thing. Which one would I want to do the most of? Because we'd have an appointment setter. That's not really what we do it for. We'd probably choose either a paid product funnel, a webinar funnel, a live workshop funnel, or a group funnel. And I think for this case, I would want to choose a paid product funnel as my, so I have thank you page focusing on paid product. And I would do this for reasons that I will reveal before this video is over. But I do this because I don't really like any of the other options like crazy. Not saying they wouldn't, but these brands might, not go in a community. There's a lot of e-commerce Facebook ad newsletters, live workshops, would one of these brands really want to sign up for that? And webinar, I don't really know off the top of my head how appealing that would be, but I think I have a great idea for a paid product. And it would be something like, 100 editable ad templates for $100 or something. Because this would be impressive and appealing to all levels of the market, from absolute beginners, gives us a way to monetize our unqualified traffic, all the way up to very successful stores. Like if the CEO or co-founder of a successful store saw this, they might just buy it, because why not? So let's go down here. And I would do this in the sense that they would be, editable in both Figma and Canva, just to make it easy for all the different options. And that is something that I would do right then and there. Very nice, very nice. We're getting somewhere now. For my affiliate stuff, I would do Facebook ad related softwares, of course. Something like, I don't want to name actual softwares because there's lots of different ones, but something like a tracking or attribution software. That would be one, something that they all need. I would do, an editing software maybe. I might do a landing page software because they need landing pages, right? I might do, let's take this kind of down and out of the way. Yeah, just like that. Perfect. I might do a AI copywriting software. And I'm just going to leave it at that because I hope that you get the idea of what I'm saying here. Just different softwares that Facebook ads and e-commerce brands need that would make sense to be an affiliate for. Let me just put this back up there because just the organization on this video is going to be tricky. And make it all square. So I make my email flows promoting the paid product in addition to everything else. So what I would do in each of my flows here, every single email, every single email would do a few different things. Let's just say promote paid product. Let's move this up a little bit. So it would promote the paid product. Let's make this a little smaller. It would answer one FAQ about Facebook ads. It would link to my content, priority on YouTube to further nurture them. And it would give one actionable tip, because you'll remember earlier that our FAQs are the basis of the content strategy. Actionable tips is one of the most important things for a lead magnet, and content is one of our most important conversion tools. So to show you that I actually do this, and let me open it on my other screen. Like this is what I use for 1000x leads. Like this is the framework or the formula for all of this stuff. If you're ever on my email list and opening this stuff, because this is actually what is important. So for example, in my own emails here, you can see this is the actual tip. Make your first notepad ad creative. Here's my link to my YouTube. These are the 6 skills you need. And here is an FAQ. Is there a guarantee with 1000x leads? So this is stuff that I actually do. So what I would do for this is I would do something like this. I would have my email flows. I would take 3 columns, for example. Let's make them 300. I would put actionable tip, YouTube/content link, and then an FAQ. Let's make this just stand out a little bit better. So what I would do is, youtube.com, my link to all my YouTube videos, however many, and I would just substitute all of them in. I'm just going to put youtube.com because I don't have these videos. This is a hypothetical agency, right? I would take the FAQs or whatever, and I would probably narrow this down to the most important ones, not just general FAQs, but for the sake of this video, let's just put in the FAQs we generated earlier. If you have, 30 emails in this flow over the course of 30 days or something like that, you'd take your 30 most important FAQs that have to do with Facebook ads, but also you, and you would kind of do that. So, maybe let's delete these. Why am I qualified for this? Why would you choose us as opposed to others? What results have we gotten from previous clients? And then the list just goes on. That's what I mean about the most important ones that have to do with not only Facebook, but you as well. And we can think of the actionable tips as very easy things to do that we can put in our emails that if they take them, they're going to get some quick wins. So let's think of these as a guide to quick wins. And I don't know much about Facebook ads anymore. I used to have a Facebook ad agency back in the day, but the industry has evolved quite some time, and I don't want to embarrass myself on this video by saying something extremely stupid or obsolete. So this is what I would have for the email flows. I'd probably have 30 emails in first 30 days. And if that scares you, it shouldn't. If they unsubscribe, they're never going to basically do that for you, or they're never going to hire you anyways. So don't really worry about that. So 30 emails in first 30 days. And don't worry, I'm going to zoom in here. Affiliate links for Facebook ads was our affiliate offer, because we're really getting somewhere now. Like, think of all that we have done so far. I'm going to delete this for now because we haven't done it, and I don't know why I put it in there. But our funnel is really getting somewhere now, isn't it? So now all we got to do is think of our newsletter. And the newsletter is not going to be crazy. So it's going to be an e-commerce or a newsletter about... Newsletter is meant to be over here. Newsletter about advertising. And that I wouldn't say that we want to make this specific to Facebook ads. I would prefer to make it about advertising in general, because I think that is just a lot more important. So let's go over here. So newsletter about advertising. Let's just say about advertising. We don't need to say in general again. But the thing is, I would be sending this out minimum of 3 times per week, because that is what's needed to get them to remember you, to trust you, to know you. Facebook ads are a very crowded niche, and we need to put in the work, and we're not going to win without putting in the work here. So 3 times per week newsletter about advertising. So let's just say that we have achieved this now. So what we'd want to do is, for our live workshop here, once per week, I would design image or video ads in real time in Figma or whatever. I think that would be a very excellent live workshop idea that would, for once per week, that would show off your skills in real time and make excellent recordings and training videos and proof to your clients that you know what you're doing. I think that'd just be an excellent opportunity. I am OCD with this type of stuff. Sorry about that. So let's just format it like a normal person would instead of how I was doing that before. So an excellent way to think of a webinar is, either top 5 or top X things to achieve Y, or top X things to avoid to achieve Y. So this webinar and its effectiveness will be all about the framing. Top 5 things e-commerce brands doing 1 to 5 million need to do to get to 10 to 20 million. We really have to, due to the nature of what we're doing here, we're really going to have to call out our target audience hard for this, or they're going to just, because Facebook ads could mean many things to many different people. We really need to call out the audience very, very hard in this, because Facebook ads could be for beginners or drop shippers or whatever. It's easy to assume these things. So if we don't call out the target audience very hard, the amount of people who sign up for the webinar will be very not great. And this webinar should be pre-recorded. We could also choose to frame it differently. We could frame it as a case study frame if we want. So, top 5 things we did with X, Y, and Z brand to help them go from 1 to 5 million to 10 to 20 million. As long as you're calling out your target audience, you have a few different options available. I might try both, and I might make 2 webinars here just to see what works the best, because to a large degree, you don't know what's going to work the best without trying. So I'm just taking over the stuff from earlier because we kind of put it in the main spot before. But I would do long, unedited, super value focused video, kind of like the one you're watching right now. And I would post these 7 days per week. And that's just that. If you're wondering why, that sounds like a lot of effort, it is. And that's just life. You could really make it a lot faster and more efficient with this spreadsheet though. And I would say try and set up system to make these with AI. If you can do this, you can do a lot more volume. It's going to be a lot better and that kind of stuff. So we're getting there. So for the group, nothing crazy. Group for e-commerce owners over 1 million per year. If you're going to make a group though, like this, you got to make people show proof to join, because the effectiveness of this, I believe, if you have just beginners or people who don't even have e-commerce stores yet, is going to very much kind of get ruined by the fact that there's people that are beginners there, and the actual people in our target audience are not going to be as engaged. So our appointment setter should follow up twice per week. One time, and this is why the other, wants to schedule a call, to try to schedule a call, and wants to promote the other conversion mechanisms. So basically, let's say on Monday, our appointment setter was reaching out to try to get a call. And on Thursday, they're reaching out to try to get them to come to our live workshop or join our webinar or buy the Facebook ad templates or get the 5 free image ads or watch a YouTube video. If we have all of these other conversion mechanisms, we can reach out and have our appointment setter talk to them way more often. So appointment setter 2 times per week. Top five things webinar. Live workshop designing ads in real time, I think would be great. And we gotta decrease the size a little bit, and I'll zoom in just so we can see. And we'd have a group, a vetted group. Let's go with vetted group for e-com owners over 1 mil per year. So that is, what we really want to be doing here. So now we are very close to being finished, kind of, in a way, because we have all of our partnerships. So I'm just going to put white label because we had them over there, but there's just no room. Media and JV. And if you remember, that's like the white label is the other agencies that do other services, but not Facebook ads, the media or the podcasts and stuff. So we're very much almost done this video. Should be another 10 minutes at most, all the way down so far. So our paid ads, our outreach, our partnerships, our everything is getting somewhere. Now we just have to work on I'm just going to put free video content. What I would do is make a video of all these lead magnets and post the video for free on the website. And if they want the actual lead magnet, then they have to sign up. So our recurring service is going to be Facebook ad management. That was kind of what I had in mind before the call was even started. So we want to refer to other agencies as that offer, where if they are not qualified or they can't afford it, freelancer or cheaper agency, and we'll collect a referral fee instead of just wasting those leads. So let's just put an arbitrary $7,000 per month for Facebook ad management. And that's, as far as I know, in line with what you'd actually get these days. For our course, we might have a top 10 things, or we could have a, video creative course or something like that. And then we could have a, Facebook media buying program. And these could be cheaper. Like this could be, let's say, $1,000 for $1,000. Let's go Facebook ads coaching for $500 per month or something like that. Like these are examples of things that, you need to, let's go coaching, and let's go creative course, because the creative is most important. Like these are things that for people who are unqualified, now we can sell them these Facebook ad templates. Now we're generating affiliate revenue through our lead magnets and our email flows. Now we have someone to refer them to if they can't afford us. Now we have a course offering if they can't afford us or they want to know to do it themselves. Now, if they can't afford us and they want to learn to do it themselves, we have a coaching offer where we can give them feedback and stuff in addition to our Facebook ad service. So the only thing that we have left is our one-time service. And what I would probably do is, either an audit for $500, but that's kind of lame, I would say. I would do something maybe like a landing page for $2,500, because they need a great landing page for their Facebook ads to work properly. And, do it yourself or white label / outsource. And that's a very good value proposition. That's probably what I would do if I was this agency. And if I didn't have the capabilities to kind of make this, I would outsource it and just kind of eat the cost or not make a ton of profit, but just have that for the purpose of, that's a very important part of Facebook ads. They're going to need a high performing landing page anyways. So you might as well do that, even if you're not going to make a lot of money. So the last thing we have to do is our pre-call flow. And our pre-call flow is important for a few reasons. I'm just going to bring it over here. The things we want to get in our pre-call flow. So after they schedule a meeting or on your Calendly or whatever, I would send them at least 3 emails before, triggered maybe 24 hours before, 4 hours before, and 1 hour before. I would show examples of your work, show testimonials plus case studies of your work, and I would show replays, videos of designing in real time in live workshop, because I think that would be such a great thing to do in terms of build trust. So now we have every single part of our funnel for a Facebook ad agency doing targeting brands doing $1 to $5 million per year. And that is that. Like, this is how you would apply this to any business. The 1000x leads funnel works for absolutely anything in B2B. These are the things you would go through. You'd think of your FAQs. You would think of your YouTube videos. You would think of your lead magnet ideas. You would think of you'd export your list. You'd do all of that kind of stuff. And it's very easy. It's very powerful. And it can be done with absolutely any business. So I hope this video was valuable, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hey there, everybody. This will be a video on how I would build a $1 million per year UGC, user-generated content agency for e-commerce brands. Now, this wouldn't necessarily have to be for e-commerce brands. You could do this for agencies, for SaaS, for really anything. But I have to choose some sort of example for the video, so that's what I chose. So what I've got here is the 1000x leads funnel, which has everything we need to generate leads. We have our bottom of funnel offers, websites, and conversion mechanisms. We have our middle of funnel lead capture and lead nurturing, and we have our top of funnel traffic sources. So what I've done here is I've broken it down to the bottom of the funnel, to the middle of the funnel, and the top of the funnel here. So we have all of it laid out nicely. What I'm going to do is going to basically tailor this to a hypothetical user-generated content agency. So we need to build this from the bottom up for the same reason that you would build a skyscraper from the bottom up. You can't really build the top or the roof before the bottom is in place. It's going to be all messed up. It's just not possible because all of our middle of funnel, all of our top of funnel is going to be dependent on what it is that we are offering. So let's get right into it. The first thing that we have to do is we have to figure out the offers. So what I'm going to do here is probably just use sticky notes actually, and something like this. I'm going to start with the intro offer because that is very important. For the intro offer, I think a very strong intro offer is we will remake your top performing ad 10 times with different avatars. So for example, if they just have a ad that's already performing well and they're happy with it, they see results, basically remake that ad with 10 different people. So we can make it with someone who's white, someone who's black, someone who's Asian, someone who's Arab, someone who's from South America, someone who's old, someone who's young, someone who's fat, someone who's skinny, someone who's all of these different things, male, female. And this, I think, would be a great intro offer because it would be easy to sell. They're already very confident that this ad is performing, and it is. So we don't even have to guess or script a lot of this stuff. We just take their winning ads and remake them. And I think that's a great intro offer because they'll believe it's going to be successful. Going to be very easy for you to do because you know it already works. And then it's just a matter of getting those type of avatars. And if you're going to do a UGC agency, you're going to have to find a lot of creators. There's no doubt about that. And I think we could get something along the lines of, we could do this for $2,500 to $5,000 as a one-time fee. And then if we wanted, we could do a guarantee where if it doesn't perform similar or better, then we could give them whatever, money back, keep making more content for them. Doesn't matter. The next thing we're going to do is the recurring service. And I think the best way to do the recurring service is kind of like a productized service where they pay X per month to get Y different creatives. And I think that is going to be the easiest to understand for them. And that's probably something they want anyway. So the intro offer would be something that's very easy to understand, and very low risk because they know this ad concept already works and you just want to get your foot in the door. And then once your different creatives with those different avatars are proven to perform, it'd be very easy to just say, okay, we'll do a continuation. It could either be a continuation of this intro offer just on a recurring basis, or it could be something new. It's up to you if you're going to run this agency, but I'd probably just make it, okay, we're going to keep remaking your winning ad creatives type of thing. We're going to do that for $5,000 a month. You'll get 10 to 20 different creatives, and you always ensure that you have a lot of creatives to test. So the next thing is referral partnerships, and we want to make referral partnerships and collect referral fees with similar but not competitive agencies. So what would that mean? If we are doing UGC and that's our agency, e-commerce stores buy a lot of different stuff. So we might have email marketing agencies, SEO, Facebook, media buying. We're going to go media buying. What's some other ones? CRO. What are some other ones? Other e-commerce agencies. There's ton, and I can't even think of them right now. But let's just leave it at that because that's 4 different types of agencies. Where we probably have an influencer marketing too, because that's kind of a natural continuation of UGC. So we want to have relationships with people we trust that would do a good job in these things. And if
people ask us, our clients ask us, we can refer to them and collect some fees. And that's very, very important. For the course next, I would probably do just a full-on course, like maybe even top 5 different things where, it'd be like how to come up with ideas, how to write scripts, how to find creators, how to basically brief and communicate with creators, and then how to put it all together or something. Just like a $497 or a $997 course, that we could do something like that. Because there's always going to be a part of the market who just wants to learn to do it themselves. This could be either like they're qualified to work with you or unqualified, by the way. Like if they just want to know that, and you determine on the sales call that that's the best option for them, it's important that we have that, because that's going to be like 10, 15% of the market. And if we don't have something like that, we are basically going to be missing out on 10 to 15% of potential revenue. And that's very profitable revenue, because a course is going to be, outside the initial production costs, it's going to be close to 95% plus margin after accounting for payment processing fees and software fees. So it's very important that we do that. The next would be, I would make something like a $42,000 per year UGC mastermind, where, you can basically, they come in, you could connect them with creators, you could help them on like a call once per week on how to do that kind of stuff and how to make these scripts and how to come up with ideas. And you kind of hold them accountable and hold the creator accountable, where, you could call this a UGC mastermind, see other brands. It'd just be for bigger brands for sure, because a small brand's not going to pay $42K per year. You can make it $36K per year. You can make it $25K per year. Wouldn't really make this under $25K per year though, just because it's not really worth it at that point for the amount of work. But you get 10, 20 brands at this, that's going to be an extra like $400 to $850K a year revenue. And that's going to be very profitable revenue too. A program or a mastermind like that is always a welcome addition to any kind of agency, in my opinion, and it's not something that's commonly done. And if you don't want to do that and you're just not comfortable with that, you could have something like $500 per month feedback channel, where they can just, you're not really doing anything for them. You're just answering questions for $500 or $1,000 per month. Basically like a consulting, but it's very standardized type thing. So that is what I would do for these offers so far. And if I think of anything before the end of the video, I'll add it. But let's go back to here and let's just put some check marks here. Put them in green here. So where are we here? Check mark, check mark, check mark. So very good. We've got a long way to go, but that's a start for sure. The next thing I want to have is, obviously we want to have case studies on the website, video testimonials on the website. But I'd like to talk more about the video content here. Wrong one there. Need to put those sticky notes instead. So for video content on the website, what I would want to do is have like 6 to 12 free long form videos embedded that give them tips and advice on X, Y, and Z. So for example, for UGC, we might have scripting, we might have ideation, we might have editing, we might have hooks, we might have whatever. So 6 to 10 long YouTube videos that kind of act as a free form of value that they don't even need to opt in for necessarily. They just have to look at it. And I think that would be a very, very good thing on the website. This is going to build a lot of goodwill, a lot of trust, and kind of differentiate ourselves from all the other UGC agencies who just either have nothing or you have to pay for it or whatever. And like these could be embedded on YouTube too. And them discovering our YouTube will nurture them even further. And we'll go into YouTube later. But like these, I think, are some very important things to have on the website, in my opinion. For the VSL, I do a couple of things too. And the same thing, the VSL on the top of your website proves you are not an anonymous internet scammer.
Like that's really what the purpose, in my opinion, of a VSL is. You're no longer a nameless, faceless person. You're a real person with their face, their voice, their all of that kind of stuff. And that's very, very important for this kind of stuff. For the VSL, what I would do is make a list of 10 to 20 FAQs and then sort them by importance and then basically answer them. We don't need to have a crazy VSL here that's super edited and super like production value to the moon here. We need to answer questions. Show your face, let them hear your voice, etc. So the purpose of me saying that, because you might think obviously, but some people will make like a VSL without their face in it. And I don't really like that. I think the main purpose of the VSL, on the website at least, is to prove you're not a scammer, and showing your face and letting them hear your voice is important for that. So this should be 7 minutes or less, in my opinion. Because the purpose of this particular VSL, this would be the one at the top of the website, is not to really sell them. It's to answer questions and let them hear your voice and see your face. So very, very important stuff. So let's go here, and we're going to basically just put check marks here. And at that point, we're going to think of the website as optimized. And you can agree with that or not, but these are the 4 things, in my opinion, in my experience, that get 80% of the result. So we need to go to the sales call next, and just sales process in general. So we have 4 different parts here. We have the pre-call flow, we have the sales presentation, we have the sales call, and we have the follow-up. And they're all very important stuff, right? So what we want to do with the pre-call flow, and I'll show you it in my Calendly here. It's an interactive video, I guess you could say. So what we want to do is we want to collect important information. So we want to basically qualify them in terms of price. We want to get their revenue, their website, ask where they came from, that kind of stuff. And then once they submit, we want to redirect to the sales presentation that we're going to show them, but we'll talk about that in a minute. And then we also want to have a bunch of reminders. And those are like the 3 functions of a pre-call flow. So we're going to put reminders. We're going to put qualifying / disqualifying questions. And forgive me there, but we're just going to have to deal with the cutoff on the sticky note. Life is hard, and I'm sure we'll all be okay. We want to redirect to the sales presentation so they know exactly what we will be talking about. Okay, let's move this over a little bit. Let's move this over a little bit further even. And we're going to just put it here. Let's put some arrows, of course, because we need it to mentally signify that we're going to be doing all of these things. So the next part is going to be the sales presentation. So let's talk about the 3 most important parts. So answers all of the main questions. So I'm going to go over that because that's pretty vague. Lets them know the next steps. Lets them know the price plus potential ROI. These are the 3 most important parts, because in this video, I'm kind of going over like the 80-20 of everything, which is a good way to live your life, to be honest, if you're looking for maximum efficiency. But I have a presentation here for 1000x leads, and the main questions that I refer to are like, what is the purpose here? Like, what are we trying to even do without being like crazy, without saying a bunch of buzzwords and jargon? Just explain to them what exactly we're trying to do. And then we want to have contrast, because contrast is what makes everything great. Like, there would be nothing that's good if we weren't able to compare it to something that's bad. If there was just darkness all the time, it wouldn't even be darkness, because there's nothing to compare it to, the light. So how is this normally done? And so what we're trying to do compared to how it's normally done by the average person. What are the limitations of this? Because, if without the part where you say why that's bad, like this doesn't have that much oomph, or that it doesn't have teeth. But when we say like, what are the limitations of this, it really, really makes it seem a lot more painful. What difference will it make when we are successful? This is an obvious but overlooked part, and really spell it out for them. How does it work? That kind of stuff. Like, what is the process? Why does it work? How much does it cost? How long will it take? What is the roadmap? And I always do some FAQs or some Q&A type things that these things don't necessarily fit in any of the stuff, or they're just not important enough, but you could have it at the end. So that's what I mean by answer all of the main questions. It's also what I mean by lets them know the next steps and how to start, and then lets them know the price. It's very, very important that you give them and you can kind of paint a picture in their mind. What are the next steps? How is this actually going to work? So how does it work? How much does it cost? Why does it work? How long does it take? These are very good questions to just put in their mind, because they're already going to be wondering, no matter what you sell, no matter what niche you're in, what language you speak, what country you're from, everyone's going to be wondering this stuff. So it's not like you should hide it, or it's not like, oh, is this applicable to me? That would be applicable to absolutely everyone on earth. So that is what the sales presentation should be about. Next thing is about the sales call, and you have 60 seconds to prove that you are powerful on the sales call. Oops, spelling that wrong. And this is some good advice that I heard from a sales trainer before, and since I started taking it seriously, that really helped me. We always want to ask a few questions. So like, what is the goal? Why now? As opposed to what, like 6 months ago, 12 months ago, what happens if we don't solve it? Another good, is this formatting right? Yeah, this is formatting, just fine. What happens if we don't solve it? Why do it with us as opposed to something else? And then, these are the 4 main questions that I like to ask. There's a few different ones that I ask personally, but it's kind of very specific to my own business, so I'm not going to include them here. But these are very good questions for every agency, and especially this UGC agency. And you might want to or you might think these are kind of basic questions, and you probably know this, but the value of asking this, especially in the first few minutes of the call, is getting them to admit that they have, these problems. Because getting them to admit that they have these problems versus you just telling them really hits different psychologically, and it's going to very much improve your close rate, as opposed to just you being, oh yeah, you got to buy this because or else you're screwed, et cetera, et cetera. So what I would do is, after these questions and answers, maybe 5 to 7 minutes, I'm spelling horrible today, I would go into the screen share sales presentation from right here, that has all of the questions and answers and information that they would need. What is with my spelling today? And then after the sales presentation, I would go into the questions and answers, objections, and the close. And what I would be doing is realistically trying to sell everybody my intro offer if they're going to get on a call with me, just because it's so much easier to sell than pretty much any other type of offer, especially a higher commitment recurring service. So if we remember back, that is going to be, I'm going to remake your top performing ad creatives with 10 different avatars. 5 different avatars, doesn't matter, but I think that's a great offer for both them and for us, because it's easy to fulfill for us, because we are basically going off something that we know works, and it's great for them just because I probably believe that would work a lot better. So we want to have 12 weeks of follow-up with 2 times per week. So 24 follow-ups in total. We want to have 24 pre-made hand messages in our CRM that we can use to follow up quickly and efficiently. And we want to do it that way just because it's faster, but also even more so they don't miss any information that they need. So what I would do is make sure every single follow-up is valuable. in terms of content, advice, etc. So you might have some case studies in every follow-up or some videos to watch or something of that nature. And this is why the entire funnel is so important. You need to be building everything in the funnel for its own purpose too, but also because then it makes following up a lot easier and a lot less annoying for people. And then we can follow up more, close more sales, and then we're kind of off to the races. So basically we're building from the ground up here still, and we're maybe halfway through, maybe not. But oops, I just made my face excessively large. So let's keep going here. Let's space these out a little bit. So we're getting into what we call in 1000x leads the conversion mechanisms. You are free to call these whatever you want, I suppose, but I'm going to be using the term conversion mechanism. And this is my video, so it is what it is. Just spacing these out a bit better. I should have done that before the video started, but it is what it is. So we're just going to do that here. And what we're going to do is do the exact same thing, but just say what I would be doing for a lot of these things. So one of the best ways to convert someone into clients is through a paid product. So you basically sell them a paid product. You get their credit card, their contact information. It's kind of like a commitment to you, if you want to think of it that way. And then you just upsell them over time through email, through text message, through just them deciding that you're a good fit and all of that kind of stuff. So for this, what I would do for this is I would have a list of 100 hooks for ads. And let me see if I could pull up something to show you what I mean. But I just thought of this as a good option. A list of 100 hooks for UGC ads with an example for each is what I would do. And I price that about $100. Let's see if I can pull something up. I would price that at about $100, and I think that would be a very strong, so I got something here. I think that would be a very strong way to do it. So what I would do is something like have 100 hooks like this. So this is about 103, 104 hooks. And then I would have an example, and then I would have an actual file of this being done. And I think that would be well worth $100 for them, and very valuable thing where it also breaks down some barriers to them doing it. Where what I mean by that is, how would I really do this? And then you can kind of use these as like to paint a picture in their minds of what they might be doing. So then they say, okay, we could do that. And then they're even more likely to hire you after that. So what I would be doing is, $97 for 100 hooks plus bonuses. And I would try to break even on the ad spend. Because if it costs $97 and I sell it through Facebook ads for $80, that's a small profit, but the small profit's not the point. I'm basically generating leads for free because front end is self-liquidating type thing. That is the promised land of paid ads for agencies. If you can choose one situation to be in, that's the situation you're going to want to be in. So the next one is affiliate links. We put these in all of our lead magnets. I would put something like, triple whale, foreplay, maybe like something like VRO or VWO for A/B testing pages, something like that, where we just have very specific tools that an e-commerce store for UGC ads could take advantage of. And we'll put those in our lead magnets, which we'll talk about later. That will build up some nice recurring revenue over time. We might have like Webflow or Reflow for the landing pages, that kind of stuff. Not too crazy, but you can really build a lot of recurring MRR with this, especially if you are spending it on ads to fill it. It'd be very, very good. For my webinar, I would do top 5 things you need to create UGC ads that print money. It's a very good webinar. I'd probably try to make it something around 1 hour long. And I would do, with this, I would have basically the theory, the action steps, the frameworks, and the examples. So I'd have all 4 of those things. And that would be very important to make the webinar as good as possible, because we're not doing any of this out of the goodness of our hearts. Remember, we are trying to make money, and having these 4 things is going to make the webinar as good as possible and then make us the most money. So it's in our interest. We're not just doing it. For the live workshop, what I would do is once per week, I would, either get people from my community, or I would brainstorm, script, and then write, UGC ads for famous brands. If I go on there and write Nike, or let's even go less than that, like Fashion Nova, Athletic Greens, that kind of stuff. And I do this live in front of people from my email list. Hopefully there'll be some potential clients in there. But even if there's not, it's good practice to speak. It's good content. For my newsletter, I would write it probably 3 times per week, and I would have sections, because the key to a successful newsletter is to have, inherently interesting, repeatable formats. So you just want to be able to basically go into your newsletter, and here's my newsletter. It's not a UGC newsletter, but basically what you want is a few different sections where you have something like, and I'll show you what I'll do, but you just want to be able to duplicate it and just keep using it over and over again. So for this, I would have 3 sections in my newsletter. I would have basically top performing UGC ads of the week as examples. I would have actionable tip to improve your UGC ads. And then I would have some form of longer form instructional content. And I think if we had these sections, that'd be a good mix of something that's interesting to creators, because with this business model, we need to basically always be recruiting creators as well. So we want to have something that's interesting to both creator and brand. And I think that these would be very interesting. Well, I'm trying to do something as simple as a line here and failing, so just ignore that. But I think these sections would be very, very strong for our UGC newsletter. So what we've done here is, let's go, even though that's also green and you can't see it, basically over to here. So we need to get these other things here, and let's get into it, because we have them down here. I'm going to move these down a little bit. I'm also going to log into something on my other screen that I think would be interesting. So for our community, the main purpose of a community, and that's what I use for 1000x leads as my preferred conversion mechanism. So the main purpose of the community is, this is the best option if you put in a ton of effort, but it is the worst option if you don't. So you can decide that for yourself. But the community is so good because membership questions enrich data. It's so good because you can build personal relationships with people. And it's so good because it acts as a form of social proof. So there's no other conversion mechanism that does that, but at the same time, that's a lot of work. So you have to decide for yourself if you're going to put the amount of work in, because realistically, you might have all of these, but your main conversion mechanism is going to be one of them. And the webinar doesn't let you build a personal relationship or act as social proof. So live workshop kind of does. The newsletter doesn't really, but it's so good because you can get them to download your lead magnets, for example. And then when they join the group, or if to join the group, you can ask them for what is their website, what is their monthly revenue, that kind of stuff. And this can be basically synced to your CRM, so you can sort people by whatever they want, right? And I'm not going to do that here just because I want to show you people's revenue, because that's scummy. But for example, we'll just go to this person quick, and hopefully they've answered the membership questions. So what is their monthly revenue? 0. What is their 1-year goal? Where you could just see what that is. And all of all of that stuff is going to be beamed into your CRM where you know that stuff for them, and then you can really be a lot more intentional with the appointment setting. So appointment setting, we want to email, SMS, phone everyone who is qualified by in terms of revenue once per week, and we want to do, or twice per week, sorry. And we want to do that based on the revenue that we got from our conversion mechanisms. So for people who are qualified in terms of revenue, which would probably be above 500K per year, at least in terms of this UGC agency, we want to pitch our intro offer. For those under this, for people under 500K, you may want to pitch them the course. And that's why it's so important, because just by the law of math, there's going to be more businesses under 500K than over it. Like, why would there be? So if we don't have anything to offer them, we're going to be losing out on a lot of the potential revenue of our list, of our target markets, all of that kind of stuff. So for our content, we want to make at least 3 long-form YouTube videos per week. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit more in the actual top-of-funnel YouTube section, but this is mostly the reason that content is so good is because it shows up at every part of the funnel. We have content at the very top to drive traffic. We have content in the middle here to like nurture them and demonstrate, what we're talking about. We have content at the bottom of the funnel. That's going to mostly be like YouTube content. And then we have content after their clients too, because although it might seem counterintuitive, no one watches your content more than your current clients. That might sound backwards, but they become a lot more bought in. They become a lot more likely to do what you say and a lot less likely to churn. So content is just so important, and we're going to go over that later. What I would probably do is something like how I would do UGC for X brand. There's just 3 different types of, videos. The next one I would do would be something like more instructional step-by-step guide on how to do X, Y, and Z. And the third one would be maybe like a very quick tip or actionable step to improve your videos. And I would kind of try to cycle through these. So like one of each of these type of videos per week would be what I would be going for. And I think that's an easy way to brainstorm videos and also a very good way to make content. So for my unique mechanism, I would use build an AI or, GPT that writes good UGC ads and or comes up with good UGC hooks and ideas. So what I have here on my other screen is I have something like this for my own internal use, where it will build a marketing plan for people based on this funnel. So they just put in their stuff and it goes through all of this process, and it turns out a very nice marketing plan. So let me pull that up on my other screen and show you that that is true, as well as what it looks like, I guess you could say. So like here is an example of if they just fill out a form, like this is what they would get, where they have 66 pages of literally everything they can think of. That's been a good lead magnet for me. It has everything they need. And I would put the effort and time and pay someone if needed to try to make something like that for this UGC agency. Because even if you don't use it like publicly as a tool to convert people, you could probably save a lot of time and labor doing that for your internal team. And it's just a very good thing to do. So let's go and see where we're at now. So I'm going to change it back to green. Community, appointment center, content, unique mechanism. So now we need to go to the middle of the funnel because the bottom of the funnel is more or less complete. So what I'm going to do here is think of all of the different lead magnets that we want to create, because we want to create lead magnets to solve every different problem, because every problem or every group of problems, and you'll see what I mean in a minute, is a reason for someone not to buy. So we need to really do that. So the correct way to think about lead magnets is it should be like masterclass level documents that solve different problems or steps that have to do with service. So here are my lead magnets and the 1000x leads marketing funnel. What are the different parts of this if we go back? They're, literally everything we're talking about in this video. So what I've done is I've created lead magnets, one for the newsletter, one for the content, one for the conversion mechanisms, one for the offers, one for the prospecting, one for partnerships, one for ads, one for productivity and habits to actually get this done, one for lead magnets, one for cold emails. And what we need to do here is brainstorm what these would be for a UGC agency. And this will usually be like 6 to 12, something of that nature. So let's go. What should we do first? Let's just increase the text size here. So we might do ideas. We might do scripting. We might do editing. We might do hooks. We might do audio, sound. We might do camera and production value. We might do how to find creators. We might do how to negotiate with creators. We might do how to brief creators, like tell them exactly what you want. And the next thing might be is, what could the last one be? It doesn't have to be 10. I just have 10 here. We could easily stop at 9. But it would be, something like how to, we're going to go with 9 here just because I can't think. And there's no reason for us to be 10. But think of it. If you're going to make a user-generated content ad, these are the main parts. Ideas, scripts, editing, hooks, audio and sound, camera production value, how to find creators, how to negotiate, and how to brief them. If you have all that stuff, that's, that's basically all you need to do. And I'm going to go with, how to test ads. That's pretty good. So that's what I would do for the lead magnets. For the email flows, what I would do, or for the post opt-in. So basically, let's say this is the opt-in page, something simple where they're going to get your lead magnets. The thank you page would be, if we're going to use a group funnel, which I would here, would be this page where they have to sign up and you can get their information. So what I would do here is the thank you page would be the group sign up page. In addition to that, or instead of that, you could do a thank you page as book a call. But for this one, just because we have to get creators as well as brands and balance that, I'd probably use a group. For my email flows, what I would be doing is, after they opt in, 30-day email flow once per day, answering different FAQs. So what I mean by that, I'm not going to do all 30, but I'm going to do a couple, is, some universal ones. I'm going to do 3 here. And let's get the arrows quick. That's really just ruining my life, this video board right now. It's fine though. It's fine if my life's ruined. Will this work for my brand? Why do UGC ads work better than normal ads? What is the first step to getting started with UGC ads? And I would just think of the 30 most important frequently asked questions and just answer them all once per day for 30 days. So essentially what you would do, do I have my ConvertKit open? Essentially what you do, you could use whatever, but if you use ConvertKit, you'd have a form. You would have a sequence and you'd have a visual automation. Basically, you would create a new sequence. You just have it 30 emails here, one for each. And if they signed up for that form, I'll show you here. Just put this here. We'll just save it here. So what basically you would do is you'd sync it. So if they joined the Claire form, because that was just the name of it, because we didn't name it, it'd be added to an email sequence, whatever one we said earlier. And then that's how it would work. So you would just have this 30-day email flow that would automatically trigger whenever they downloaded one of the lead magnets. And that's very simple, but it's a very important part of the process. And then I'd also probably CTA to conversion mechanism or intro offer from each email, or maybe even both. So in each email, like, okay, yep, I'm doing a live workshop at this date. You can join if you want. And then also, here's my intro offer, that kind of stuff, which would be, I'll remake your ad creatives. So that is essentially the middle of the funnel here. Let's put some check marks on all of these. Might be an excessive amount of check marks, but it's fine. Now let's go to the top of the funnel. So for this, basically, there's a few different options for what we want to do, because we have the option to run our ad funnel to our product, to some lead magnets, or to our one-time service or intro offer. I'm going to call that the intro offer. So what we do for each, we have like an e-commerce style landing page selling the 100 hooks for $97 is what I would do for that. And then the key would be to, goal is to get sales for 97 CPA or lower, free leads, basically. If I was going to do the lead magnet, and you don't have to choose between these actually work better when you do all of them. I would split the budget evenly to all of my lead magnets and see which ones perform the best. And then once I found that, I would split 80% of my budget towards the best performers and then 20% to the rest, because you still want to ensure all lead magnets are downloaded. Very important stuff. For my intro offer, I would be basically book a call page with a bunch of proof and examples. Kind of as simple as that. Oops. That's what I would do for ad campaigns. You have a few different options, but you can do all of them if you want. So what I would do here for my written content is I would basically write it all for Twitter in Hype Fury and then cross-post it to the other platforms. And what you would want to do here is basically, easiest way to do this would be take the same subcategories that you had for your lead magnets. So in this case, it would be like the scripting, the editing, all that kind of stuff. And then what you'd want to do, let's get this out of the way quick, is use ChatGPT. You brainstorm 20 to 50 FAQs for each, and then you have 200 plus content ideas, and you would basically never, ever run out again. So if I open my ChatGPT here, let's see. So give me a list of 50 high-level FAQs about creating UGC for e-commerce stores. These should be very advanced. No beginner questions. Don't explain them, just list them. And then you'd ask for 50 because not all of them are going to be good. And then what we do here, basically, if we're really getting into it, is we probably do something like this, where we have a spreadsheet. Let's resize it a little bit. Let's get that out of the way. Just differentiate this a little bit visually. And then we would, where's my ChatGPT? Okay, it's over here. we would get a bunch of FAQs for each of these subcategories, and then we'd probably have to narrow them down. We'd ask ChatGPT for 50, but a lot of these are going to be basically overlapping or just stupid. So by the time we're done, if we have 10 subcategories and we ask for 15, we could probably narrow that down to 20 at each, and then we'll have 200 full content ideas. What I would do for the YouTube videos and the TikToks, I've already kind of gone over what I would do for the YouTube videos over here. I'm just going to copy and paste this because we don't need to do it twice. But for the TikTok videos, and if you remember how I do UGC for X brand, instructional, and then quick tips, what I would do for TikTok is I would sort the best performing tweets, LinkedIn posts, Instagram posts, and then make short form videos based on those. So if we do the previous step and we do all the written content, we're going to be able to go into our analytics and see like which ones are the best. And I would take these, because you probably do multiple of these per day, and you would just see, okay, this one got 50 likes instead of 10, for example. I might as well just do that one, right? That's what I would do for that. For the outreach, it's going to be the same strategy for all of them. So what we need to do is we have cold email, we have cold DMs, and we have prospecting. So the difference between the three is just like method that you're using. Prospecting will be manual, like outreach. Cold DMs will be like on LinkedIn, on Instagram, that kind of stuff. And cold email will be cold email. But we need a list, we need the offer, and we need the script. So for the list, what we want is, in my opinion, we'll go into Apollo and we'll like search some data here. Go something like job titles, like founder. Let's go director of marketing. Just like CEO, CMO. We're going to go to location, probably the United States. That has the least strict cold email laws, and just the notes. That's what I would do, at least. You're going to go like probably 3 to like 25 employees, just because under 3, like they might just not be big enough, and over 25 probably will do that themselves. And then we would also, I don't have a Apollo plan here, but we'd also want to sort it by Shopify. So then we'll see only Shopify stores, and that's what I would do for the list. So basically the list would be maybe we'll have to split these up a bit. USA, founder, marketing titles, 3 to 25 employees. It's usually a more predictable way to judge the size than revenue, at least when you're exporting lists like this. And then I would have Shopify as the technology. So for the offer, it's going to be the intro offer. I'm going to remake your stuff for you. So we've already done that, which is nice. We don't have to create a different cold email software. Remake this performing ad creative headlines. For the script, we basically want it to be 75 words or less, and the CTA will be a loom. So we'll record a video on how it works, and then we'll just say, like, our offer is to remake your best performing ad creatives, 10 times with different avatars. I've made a loom explaining it. Would you like me to send it over, basically? And we want to keep these at like 75 words or less, just to, like, the number one reason people fail with cold email, in my opinion, is they're just have crazy long cold emails that no one wants to read. So that's it. And then we basically be prospecting and cold DMing and cold emailing the same types of people. It's just the tool that we're using is going to be different. So one would be like cold email tool, one would be cold DM tool, and one would be manual. The final piece of the puzzle is to get what our partnerships might be. And partnerships are a very good way to do traffic. So basically, for white label or referral partnerships, because it's going to be the same type of person, it's just a matter of basically who or how they prefer to work. So Facebook ad agencies, creative agencies, like not UGC creative, just normal creatives, influencer agencies, and then probably like YouTube ad agencies. These are the 4 types of agencies that I feel would white label or refer to us. You could like extrapolate it out to like e-commerce, email marketing, but I think these 4 are going to be the 80-20. So it's very important to stick to that. For media partnerships, e-commerce newsletters, e-commerce podcasts, e-commerce events, really, like speaking at e-commerce events. Something like that. For the joint venture, I think the main one is going to be something like for X amount of money, partner with media buying, email marketing, and CRO landing page agency. And then, for X amount of money, you get landing page, media buying, email flow, and UGC ads. And that's like your joint venture. So that is the top of funnel completed now. So let's do our check marks again. So basically we've applied every single part of this funnel to a UGC marketing agency or UGC ad agency. And that is how we would apply the funnel. And I just accidentally clicked back, but that's how we would apply the funnel to any kind of agency. If you like this video, let me know in the comments, like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you in the next one.
This might be a very, very, very valuable video for you to watch, and I'd recommend you watch the entire thing because this is how you can apply the 1000x leads marketing funnel to any B2B business. It's not just for agencies, it's not just for consultants, it's not just for coaches or info products. This system is not reliant on tricks or fads or hacks or anything of that matter. It's a fundamentally sound marketing funnel that can be applied to literally any business or niche. And to prove that, this is going to be my first video where I do something that is not a marketing agency. I've only done 3 of these videos to date, but how many marketing agency videos do we really need to do? So let's do it for a business lawyer in the state of Florida, serving small businesses that do $1 million or less in revenue. And the reason why we have to add that specificity is because typically lawyers, to my knowledge, and I'm not a lawyer, kind of remember that for this video, is a lot of them can only practice in the state that they've passed the bar. So like the Florida State Bar, the New York Bar, the California Bar, etc. So we're just going to assume this hypothetical lawyer has only licensed in Florida. And we want to basically get a, revenue range, $1 million or less, because the lead magnets, the webinars, the products, the conversion mechanisms that you would do for a Fortune 500 company in Florida or even a 30 million a year company in Florida are going to be quite a bit different than the ones you would do for a business under $1 million per year. And it's very important that we kind of add that context, especially for our content, our lead magnets, our cold email, our partnerships, that kind of stuff. So let's get right into it because this is what the funnel looks like, and I've taken out all of the pieces of the funnel and have us starting blank here, and let's start filling it in one at a time. So the first thing we're going to have to do is figure out our categories and also our lead magnets. So what would be the categories of business law? Like you could have the structure of the business, like when you're forming a company, your your C Corp, your LLCs, your S Corp, your partnerships, your sole proprietorships type stuff. Another one could be the contracts. Another one could be employment law. What could be another one? Intellectual property. How would you say that? Protection maybe? You could have regulatory compliance. You could have tax planning, if that's how you would say it. And again, I'm not a lawyer for this video, so really just bear with me here, right? Bear with me. We could have something like, what would be like data privacy? We could have something like financing, like when you get a loan or line of credit or that kind of stuff. And we could have real estate and leasing. I think there would be quite a bit more categories. I think you could probably have 15 to 20 categories for a lawyer, but let's stop here. You got to stop somewhere. So these could be the things that this hypothetical business lawyer in Florida advises Florida businesses on. So there's structure, which kind of be like what do you want to do? An LLC, an S Corp, a partnership, a sole proprietorship, that kind of stuff. The contracts, drafting, reviewing contracts with customers, suppliers, that kind of stuff. Employment law, like hiring best practices, employment agreements, that kind of stuff. Intellectual property would be like copyright and trademark type stuff. Regulatory compliance, hopefully that's self-explanatory. Tax planning, data privacy type thing where, those laws are getting more and more sophisticated and advanced with every passing year. Financing is like the loans, line of credit, and real estate is like, let's just say a business is a restaurant or something, that kind of stuff. So what we'd want to do is turn these into lead magnet ideas. But before we do that, let's go over and put these general things inside the thing, inside what we're doing here. So I'm going to basically copy and paste these to my other screen just to speed it up so I can look at my other screen and don't have to scroll back and forth. So we have our structure, we have our contracts, we have our employment law, we have our intellectual property. I'm just going to put intellectual property, but it's intellectual property protection, regulatory compliance, I guess would be a better word, tax planning, data privacy, financing, and then real estate. So those would really be the lead magnets or the categories or the objections or the parts of business law that I would be doing the lead magnets around. So let's think of what we could do with the lead magnets. For contracts, we could have, 9 templates for X, Y, and Z contracts. So you might have a template for your employees, a template for your vendors, for your customers, for your suppliers, that kind of stuff. I think that would be good. We could have a, 10-step checklist or 10-step checklist when creating an employee agreement in the state of Florida. Let's just say that to keep yourself protected. And let's make these, if we can, a little bit bigger, just so we can see it on the screen and just so we can make, kind of need to call out our target audience in these a little bit. So we could make that a little bigger, easier to read, because we can't just say, employment agreement. We got to specify in the state of Florida because that's what it's for, first of all. And that will also make everything more appealing to businesses in Florida because they feel like it's for them. Templates for each type of contract. Let's go vendor, customer, employee, partner, and let's just put etc. there. So those are 2 things we could do. A guide on how, 5-minute guide on which type of corporate structure you want, or something like that. LLC, C Corp, S Corp, sole, etc. That's sole proprietorship, if that wasn't obvious. So intellectual property. What could we do for intellectual property? I'm going to come back to that for a second. For regulatory compliance, I wonder if there are certain regulations that have to do with absolutely every business. So 10 regulations in the state of Florida you have to plan for or something. And remember, I'm not a lawyer, and I'm doing this live. I don't have a guide or something to do this. So let's just, this is what I would do though for a lead magnet, because that's just something that's very good. I would have something like 41 ways to save money on corporate taxes in the state of Florida. And again, don't get caught up in the number here, because I have no idea how many ways there are to save taxes in the state of Florida. This is just the concept that I would use for a lead magnet. For data privacy, something like top 10 things your privacy policy on your website must include in state of Florida. Something that's very these things are overcoming objections, showing the customers that you are a business lawyer and you're an expert at this. This is basically, if you were to have all of these lead magnets, they would really, really trust you if you were a business lawyer in the state of Florida. For financing, I would do top 10 hidden things to avoid when taking a business loan or line of credit. Something like that, where you can save them money or save them from making a mistake. Top 5 things to make sure you have in your lease agreement in state of Florida. Let's put business in there. This is actually what I would do. So I'm not kind of kidding. Something like, what would I do? Something like, this is the intellectual property. So, checklist for copyright, trademarks, patents, and then we'll just go etc. in the state of Florida. So this is really what I would be doing for the lead magnets for if I was a business owner in the state of Florida. And yeah, sorry for it's kind of hard to see these on the screen, I bet, but we're just going to have to move on. Let me zoom in again. So 5-minute guide on which type of corporate structure you want, templates for each type of contract, 10-step checklist when creating an employee agreement, checklist for copyright, trademarks, patents, etc. 10 regulations in the state of Florida you need to plan for, 41 ways to save money on corporate taxes in the state of Florida, top 10 things you must have in your privacy policy on your website in Florida, top 10 hidden things to avoid when taking a business loan or line of credit in the state of Florida. And I kind of harp on this, and I kind of keep, even though it's redundant to say, when you're promoting these lead magnets in ads or with content or in your email list, you just must call out the state of Florida, because not only is this for state Florida, and I'm sure every state has their own nuances and intricacies in the law, but we need to call out Florida businesses, because if you're doing it with content, with ads, you can target Florida. With cold email, you can target Florida. But with content and that kind of stuff, anybody can download your stuff. So it has to be very clear, or it should be very clear, that it's for Florida. So I think we did a good job of basically taking our lead magnet ideas. So I'm going to put check marks here. Check marks here. So next thing we want to do is our content strategy. So let's keep going. Our content strategy has 3, let's call them very important parts, because they're all important. They're not saying that anything is less important than the other, but we need to figure out what platforms to use, what our strategy is going to be, and then what our schedule is going to be like. So for platforms, it's kind of always the same. We have our Twitter, and we're going to use Hype Fury for that. So let me open my Hype Fury. What we're going to do is, Hype Fury is a Twitter tool, but we're going to, when we post stuff, we can also cross-post it to LinkedIn and Facebook and Instagram very easily. So we would do that. And then what we do is we take whatever tweets and LinkedIn posts and Instagram posts got the most likes and engagement. So basically we could sort by number of likes or replies or engagements. Usually engagements and replies and likes will kind of be the same thing. And we can basically, if everybody's liking this, that's probably a good idea for a longer video. So that's where I have posts with the most likes. We'll also turn those into TikTok and YouTube videos. So the next thing we got to do is basically find out two different, strategies, because the TikTok strategy will by default go to the Instagram and the LinkedIn strategy as well as the TikTok, but the YouTube strategy will be a bit different. We really got to use our brain for this one. So what we want to do is we want to open ChatGPT. We want to open a new Google Doc, and we want to do business lawyer in Florida. So what we'd really want to go for here is we want to take the different categories that we brainstormed earlier and put them into, not like that, put them into the sheet like this. Maybe put that to 18 size and put no, we don't need a check mark. But what we would do is something like, what are 50 FAQs when creating a corporate/business structure in the state of Florida? Don't give, these FAQs should imply they are already in business and have revenue. Don't explain each FAQ, just give me the FAQ, and I type that because if you don't type that, it's going to explain everything in Florida. So we might do something like this. We want to, what our main goal here is to essentially, and let's take another thing to my other screen here. What we essentially are trying to do is come up with a bunch of FAQs for each type or each part or each of these subcategories. And the purpose of that is that's going to become our content strategy. If we can think of 20 or so FAQs for each, and we have 9 categories or 10 categories, let's say. We have 9 here, but let's just say we had 10. That's 200 potential content ideas that we can just post one after the other, and just do that basically forever. And once those 200 ideas are up, we can basically just restart and post again, because not everybody's going to see it the first time. Not everybody's going to remember. And if they somehow happen to see it and remember, repetition is always a good thing. So that is why, and that is what we are really planning to do here. So the thing is, we want to make 50 FAQs here, because not all of these are going to be good. Some of these are going to be basic. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer. I know relatively nothing about corporate law. That's why I hire a lawyer. But we really want to look through these and see which ones are going to be the best, because these are very good here. What are the tax implications of changing my business structure in Florida? What's the process for changing the registered agent? How do I update ownership information with the Florida divisions of corporations? That kind of stuff. But also here, how do I protect my business's intellectual property? It's not that that's a bad FAQ, but we already have a different section for intellectual property protection. So we'd probably delete that. How do I navigate zoning laws for my business location? That's more of a real estate and leasing one. So we just would have to go through, how do I manage Florida state taxes for my business? That's also more of a tax planning one. So you get the picture. I would do this for every single one of these. I'm not going to here just for the sake of time. It's kind of, I would say, unnecessary to go through this. How do I address sexual harassment in the workplace? Probably not a corporate structure one. Fit that one where you may. I'm not going to really comment on that. How do I legally reduce my business taxes? So ChatGPT is a great way to think of it and use your brain for other ones. But if you do that, and you can just narrow it down to 20 or so. I'm not saying that you have to narrow it down to 20, but it's more of, that's kind of, 40% of them are really going to be good based on my experience. So that's just kind of how I do it. For example, how do I handle employee terminations? Not for the structure, business data privacy and data protection laws, etc. Like this is how you would go through it and delete it. You'd either delete it if it's a really stupid question, or you'd delete it if it's in one of your other parts. So the next thing you would really do is you'd open up a sheet, because that is what we would do for basically the FAQs. But we also want to have the 30 most important YouTube topics. So what we would do is we'd open up a spreadsheet, video idea, Miro board, Gamma doc, date last posted. So what we do here is we'd come up with the 30 most important video ideas that we could possibly do for business lawyer, for companies as a business lawyer in the state of Florida. So we do this, we would go into the Miro board, just like we have this here, and we kind of make the graphics in here for the videos that we're going to make, because we want to make really high quality, pointed videos that are for the, that only businesses in Florida under $1 million would find interesting. It's very important that we never go too broad or obsess about views or go off the script. We really want to keep it to the point where we're only kind of after these top video ideas. So you'd have video idea, number 1, video idea number 2, video idea number 3. For this one is, how do I set up a corporation? What type of corporation structure should I do? How do I make a partnership agreement? How do I make an employee agreement? How do I make a vendor agreement? What should I do to pay less taxes? And then you just go all the way down, just like that. And like I said, I'm not a lawyer in the state of Florida, so I'm going to kind of hide my ignorance on this and basically do that. But what you want to do is you'd want to basically think of the video idea, have a Miro board for each, and then set up a Gamma doc for each and write it all out in the Gamma doc. So you'd have part 1, introduction. You'd have part 2, basically what to do. Part 3, why you should do it. Part 4, how to do it. Part 5, like examples or scenarios. That would be a good way to put it for this. So we'd break it up into our colors, just to signify that these are all different parts. And then we would, put as many slides in between as we could possibly need to, make this lead magnet as good as it possibly could. Or not lead magnet in this case, but the thing that we're going to go over in our YouTube videos. And then we would just go present, and we basically just do it like that. And then we record a video like I'm doing right now, talking about the stuff. So the thing is, this is going to really separate you from all of the other lawyers, because most people, when they start their business, they don't have they don't trust lawyers. They think they're going to get ripped off. If you have a YouTube channel like this where you have all of these different important topics and you're just kind of talking like a normal person, that's going to go a long way. Very, very long way. So you'd have your gamma link like this. Basically, you do the same thing. You'd make a different gamma link for every single business or every single topic, however you want to think about it. You basically go to the date last posted. Today is March 11th, 2024. So basically, you'd make one of these videos per day as part of your marketing plan. And once you've gone through all of the videos and all of the ideas, what you do is you just start over. And maybe you title it different. Maybe you would make it better. Maybe you would apply some more specific scenarios. But now you just keep making the same 30 videos over and over again until the end of time. And these will really, really stack up, trust me. If you like the videos that I'm doing right now, that you're watching right now, this is exactly what I do. So, proof of concept. So we have our platforms and our kind of what we're going to do there. We have our strategy now, our FAQs and our important topics. Now we do the schedule. So on Twitter, we want to post 5 FAQ tweets per day, 3 long form threads, 3 images or graphics, and 1 promotional post or offer. Then we want to make 1 TikTok per day and 1 YouTube per day. I would say it's simple enough. So basically, let's go back to this. We have our ads idea because we just run ads to all of these things. We have all of our content plan. Now we have to go to our outreach. Very, very important as well. So for our outreach, what do we need to do? We have to do a few separate things here. So I'm going to insert this. So we want to build our list because basically success with cold email comes down to 3 things. We have our list, we have to be emailing the right people, we have to have our offer, and we have to have our script. So we build our list in Apollo or ListKit, one of the two. Our offer should be awesome, like very valuable, not just get on a call with me. And it should also, if possible, be using AI. This might be a bit of a gray area for the lawyer industry or the legal stuff because, that actually has to be not written by AI. But normally I would say use AI when you can to make it faster, or at least use some sort of framework or template. So let's see if we can do that. So first off, we need to go into Apollo. Let's log in here. Let's go to search. Let's go to location. And the first thing we want to do is Florida. So there are 3.848 million email addresses in Florida. That's quite a bit. So what we'd probably want to do is if they are doing, $1 million or less a year, like we can kind of say if there's $100,000 per employee, that would be $100,000 each type thing. If like a lot of businesses, their revenue is based on, their main metric is revenue per employee. Let's just assume it's 100,000. So we kind of want to do it somewhere in the, 3 to 10 employee count, because in this situation, if they do the 3 to 10 employee count, then that's kind of like, what am I trying to say here? That kind of signifies they're between 300K and $1 million in revenue. It's not going to be perfect, but such is life when we are exporting our cold email lists. And in this case, it'd basically be the founder or the CEO who is going to be hiring a corporate lawyer. So this is kind of, in my opinion, this is really what we'd want to have for this, because think about it as well. If they're like 1,000 employees or something, or even 100 employees, they probably have their own in-house lawyer, or at this point they've been using a lawyer, because you don't really get to even 100 employees without having a lawyer. But in a lot of cases, I think they would not have they might have one. We could even lower this because, some people who are just starting out might need a lawyer too. So maybe we don't do 3 to 10 employees. So this would basically leave us with, 45,000 people to email to export. And I would probably export this list because I'm not sure how I would improve it at all based on really what we are doing here. It's kind of just broad businesses in Florida under $1 million per year. And I think that this would be basically pretty good for that. So what do we have here? Because we got to list it out to make this video as awesome as possible. So we have our location. That was easy for us, Florida. We have our employee count, 3 to 10. We have our job title, basically CEO and founder. And that was basically what we did for our list here. The next thing would be our offer. Like, what could we really, do for these people that would impress them? So one thing that I think we could do is, that's low risk but pretty good. What could we do? Something about contracts, I think. We could do something like before we had our lead magnets, templates for each contract that you could do yourself and get a lawyer to check. Maybe we make 4 types of contracts for them. Let's kind of make this a little bit bigger. Make these contracts for them for free. Then we could probably do this, or if we wanted to at least, upload templates to AI or ChatGPT. Uploading them to AI is kind of a weird way to say it, but we're just going to leave that for now. And then apply to their specific business. So we kind of can make it awesome. This would be very valuable. If a lawyer is contacting you and you had a business and you probably need this stuff, here's the, contracts that you need for your employees, for your vendors, for your customers, etc. I'll write that for you for free. That would be an excellent cold email offer that's really likely to get a response. So for our script here, we might do something like, it might be along the lines of, we want to keep it, let's go back a bit. We want to keep it 75-ish words or less. No one wants to read a book. What else do we want to do? We want to make it focused around a loom or a video. Because if we make our scripts focused around, can I send you a loom with more information that is more valuable in terms of explaining it. It lets them see our face, hear our voice, that kind of stuff that just builds a lot of trust. So we might, let's try and write a script here. Just quickly. Hey there, or hey name. I am a Florida lawyer serving businesses under 1 million per year in revenue. I am willing to create your employment, vendor, customer, and partner contracts absolutely free. Mind if I send over a loom explaining the details? And then, you're kind of implying that, yes, I want it. So if they say yes, then you send them a loom. Let's check the word counter here. That's 40 words. We could probably make it a little bit better than that. And I want to prove to you that you should trust me with all of your corporate legal needs, or something like that. That sounds kind of dumb, but something like this is really all you need. So I'm a Florida lawyer serving businesses under 1 million per year in revenue, and I want to prove that you should trust me with all your legal needs. I'm willing to create your employment, vendor, customer, and partner contracts absolutely free. They will be completely custom for your business, not general templates or something like that. Mind if I send over a Loom explaining the details? Like, I say you should keep it under 75 words just to avoid people sending like 500 word cold emails, but it's not like you have to get to 75 words. It's not like if you have 90 words or something that you should redo it. It's just what works best for me. So for white label, let's go to partnerships, because we just finished our cold emails and our outreach. But we'd use the same thing for cold email, cold DM. Not really going to go over prospecting here, just because that's just different. So let's go to partnerships. In this case, I would probably say, the only real white label partner would be, an other law firm that kind of they are too big to serve a company under 1 mil, just due to the nature of like legal services. Like who else is going to be white labeling you? You have to be licensed to be a lawyer. It's not like a marketing agency is going to white label law services. That just wouldn't make sense. But for referrals, what could we do? And let's just try to get, let's get 4 here. And let's move this over just so let's get 5 here. Let's move this over and get some more room. So we got to kind of take this with the fact that we are trying to do corporate lawyers. So who else deals with corporations a lot in the state of Florida? Like you could have, accountants, CPAs, they're doing taxes, they need a lawyer. You could have real estate brokers or like commercial real estate ones. What else could you have? You could have, like thinking back to what are our lead magnets? You could have, employment lawyers, stuff like that. You could have commercial lenders. Who else could you have? Might have to use the old ChatGPT on this one. What type of businesses would be most likely to refer people to corporate lawyers? Give me 10. We can choose which ones are the best. So like I said, accounting firms, that makes sense. Real estate agencies or brokerages, that makes sense. Banking institutions, that's kind of what I had. Ooh, insurance companies, that would be a good one. Consulting firms, technology companies, healthcare, yeah. Let's definitely do insurance companies, that makes sense. And the last one, let's just do just other businesses, let's just say. We could, any business really, but definitely these ones for sure. For media, it'd be kind of like, what would be some examples? Get in front of people, Let's actually take the media thing down here just to get some more space. You could get on TV. Let's just put TV. You could get on Florida, biz podcasts, podcasts. You could do Florida business newsletters. You could Florida YouTube channels. You could, billboards, that kind of stuff. So like these are the type of media partnerships that you'd probably have to do in this case. For joint ventures, like in some ways, you'd kind of have the same joint ventures as maybe not every business, but accountants, you know. I'm setting up your, like we're setting up your business here, you know. I work with a lawyer, you know, that kind of stuff. You're leasing your, you know, company office or location. I have, you know, a lawyer. You're doing your commercial lending. Oh, I also have a lawyer. People might not trust that one. People might not trust insurance companies, but you get the picture. Like you would do a joint venture to make it simpler. You know, I'm probably going to only go with accountants because I feel like people would be skeptical. Like if you're buying something from a real estate person and they recommend their own lawyer, that's probably not going to get a lot of confidence type thing. So let's keep going, because where are we here? Where is the picture? So now we have our partnerships all done as well. We have our white label, referral, media, and JV. So now we got to figure out what we would do for our conversion mechanisms and our offers. So let's go here. So affiliate would be interesting. You know, I don't even know. What type of softwares could corporate lawyers be affiliates for? Like, because I don't even know, like, you know, legal research tools. Yeah, contract management, you could do DocuSign, that kind of stuff. That would be good. So let's just say, you know, contract tools, legal research. What were some other ones here? Yeah, document management. Because it's kind of awkward for, you know, a lawyer to just be an affiliate for a lot of these tools. I'm not going to lie. So for the unique mechanism, you know, AI creates 4 contracts for them. For a newsletter, I basically do either a city or state newsletter, just going over local news, because, you know, it's kind of weird. Maybe either, or, you know, I would choose between that, and I actually have to think about it. You know, a Florida business newsletter might be good too, and that would be a tough decision. For the community, I would do Florida business owners. Like, that's kind of self-explanatory. For the live workshop, what would I do for the info product? What would be decent info products you can sell for $100-ish as a Florida business lawyer serving businesses that do $1 million per year revenue or less? Give me 10 ideas. This is like, if you don't know like what you need to do, like this is exactly the process. That contract templates bundle would be way better, but we gave that away as a lead magnet. I might do something like contract templates for specific businesses, but no, I have that as the unique mechanism and the lead magnet. Oh my God, this is going to crush me. I could do something like, you know, mitigating, you know, what could I do? Because I don't want to make it too good, because I need to make something good for the course as well. Gosh, this is just going to be a tough one. For webinar, I would do something like top 10 ways you can decrease your tax burden in Florida. Like, that would be a great webinar, I'd say. For the live workshop, I would do, 1 times per week, helping, answering one law question in depth. It would be like an hour webinar or an hour live workshop that people could come on and see you in real time, and you could also record that as well. My appointment setter would follow up 2 times per week. That's kind of simple, and I'm just killing myself. I would probably do the Florida business newsletter. If I wasn't specifically a business lawyer, I would do the city or state local newsletters, just because, but if I was specifically because I'm a business lawyer here, I would do a Florida business newsletter. Anything else besides that, I would just do the local one. So what can I do for a product that's really good? Oh my gosh. I'm going to come back to that one. So for referrals, I could refer to accountants, real estate. I could refer to any type of business, professional service. And I could have, accountants, insurance, real estate, all of that kind of stuff. I'm just going to put any type of professional service here for, basically the recruiting service would be a retainer to do, whatever is needed if they need it. The one-time service is you could do a couple different things here. Like I'd probably program. For program, I do like for $250 per month. Ask me questions whenever you want, and I'll get back to you. That would be an interesting offer, I think. Just, basically paying for access to it. You could even pay, you could do 200. Let's just leave it at 250 per now, but I don't know. You could do for whatever you need. For the course, I would probably do something along the lines of, taking all of these lead magnets and putting it into one course. Basically like a Master Florida Corporate Law course. We'll call it like that. We'll just call it that for the purposes of here. For the one-time service, you could do something like a business audit to find out what they are missing. Like that would be a very good, service. Like what are they missing? Because a lot of the time, you're creating their contracts once, you're helping them do a, patent or something once, you're doing all of that kind of stuff. So you could audit their structure, their contracts, their employment agreements, their copyright and trademarks, their regulatory compliance, their tax, their data privacy, and that kind of stuff. I think that would be a pretty good offer. So for the info products still, my gosh, that one is tough because I've kind of screwed myself, by making the unique mechanism so good. And they also have templates for each type of contract. I could change this to top 5 things to include in each type of contract. And then I'm going to sell pre-made contract templates for different agents or industries. Because I just have to do this, and I don't know what else could be used for a paid product. So let's add all of this stuff in. We have, Master Law course, basically selling access to ourselves. Ask me anything for $250 per month. Classic. That's kind of I think that's a decent offer. Any retainer focused work, business, legal audit, let's just say. For our conversion mechanisms, top 10 tax webinar, reviewing specific, what did I say that was again? Answering in-depth law questions. That would be great for a recording. Document related software affiliate. contract templates, pre-made contract templates, let's just say, for the newsletter, Florida Business Newsletter, for the community, Florida Business Group. Appointment setter reaches out 2 times per week. The 1 times per week or 1 times per day YouTube video with all of those 30 topics, and the AI writes contract for you. So the last thing that we need to do here is figure out what our thank you page is going to promote, because we have to choose our most preferred or most dominant lead magnet on the thank you page. And what would we want to do for that? I think we could do really any of these things is the unusual part. Usually there's something that's obvious that we do, but I'd probably do the tax webinar, because there's not a single person who wants to pay less taxes. So thank you page promoting tax webinar as the most, because you basically want to get them in all of them, but we got to choose one. Email flows promoting tax webinar. Gotta reduce the size of that. So it looks to me like we're kind of done. We got all of our top of funnel, our paid ads, our content, our outreach, our partnerships. We have our lead magnets. We have our thank you page and email flows, as well as our conversion mechanisms and offers. So I really hoped you enjoyed this video. I enjoyed making it, really, because it's not the typical marketing agency or consultant or coach type offer that I usually do. So we have all of our lead magnets around the most important topics. We have our content strategy and our FAQs and our important topics. We built our list, we have our offer, we have our script, and we have some partnership ideas. We also have got our paid product, which is the pre-made contract templates. We folded and did that because that's probably the best idea. Our affiliate stuff, our webinar, our live workshop, newsletter, community, appointment setter, content, and unique mechanism. And then we have all of our offers. So I have presented how I would build a business lawyer law firm or individual practice in the state of Florida. And that is the end of this video.
Hey there, everybody. It's Matt here, and this is going to be a video on what I would do if I wanted to build a $1 million per year SEO agency. Now, I have never built a $1 million per year SEO agency, to be quite honest, but I have built 3 agencies to that revenue level or above, and the process is all the same. Whether it's an SEO or a Facebook or an Amazon or a CRO agency, you still need to go with the same amount of steps with the offers, the bottom of the funnel, the middle of the funnel, the top of the funnel, and sales. So I hope this is going to be helpful, and let's get right into it. So if you don't know who I am and you never watched one of my videos before, my name is Matthew Larson, and I'm the founder of 1000x Leads and 10K per month agency. I work with about 315 agencies on a monthly basis and make daily YouTube videos and newsletters about growing agencies. So that's all about me if you've never watched one of my videos before. In this video, I'm just going to go over what I would do, and there's more than one way to do it. This is just what I would do with no BS or gatekeeping. Whatever your plan is, just take what you think is good from this and discard the rest. I'm not saying that you should follow this plan exactly if it doesn't work for you. So the whole video is going to be going over the 1000x Leads funnel, where we have our top of funnel at the top, our middle of funnel lead magnets and email flows, our bottom of funnel conversion mechanisms, and then our offers and sales process down here. So this is the most effective funnel for any type of agency, and it's going to work for any type of agency or B2B business. So it's very good that that's where we start with. In the video, we're going to see that we start from the bottom up, because we can't really start at the top in that way. We have to build the offers, and then the bottom of the funnel, and then the middle of the funnel, and then the top of the funnel, and then sales. And we do that because trying to create the top of funnel first would be like
trying to put the roof on the house first when it's being constructed. Just not possible. You need the foundation, you need the floors, then the walls, then the frame, and then you can finally put the roof on. But a lot of people will start at the top, but it's not really possible if we want to do it correctly. So let's get into it. If we go back to the 1000x leads funnel here, we have a few different offers. We have the one-time service, the recurring service, we need referral fees, we need a course, we need a program, and we need digital products and affiliate links. So these are 7 unique revenue streams that can really, really help like any kind of agency. Where most people just have their recurring service, adding these will lead to 2 to 3 times the amount of revenue. And that's hard to believe for a lot of people, but it's true. But more importantly, in terms of revenue, like also profit, because things like digital products, things like affiliate links, things like courses, programs, referral fees, these are all going to be 100% profit margin or very close to it. Let's call it 95 after payment processing and maybe some software. But it's very, very important that we have all of them. So the first thing we're going to go over is what I would do for the recurring service. And I would probably have 3 different options for my recurring service, or 3 different tiers. I would not recommend doing this for a lot of different agencies, but for SEO, I think it is very, very important. So we're going to call it the low tier package. If I was actually making this agency, I would probably call it like the silver package and then the gold package and the diamond package to make it sound like low tier package is kind of like a shit thing to call it, but whatever. So this would be $500 to $1,500 a month, and these are the kind of things I would do. I would just optimize 5 pages per month, probably can be automated. I would check for broken links, update the site map, 1 blog post, all that kind of stuff. I'm not really going to go into the very specific stuff here, but like this is just the kind of stuff that I would be doing. So if you have an SEO agency, you probably know this stuff. So it's just not super necessary for me to repeat every single part. But the most, in general, the more they pay, the more stuff they're going to get. And we have something for small businesses, some for medium-sized businesses, and some for big businesses. So it's very, very, simple, but I think the 3 packages or 3 tiers here is very important for SEO, or so you're just going to be excluding so many people from being a customer. Because a lot of, just let's say a gym or a restaurant or something like that doesn't really need $5,000 a month for SEO, but they would do $500 to $1,500, and the operations are the same. You're just giving them less. So that's a key thing that I think is important to highlight here. Like the operations for all of these tiers are the exact same. It's just more of a quantity type thing. Very important to note. For my intro offer, I found it quite difficult to make a good intro offer for an SEO agency. And I think that is just because it's played out at this point. Not played out, but just been around for decades. There's nothing new really about it. It's just a matter of doing it. So I think that a one-time SEO optimization, especially for people who are just starting with SEO and kind of getting their, dipping their toe in the water type thing, where I'd have a full website audit, do some keyword research, get the odd page optimization, make sure their local SEO, if applicable, if they're a local business, is right, and then do a follow-up consultation for $2,500. I think this is going to be a very good intro offer, as good as I could think of for an SEO intro offer. You could also sell backlinks as an intro offer, but I don't know. I don't think that's better either. For my referral fees, I would form referral relationships with other businesses who sell to the same type of customer as I do, but not the same service. So people who have like web agencies or creative agencies or email marketing agencies or Google ad agencies. We could do PR agencies, Facebook ad agencies. Anyone who sells to my customer but doesn't sell SEO is someone who I'd try to partner with. And that way, if for every customer I get who might need something else, I could send them their way and collect a fee and just increase my profit, increase my lifetime value type thing. For my course, I'd probably make a course that is around $997 and is good value. So what I would do is have training video or training videos for every step that I determined. So stuff like intro to SEO, keyword research and strategy, on-page SEO, technical SEO, link building, content creation, mobile and local, everything you can kind of think of that, someone might need to know about SEO. I divided it into parts, and I would just have a bunch of training videos or video if it only needs one on how to do each part. But it'd probably be like 3, 5, 10 videos for each. And you put good effort into this course. It's not like you're a scammer who's trying to sell courses. Like, it is your reputation and your agency's reputation with this course. So the best way that I think to do it would be to repurpose and package up your internal training a lot nicer, and then sell that as the course. And then you could also use it to train your own employees. So if you make it really good and you put a lot of effort into it, you can double this as employee training. And then I would have a bunch of different templates and swipe files and assets for every step. So you might have keyword research templates. You might have, competitor analysis templates, just like whether those are, like PDFs or spreadsheets or whatever, just templates to make it easier for them, because it's one thing to give them the theory, but we also want to make it easier for them. That's like the hallmark of a great course, has templates and frameworks and stuff like that. For my program, I'd probably have a 3-month done with you program where they do it themselves and I'm going to provide feedback. I'd probably charge around $6,000 for that. There'd be 4 parts to that. I would have a custom SEO plan in Trello, kind of like we do with 1000x leads, where you just have a bunch of steps that you have to take, and it'll be very standardized and they follow along. I'd have a weekly Q&A call if anybody has any questions. I would have ongoing feedback in Slack. So they're going to get the plan. They're going to be on calls if they have questions, and then they'll also have a Slack channel. And then I would use an SEO tool. I don't know which one I would use. There's a few options to generate monthly reports on their site. So I would just have my assistant put in their site, and we get a report, and we could kind of use this to show that they are actually making progress. And I could put that in the Slack or the Trello maybe if they decide to duplicate this into their own Trello board. So for the affiliate links, I would promote one tool, and there's multiple tools for everything, and you don't have to promote these tools, like there are others, but I would promote one tool for all of the major use cases in SEO. So if someone downloaded my lead magnet and want to do it themselves, I could have these affiliate links in there as well as my email flows and still build some MRR. So I'd use Ahrefs for the overall tool. I would use Surfer SEO for the content piece. I would use Screaming Frog for the technical SEO and site auditing. And I would use Answer the Public for content idea generations. If you don't know what any of these are, like, you can Google them yourself and see what they do, but these are just pretty good tools that I've used in the past for SEO on not necessarily an SEO agency, but for my own purposes elsewhere. For my paid product, I would really want it to be $100 or less and not require any manual fulfillment for me. This is very, very important because you can sell a lot of these sometimes, and you don't want to, like, $100 or less is something that's expensive enough to be meaningful, but you can still like impulse buy it. You know what I mean? So $500, not really an impulse buy where you see it in an ad and buy it, but 97 or something like that is. So I might use, WooRank or SEO Optimizer, and I'd scan their website for SEOs, and I would use API calls and, Zapier and a little bit of make.com to do this, and you'd have to figure that out. But what I do is I would just have to do their website URL, hook that up with automations to run the audit, and then deliver to their email, and it would be branded if you paid for the actual plan. So it'd be pretty good. Could charge 97 for that, and then on top of that, I would have free bonuses of the audit checklist swipe file, keyword research template, kind of the same bonuses that you got in the course. I would have just a few of them just to make it seem that much more valuable. And when you're doing a paid product, if it's $97, you want the perceived value of all of the bonuses to be $97 on their own too, because then it's super easy to justify. Like, if any of these things are good, it's going to be worth $97. And I think these bonuses and the types of them are very good for that. So I think that would be a great offer. So that is basically what we've done for the offers. We have 7 different ones. And having all these offers is very important just to address and monetize every level of the target market. Because if you just have your main service, that's like 1% of people can realistically buy that. And, leaving 99% of people on the table is not a serious business strategy, in my opinion. So let's get to the bottom of the funnel. And let me open, a different thing here with the funnel map, just so we can see. Let's not open that one because I was drawing on it, but one sec here. There we go. This one should be good. So realistically, we have done the offers part. Let's draw it properly here. So we're going to go the purple here, like we have done that. Let's put a check mark there. And now we're going to try to do this part, the conversion mechanisms. So let's get into that. The first conversion mechanism that I would be doing is a newsletter. And a newsletter is one of the best tools to convert leads who are already on your list, who already know about you, into customers. It's just a very nice, intimate, directly from your brain to theirs way of marketing. So I would write a newsletter every single Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and each would have 3 main sections. And I would just stick to this format because it's very repeatable. You could just duplicate your last newsletter and change out the info. And you could, as you get good at this, you can make these in like 15 minutes. So the first would be an actionable SEO tip that they can implement within 24 hours. The second would be a short example of what I would do for a situation. So I might have, I might come across a website who has, it's a local business, but their on-page SEO, their H1s, H2, H3s, their titles, their meta descriptions are all screwed up. So I would do an example of how I would fix that. And then the third would be a longer form section about something important to do with SEO, probably like a long form step-by-step guide type thing, to be honest. Because SEO, like in some situations, you can just write day by day and just tons of stuff about whatever your topic is. But with SEO, like a step-by-step guide instead of something totally theoretical might be better. The next is I'm going to have an appointment setter who emails, texts, and phones all of my qualified leads based on their responses to the opt-in forms. So I would pay this appointment setter 5% commission on any sales plus a small base salary. And what I would do is have them focus on the intro offer. And if they can't sell the intro offer, I would have them focus on signing people up for my main conversion mechanisms. So the next one here is the retargeting ads. And I would be running retargeting ads on different ad platforms to try to get in front of people who have been to my website. This would be a small budget because I would likely won't have enough visitors to scale, probably like $5, $10, $15, $25 a day. I would do YouTube retargeting ads to people who've watched my YouTube videos before, as well as people who've been to my website. I would use Google Display Network retargeting ads to people who've been on my website, and the same with Facebook and maybe Twitter, to be honest. Let's actually put Twitter on there. I wasn't going to, but let's do that. Even though the targeting is not great. People who follow me might do LinkedIn too, but we're not going to put that there. So that is the newsletter, the appointment setting here. So that leaves a few different options for our main conversion mechanism. We have our webinar, a live workshop, a community, or a unique mechanism here. So I chose for this one to be a pre-recorded webinar, and it would kind of go over the same stuff from the course from earlier. The exact same topics, I'm not going to read them again here, but you can see them on the screen. And I would use this because I think it's really good way to do it something very specific to a niche. Like let's say I do SEO for jiu-jitsu gyms or something. How to drive traffic to your jiu-jitsu gym using SEO would be a great webinar. And I would make it very specific to my niche to show that I know what I'm talking about, and then educate people on just what's possible. Because especially if you're doing SEO for local businesses aren't going to be as sophisticated as hardcore e-commerce or direct response marketing companies, or even like better run SaaS. They need to be educated on this stuff, even if it's been around for decades. And I think a webinar would be something that would be very, very good for this purpose, much more so than a live workshop or a community. You could use a community though. I don't know. We're just going to use a webinar because I think that's the best option. Not to say the other options are bad, but let's just go with the best option here because that's what's important. In my CRM, when I have people coming through my newsletter, when I have people coming through my webinar and my content, I would really, in my appointment setter, I would try to tag them and get especially what their revenue is. So I'd have people tagged in my CRM, 0 to 10K per month, 10 to 25K per month, 25 to 100K per month, and 100K plus. And I would try to do this with the tags because I would sell the different packages to those different revenue levels. Like if they're under 10K per month in revenue, I'd probably say that even the low package is not going to be good for them. Like probably not going to do it. So where are we here? But if we have the 10 to 25K per month, that'd probably be like the low package. 25 to 100K would be the middle and 100K plus would be the top. And I think that'd be a very easy and clean way to do it. Not too hard to collect their revenue in exchange for them signing up for your webinar or something like that. So I think that would be very, very strong for what I'm trying to do. So this would be the middle of the funnel or the bottom of funnel, and we've just kind of taken care of that. So the next is going to be the middle of the funnel, which usually makes up of the lead magnets, the thank you page, and the email flows. So let's get into that next. So what you really want to do for lead magnets is make full-length trainings on every single subcategory or part that has to do with your service. So spoiler alert that these are going to be the same topics as we did for the course and the webinar because these are the right topics. So I'd have a lead magnet, full-size lead magnet on every single one of these different topics. So if we go into my lead magnets for 1000x leads, the cold emails, the paid ads, the lead magnets, the offers, those are different parts of 1000x leads, and I have different lead magnets for each. It's the same thing here. So these would be really full length, not half-ass at all. Take your time making these. Like you really need to impress the target audience with them, and that's the most important part. So when you're making these lead magnets, we want to make sure they pass a bunch of different rules. So even though lead magnets are free, would you honestly say that you would pay $50 for this? And if the answer is no, it's not good enough. And hopefully you have some friends that are honest with you and you can ask them too. But if you wouldn't pay $50 to have that information and that lead magnet, it's not good enough. It's a very easy rule to go through. You don't need to go more than $50 because it's free. But if you wouldn't pay $50 for your lead magnet, then it's not a good lead magnet. It's not going to impress anyone. Like these lead magnets, people would pay $50 for. The next one is the actionable rule. So is there a quick win or series of quick wins that are very clearly laid out that they can implement within 24 hours? Because when they take your advice and they put it into action, they are going to see that it works and trust you way more. Very important. And then the readable rule. So is there one idea and one image per slide? So you'll see here, there's one idea and one image per slide. Well, I just kind of repeated that, but it makes it so much more readable and consumable. It doesn't matter how valuable or actionable your lead magnet is if no one is consuming it. And this is the number one way to make lead magnets or anything a lot better. The next thing I would do is the email flows. So those are going to be right here. And I'd have two different types of email flows, and both would trigger when people get my lead magnets. So if they downloaded a lead magnet, they would automatically be added to these. So the first would be the 4-hour email flow. So that would be the lead magnet delivery. After 1 hour, I would go what we do or what problems we solve. After the second hour, why we need to solve these problems now. And why we need to solve these problems now is a lot different than why we need to solve them. Because if we don't put that sense of urgency and frame it that way, it's going to be a lot less effective and a lot less painful for them. And the next one is how we solve the problems. So this would be all done in the first 3 hours. We call it the 3-hour email flow really, but I call it the 4 hour. So one's immediately, then after 1 hour, then after 2 hours, and then 3. The next one I would do would be a 30-day email flow with 1 email per day. And each of them would basically answer an FAQ or objection that has to do with SEO. So think of these as FAQ emails, but also objection emails. So like an objection, how do I measure the ROI from SEO? I'd have a full email about that. And what is the difference between local SEO and national SEO in terms of strategy? And an objection like, are these backlinks going to be terrible? Or how does this impact my site load speed? Or, if I have to make everything SEO optimized, does it make it less readable for my website? All of these kind of different things. So if we keep going, you can pause the video and get some of these FAQs if you want. And I'm going to link this video in the description anyway, or link this document. So let's go to the thank you page. So on my thank you page, which if you've ever opted into a lead magnet or a form before and you redirected to a page, that's the thank you page. So what I would have is a VSL about my offer, book a call button, and then some case studies. Very simple, but that's what you need to do. Next is the top of funnel. So we kind of went over this kind of stuff here. Now we have to go over the very top. And the top of the funnel is called the top of the funnel because this whole process is shaped like a funnel where you're funneling people to the sales call with less people at every single step as they drop off. So the first thing that we would do here is paid ads. So I would have a bunch of different types of paid ads and a bunch of different offers. On Facebook, I would have lead magnet ads, which are trying to promote my lead magnets. I would have intro offer ads and digital product ads. And I'd have different offers because on Facebook, it's kind of the most mass market out of all of them. And different things apply to different people. And each of these offers makes the other one more effective. So if someone has downloaded your lead magnet ads and sees your digital product ads and they liked your lead magnet, it was valuable, $50 rule. Much more likely to buy your digital products, more likely to sign up for your intro offer. And I do the same thing on YouTube and the same thing on Google search for this. For my written content, I would use the same categories again from the course, from the webinar, from the lead magnets, and I would do the same kind of thing I did with my email flow, but on a much larger scale, where I'd have all of the different categories and my entire content strategy would be to brainstorm FAQs about them and then answer them on LinkedIn, on Instagram, and Twitter. And what I would do is use Hype Fury, which is just a posting tool, and it would cross-post on all of these things so I don't have to do that myself or I don't have to make the content over and over again. So I just included 3 FAQs here for each. But what I would do is I'd try to start with like 50 FAQs and then narrow it down to about 20. If I have 20 FAQs for 10 different categories, that's 200 FAQs. And as I work my way through this and answer all these in content, I can just start over. Basically, no one's going to remember at that point. And even if they do, repetition is very important. So these are just some example FAQs. The next is video content. And video content, especially longer form YouTube videos like the one you're watching, is just one of the most important parts of the overall funnel. So we have YouTube up here and we kind of have YouTube down here, where it's so good because it builds a lot of trust by showing your face, letting them hear your voice, and just separates you from where you're not an anonymous internet scammer anymore. You're actually a real person and a real agency owner who knows what they're talking about. So for my YouTube videos, I would keep it to 3 main styles. So I'd have a tutorial style, how to do X, Y, and Z, how to build backlinks. An example style, how I would make an SEO strategy for Joe's local gym. And then quick wins and mistakes to avoid. So top X things to achieve Y. Top 5 things to fix your on-page SEO, something like that. And I would just keep cycling through these formats. There's tons of different topics that you can do, and you probably never run out. And it makes it easy to wrap your head around in terms of creating them and all of that kind of stuff. For TikTok and Reels and YouTube Shorts, I'd make 1 short form video per day. And to think of these topics, what I would do is sort my written content by engagement because I'm posting 5 times per day here. And if people like it in written content, it's probably worth making a video about. So I'd sort it by number of likes, and highest engagement probably means the most interesting, and that's what I would do for that. And that's how I would never run out of those ideas. For my outreach campaign, we have mostly cold email is what we're going to focus on, but it'd be the same strategy with cold DMs and prospecting too. I'd have 2 different campaigns, and I would try to see which one is the best. I'd have my intro offer campaign and then that $97 digital product automatic audit campaign. And for the list, I'd do basically people from the United States, CMO, COO, CEO, and founder job titles. I do a 3 to 25 employee count just because I feel like less than 3 might not have money or even be a real business. And then more than 25 probably would have their own SEO team in-house, or definitely have an SEO agency already. And for this, I would do, if they're using WordPress, would be my criteria. And you can just sort by companies using WordPress in technology. So very easy to find. And my script would be centered around a loom that shows my face, lets them hear my voice, and explains it a bit more in depth. So when you're doing cold email, you got to keep it simple. Like, you really got to keep it to, in my opinion, 75 words or less. You see all of these people with a crazy word count and just like they're writing a book. So if you do it like this more so, and let me pull my screen over, that's 50 words, 263 characters. You're going to have a much better example or a much better success rate here. And then sending over a quick video is a lot less commitment for them than you want to get on a call with me. And then in the video, you can explain it more in depth. So you get the best of both worlds, a short, low commitment cold email, and then a big follow-up in the loom or the video that shows your face, lets them hear your voice, and sends them all the details. Very, very good. For partnerships, I would put as much emphasis on trying to create these as I put on getting clients, because when you get one client, you get one client. But if you get a really good partner, they can send you 20 or 50 or 100 clients or even more. So the referral and white label partnerships are basically going to be the same for this. It's just a matter of if they want to white label or refer to you. And I have Facebook ad agencies, Google ad agencies, email agencies, web agencies, creative agencies. You could have way more than that, but those are the ones that I put my focus on. For media partnerships, I would try to be featured in blogs or newsletters or podcasts or YouTube channels or speaking at events or guest posting in like communities for business owners type things. And for my joint venture partnerships, I would partner with website agencies and do their SEO for them when they're doing it in exchange for a fee. Or I'd partner with PR companies for search result optimization. So those are the 2 joint ventures that I think I would put most of my focus on. So that is going to be the top of funnel completed. So we've got the offers, we've got the conversion mechanisms, we've got the middle of the funnel, and then we got the top of the funnel. And the last part is to do with sales. So in my pre-call flow, I would make sure it does a few things. I would send them 3 reminders via email and SMS 24 hours before, 4 hours before, and 1 hour before, just to avoid no-shows. On the form, I would try to get some good qualifying information and or disqualifying information. And if I pull up my own Calendly as like a proof of concept here, on my form, I have all this stuff. With 1,000x leads, if you're doing less than 10K, it's probably not going to be a good fit. Costs 4K for a year. How familiar, where are you booking from? And that's just good information to have for your call. And then when they fill out this form, they're going to be redirected to the sales presentation where they can take a look at it. So they're going to be 100% familiar with it. The next is going to be a pre-call video, which they're going to get on the thank you page and in the sales presentation and the email flows. It's just going to be talking about who I am, what problems I solve, why we need to solve them. We should probably put now in there, how we solve them, and then some examples and case studies. I'd probably make this 3 minutes, 5 minutes, but maximum 10 minutes. And then in my sales presentation, I would make it so I could share it within 7 to 10 minutes on a 30-minute call. That would give me a lot of time to do the rest, but these are the main questions that I would be answering in my presentation. So what are we trying to do? How is this usually done, and what are the limits of that? Why is our approach new or different, and why will it be successful, especially if they've tried it before and failed? Who cares if we're successful? Like, what difference will it make? What are the risks? How much will it cost? How long will it take? And what are the, checks for success? How are we going to measure success here? When I'm doing the sales call, I break it down into 3 parts: the information gathering part, the screen share presentation part from right here, and then the objection handling and close. So the first part would be 5 or so minutes. Like, why are we here today? Why do we want to even do SEO? Or what problem are we having? Like, I don't have enough leads would be a problem. SEO would be the solution. Why is not having enough leads a problem? Why now? Why didn't you do this a year ago or something? Or why aren't you just do this 6 months from now? And then why not do something else? Like, why would you be doing this with me as opposed to doing it yourself or something? These might sound like interesting questions and obvious questions, but getting them to admit it to themselves out loud, the answers to these questions, makes it undeniable in their mind when you go for the close. Like, why is that a problem? Because I'm going to go out of business. If they admit that out loud, psychologically, it's going to be a lot better for you. Not going to go over the screen share presentation again, but the objection handling and close. So right after I'm done my screen share presentation, usually what I'm going to ask is like, what do you think about this on a scale of 1 to 10? Like 1, not for you, 10, I want to get started right now. And they're going to tell you, and it's always going to be honest when you frame it this way. And then they say 6. Okay, how can we get that 6 to like an 8? And then, or how do we get that 8 to a 10? And then what we want to do is revisit their answers from the first part. Hopefully you can remember or take some notes here. And then ask them what are some things they don't like or unsure about. And they're going to ask, if you really ask them like this, they're going to tell you. And then at the end, we want to tell them exactly, step by step, painstaking clarity, how to get started. Most people aren't going to buy right off the sales call. That's just a fact of life, regardless of what sales trainers are going to say. So you need to follow up. So I would be creating 24 follow-up templates so I can follow up twice per week for 12 weeks. In each of them, I would include like documents, videos, case studies, examples, templates, free tips. So it's at least valuable. It's obvious we're trying to sell them, but it's at least valuable as well. And that is going to be the end of what we're doing. That's the sales process down here. So we've got the top of the funnel, we've got the middle of the funnel, we got the bottom of the funnel, we got the offers, and then we got the sales. And that's really how I would build this $1 million SEO agency. So if this video was helpful, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hey there, it's Matt, and in this video, I'm going to show you how I would build a $1 million per year high-ticket coaching business. I'm going to go over everything that I would do in terms of the offers, the top of funnel, the middle of the funnel, the bottom of the funnel, and the sales process. So I hope this will provide some great examples for you, and let's get started. So like I said, this will be how I would build a $1 million per year high-ticket sales coaching business. And if you don't know who I am, my name is Matt, and I am the founder of 1000x Leads and the 10K per month agency programs, and I work with about 315 agencies on a monthly basis. I've built over 3 agencies to $1 million per year in annual revenue or above in the past 12 years, and I make daily YouTube videos and newsletters about growing agencies and B2B businesses. So before I get started, I just wanted to say this is exactly what I would do. And there are more than one way to do things. And you can kind of take what you like from this and then discard the rest. But learning from examples like this is one of the most valuable things that you can do. Because even if it's not strictly applicable, because I'm sure that not a ton of people watching this are going to have a high-ticket coaching or high-ticket sales coaching business, but you can take what you learn from other stuff and apply it and tailor it to yourself. And that's actually, in most cases, leads to better gains than just purely copying what your competitors are doing. A good example of that, just before I move on, is like when Henry Ford made the assembly line for Ford cars. He actually got the idea when he visited a butcher shop, and it was a de-assembly line. And he just kind of took that principle, reversed it a little bit, and applied it to his industry. This whole video is going to be on the 1000x Leads funnel, and we're going to start at the very bottom and work our way up for the same reason we need to build the foundation of a house before we put the roof on. It just wouldn't make sense to do it otherwise. So I'm not going to go over the tools that we need too much in this video. I'm trying to keep it tight. But I'm going to have this document linked in the description, so you'll be able to look at that for yourself. So for number one, the first thing I would do is for my recurring service, I would be providing ongoing sales, coaching, and strategy sessions. And I would focus on high-performing sales teams from enterprise, from whatever, that need continuous improvement and accountability to maximize their results. So I wouldn't do like, I'm going to coach your closer, one person for, some kind of agency. I would go after big sales teams because that's where the high fees are and that's where it's needed most, to be honest. I would not have different options. I would have a productized service where they pay X and they get Y. So for $25,000 a month, you're going to get X. For $5,000 a month, you're going to get whatever. But I just did it for this one as basically a $5,000 per month service, which has weekly 1-hour coaching sessions with however many team members they want. It has a customized sales scripts that, okay, for this type of salesperson, we might say something like this, or for this person, we might say something like this, or for me, Matt, the best sales script for me that works with my personality, that kind of stuff is this. I would also have a good sales funnel optimization with the pre-call flow, the sales presentation, post-call follow-up, and stuff like that. And I would do a monthly performance review. This would probably be what I would do for 1 to 2 people. If they have a 10-person or a 20-person sales team, the price would obviously go up. But for the video, I got to choose something, right? So let's get into the intro offer. So sales coaching is all about quick wins and building momentum, in my opinion. And instead of diving into a long-term commitment, I'd offer a one-time deep dive session to get immediate results fast. So you can think of your intro offer and your recurring service working together as the intro offer gets their foot in the door. Maybe they have 10 people and this would be $25,000 per month or something. And they just, I don't know about this Matt guy. Like, is he good? Is he not good? How am I supposed to know? So our intro offer would be a lower price, lower commitment, but lower value offer that they can kind of test the waters, dip their toe in the water, get your foot in the door and see. And if you do a good job and you kill it with this one, then it's easy to sell them the recurring. So think of it like a stepping stone. So in this one, for $2,500 strategy session, I would do a 90-minute one-on-one session with the owner, maybe audit their sales process, maybe come up with some custom sales script and then an action plan. Probably do this with the owner for the intro offer or the head of sales, head of growth, like chief revenue officer. And if that goes well, easy to do that with every member of their team like this. For my referral relationships, because there's going to be a lot of people who can't afford my services, but they might need something else, or they, can afford my services and they're working with me, but they need other stuff. I want to have some referral relationships where I can collect fees and basically get the, a greater lifetime value per client. So I partner with CRM software, sales training platforms, business coaching services, marketing agencies, name a few, where if they come to me, I'm doing a great job and they say, do you know anyone who, do you know a good CRM software provider? Like, oh yeah, my favorite is close.com, for example. Or do you know some, we have, I love your sales training, but we need more leads. Do you know any lead gen agencies? Yes, I do. I work with these ones because you're going to get a referral fee here, but it's going to benefit you as well. For my course, what I would do is create a $997 course that if someone is unsure about me or just can't afford me, they can still get the value from my course. And what I would do is think of every step that's involved with high ticket sales. So I got prospecting, cold outreach, sales calls, closing deals, objection handling, follow-up strategies, upselling, and referral generation. And I'd have a video basically for all of these steps. I would also have a few templates, a few swipe files, checklists, assets as well, like a sales call script, objection handling swipe file, follow-up email templates, and the closing checklist. And I would do that just because to get more value. People want information, but they also want action and they need to actually put this into the real world. So if I can give them some template swipe files, checklists, assets for every step of this, then that would be a great addition to my course. For the program, I would also have a done with you program.
And you can think of this as somewhere in between actually doing the service for them and having a course, which is do it yourself. I would do a 3-month done with you sales coaching program where I give them, what to do. Maybe in a project management board like Trello, I do 1 live Q&A call per week with everybody in the program, and then they could have like their own chat, Slack channel for continuous support, that kind of stuff. For my affiliate links, I would just kind of sign up for an affiliate program that covers all of the major use cases. So for a CRM, I might use Pipedrive, for Calendly, for scheduling tools, for Zoom, for video conferences, and DocuSign. These all have an affiliate program. And I can put this in my lead magnets and stuff like that, my email flows, which we'll talk about later. And I can really start to build up some affiliate commissions as I grow my business. The next one is the paid product, and this is the final of our 7 offers. And I would create a low-cost product that's automated and requires no further effort from me. So basically, this is not a service. This is a product that's the same for every time, automatically delivered, no fulfillment. And what I would do is a bundle of sales scripts, maybe for 20 different industries. So even if they're not in those industries, even if they're only in one of them, that's good enough value, but they can also see how it might work in other industries. And I would include some free bonuses to maximize the value even further. And I would have an objection handling guide, a follow-up planner template, closing technique swipe file, and prospecting tips and tricks. My goal would be to make these bonuses good enough that they could also be justifiably worth $97 as well. So that is it for our offers. Next step will be the bottom of the funnel. And here are the tools we would need. We need Beehive for the newsletter, Close.com for appointment setting, Webinar Jam for the webinar. We'd use Gamma again for the slideshow in the webinar, and Close.com as the CRM. I'm not going to open these, just go to the description. It'll be in there. So the newsletter is one of the most important tools to convert leads who already know about us into customers. Very important to understand that, how would you say? Without you driving traffic to your newsletter and getting people to sign up, it's useless. But once they're there and once they already know about you, one of the 2 best tools to convert them from lead into customer, the other one being YouTube videos. So I would write a newsletter 3 times per week, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and each would have 4 main sections. So I'd have an actionable tip they can implement within 24 hours, which would be like, what would that be? What would be going to be an example of that? When, the first thing you say in the call is this. I would do a short example of what I would do for a certain type of business in terms of the script. I would have some examples of good call recordings that I've seen. Of course, I would include permission for that. And then I would have a long form section about something important about sales, like tonality or asking for the close or objection handling, that kind of stuff. And I would just have this as a very valuable newsletter that's focused on content more than sales. For my appointment setting, I would have an appointment setter who emails, text messages, phones, etc. all of my qualified leads based on their response and their revenue in the opt-in forms, which I'll talk about in the CRM section. And I would get them to focus on my intro offer, which is the sales audit, because that's going to be a lot easier to sell in general than high-priced, recurring, high-commitment sales coaching. And if they can't do that, then I might get them to focus on signing people up for my conversion mechanism, which in this case is going to be a webinar. I would be running retargeting ads on different platforms to try to get in front of people who already know about me, because they need to get people to know and see you multiple times in most cases. I would use a very small budget because you can't really scale retargeting ads unless you have tens and tens of thousands of views per day. But I would put YouTube retargeting ads on people who've watched my videos and people who've been to my site. And I would use Google display ads and Facebook ads on people who've been to my site. So people who've been to my site for everything, but also specifically on YouTube, people have watched my videos, because if they're watching my videos, they already know me and they're going to be much more receptive to that retargeting ad. For my main conversion mechanism that I would send my leads to show them, hopefully they can qualify themselves and book calls, would be a webinar. And this webinar would be very similar to the course, but it could be something like top 8 things you need to do to increase your close rate from 20 to 30%, something of that nature.
And it would go over, prospecting tips, cold email or cold outreach tips, sales call tips, all of that kind of stuff. Same kind of thing as the course, except 45 minutes to 60 minutes long total instead of, in depth for everything. The final piece here is the CRM, which I alluded to earlier. On all of my forms, what I would really want to be doing is something like this, where on the form, I get their revenue just like that. And that would be very important information to sync to my CRM, because we have all these different offers, right? We have our recurring service, we have our intro, we have our digital product, affiliate, course, referral, and program. And that is why we have these, because if we didn't do that, anyone who's making less than 100K per month realistically is not going to buy our recurring sales training. So we need to know where they're at so we can accurately pitch them through our appointment setter, through our email flows and that kind of stuff. And we'll sell different packages and different offers to different revenue levels. And we're going to make way more money doing this. That is going to be it for the bottom of the funnel. And now the next step will be the middle of the funnel here. So the first thing we want to do is make lead magnets for each of the parts of the service. So these are going to be the exact same categories as the webinar and the course. Not to get repetitive or anything, but this is literally how you would do it. So I'd make a full lead magnet for prospecting, for cold outreach, for sales calls, for closing deals, for handling objections, for following up, upselling, and getting referrals. A full length, big document, maybe 50 to 100, maybe even more pages. But it's very important that they follow the 3 lead magnet rules that I always will harp on. We want the value rule. Look inside your lead magnet and ask yourself, would I be paying $50 for this? And if the answer is no, it's not good enough. It's free, but in terms of time and energy and effort, they still had to sign up for your form, look at it in their email folder, open it, read it. Maybe it's free in terms of money. It's not free in terms of time. So it needs to be worth $50. And if it's not, then it's not good enough. Next, is there an actionable step or quick win or plan that they can implement within 24 hours? Go back through your call recordings, check for X, Y, and Z. That's a good example. In your next sales presentation, you have 60 seconds to make sure you're powerful. So script the first 60 seconds within reason. And then, is it readable? Is there one clear idea and one image per slide? And if the answer is no, then it's not consumable enough. It doesn't matter how valuable and actionable it is if it's not consumable. And this is less important, like the video you're watching right now, because there's me talking and explaining it. But when you're doing your lead magnets, for the most part, people are just reading it in silence. It needs to be very interesting and consumable for them to even bother. The next step is the email flows. And what I would be doing is creating 2 different email flows. And the first one would be sent over the course of 4 hours. So after they opt in, we'd get immediately sent. The first one would be immediate, and it would deliver the lead magnet that they've been signing up for. The second email would be what problems we solve. The third would be why we need to solve them now. And the fourth would be how we solve them. And that would be after 1 hour, 2 hours, and 3 hours. So realistically, this is a 3-hour flow, but bear with me here. After that, starting 24 hours after the initial opt-in, I would send a 30-day flow, which is 1 email per day for 30 days. And each would be dedicated to overcoming an objection or frequently asked question. So, how much does it really cost to improve your sales team? When will we start seeing results? Sales coaching versus just hiring, what's best? What are some common sales pitfalls? Is the sales process transparent enough? How can I guarantee the success for your sales team? All of that kind of stuff where, we might just, these are the things that our prospects are probably thinking and nervous about. So we have 1 email per day for 30 days to overcome and address all of these concerns. Very, very important. And then on the thank you page, so basically when they submit this, they'll be automatically redirected to the thank you page. I would have a video sales letter about my offer, a book a call button, and proof of all of the other people that I helped. And that is going to wrap up the middle of the funnel. Now, the next part we have to do is the top of the funnel. And that includes paid ads, it includes content, outreach, and partnerships. So I would use paid ads on a number of platforms to help me get leads for my different offers. And I would mix up and run multiple types of ad campaigns at the same time too. So I would run Facebook ads to my lead magnets earlier, my intro offer earlier, and my digital products earlier. And then I would use YouTube ads and Google search ads to my intro offer, just because it doesn't really make sense economics wise to run YouTube ads or Google search ads to a free lead magnet or digital products. It's just not high enough potential ROI to justify the cost of those. For my written content, I would try to post 5 times per day on Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter using a tool called Hype Fury, which will cross-post it and save me time. So what I would do is I would take those same subjects and same subcategories in the webinar and the course and the lead magnets, and I would brainstorm 20 FAQs for each. And then my entire content strategy for the written perspective, at least, would be based around answering these FAQs. So for prospecting, what are the most effective ways to find clients? How can I build a strong prospect list for my sales team? I'm going to read a couple from each. For cold outreach, what is the best way to approach potential clients cold? How do I write cold emails to get responses? What are the key components of a successful sales call? How do I structure a sales call to close more deals? What are the most effective closing techniques? How do I know when it's the right time to close? These are things that people are thinking. So basically what you want to do is create content in different ways, stories, examples, just how to, quick wins, things to avoid, all that kind of stuff in your written content, answering these questions. It's one of the easiest but most effective ways to do it. And you're never going to run out of content ideas. Again, you just got to find these categories and brainstorm as many FAQs as possible. For my video content, I would focus, and I kind of got screwed up here in my format, but I would create 3 main types of videos. I would have the tutorial style, the example style, and then the quick wins and mistakes to avoid. And I would cycle through these formats and try to make at least 3 YouTube videos per week. So just some examples of what I would do. The foolproof formula for closing high-ticket deals, coming up with sales strategies that actually work. Or you could do sales scripts that actually work. You could come up with offers that actually work. Whatever. The best cold calling setup for consistent results. How this follow-up technique boosted my close rate by 50%. All very clickbaity, but necessarily clickbaity video ideas. But it's just an example of what kind of videos I would be making. For my outreach, what I would do is I'd be focusing on my intro offer and trying to target directors of sales, CEOs, founders, CRO, VP of sales, those kind of roles with 10 to 100 employee count in the United States who use Salesforce as a technology. And that just indicates that they have a pretty big sales team. So you can swap Salesforce with any kind of sales platform or CRM, but this is what I would do. And I would center my script around sending them a loom that explains in more detail, shows my face, lets them hear my voice, and my script to be very simple, like less than 50 words realistically. I noticed you run a business with a sales team. He could, or another like, I noticed you are using Salesforce. Then I would be, I can create a 3-month sales coaching plan that could help your sales team close more deals, just like we did for so-and-so company. Would you mind if I send over a quick video with all the details? Talk soon, Matt, or whatever your name is. You could definitely make this a lot better. I just wrote it in about 10 seconds, but this is the kind of script that you actually need if you want to be successful in cold email. Too many people have the big, massive wall of text. That doesn't work. For our partnerships, I'm not going to go over too much about the referral and the white label again, just because that's the same as I talked about earlier, but it was the sales training platforms, the CRMs, the consulting firms, and the marketing agencies. For media partnerships, I would try to get interviewed by, sales podcasts, be in sales newsletters or sales blogs or YouTube channels or speaking at sales events, conferences, industry seminars, all that kind of stuff. And for joint ventures, I would maybe partner with a CRM or a business consulting firm. So they sign up for the CRM, they get X amount of sales coaching or something if it's an enterprise CRM. For the sales part, my pre-call flow would try to do 3 things. It would send them email reminders via SMS and email 24 hours before, 4 hours before, and 1 hour before. It would be like the same as my Calendly here that does a bit of information collecting. So I know, good stuff that's going into the call. Let's go. Let's just open up mine here. Our program, or what our price is, what's your revenue, where you're coming from today, that kind of stuff. And then when they submit this, I would redirect them to my sales presentation so that they know what we're talking about on the call. Pre-call video would be the same as kind of my VSL or Loom. Who am I? What problems do we solve? Why you need to solve them? How we solve them? And some examples. I'd aim that to be 10 minutes or less, and I would send that to them when they book a call. For my sales presentation, I would really want to start off strong and go over some quick proof, examples, results, that kind of stuff. And then I would answer the questions like, what are we trying to do? Improve sales team performance, close rates, etc. How is this usually done? You have basic training, generic scripts that leads to limited results, limited, very inconsistent results. What's new in our approach? We have advanced coaching techniques and customization that leads to higher success and sustained improvement. What difference will this make? It'll make faster growth and better ROI for your sales team. What are the risks? Sometimes this is misaligned with company goals, but we'll figure it out. And here's how we figure it out. And there's challenges with implementation, but here's how we make it easy. There's always going to be risks and objections, so you might as well address them. But then you get past that by saying, these are the risks, but here's how we do that. How much is it going to cost? We did it earlier, but typically $5,000 for a couple of people. The initial setup will take weeks, but you're going to see results in 3 to 6 months. We're going to see improved sales metrics like close rate, book rate, meeting rate, no-show rate, that kind of stuff. And I would finish it off with more case studies and results and proof and that kind of stuff. So in my sales call, I would split it into 3 parts. I would do the information gathering part, the screen share part, and the objection handling part. Very basic stuff, but getting them to admit the answers to these somewhat obvious questions out loud is very powerful when you go for the close. I would go over the screen share presentation that I just said above. Not going to do that again. And then after my screen share presentation, be like, so what do you think about this from 1 to 10? And then you'd revisit their answers from the first part. They admitted out loud that there's a problem and they need to solve it. So you got to go back to that. Ask them what some things they don't like or unsure about, overcome those objections, and then tell them how to get started. Most people aren't going to follow up, or most people aren't going to close right on the call, so we need to follow up. I would do twice a week for 12 weeks, and I would just try to include, in addition to being salesy, some documents, some videos, some case studies, some examples, some templates, that kind of stuff. And here's just some stuff. So, how to open a sales call that grabs attention. It'll just be a tip. So opening statements. What are some other ones? And I'm going to link this again so you can go through it. What are some videos with some follow-up strategies? Or what is a tip to create urgency without pressure? So stuff that proves that we know what we're talking about and gives some free value, just so that we have plausible deniability when we follow up, so it's not as salesy. So that is how I would build a $1 million per year high-ticket sales coaching business. I hope you liked this video and thought it was valuable, and I will see you in the next one. Hey there, it's Matt, and this video is going to go over how I would build a $1 million per year cybersecurity company in the healthcare industry. So the main benefit of a video like this is just the thought process behind it. Even if you don't have a healthcare cybersecurity company, you can apply the same context to an agency or any kind of service business that you are running. So let's get started right now. So let's get started into how I would build this agency. And if you've never watched one of my videos before, my name is Matt, and I am the founder of 1000x Leads and 10K per month agency programs. And I work with 315 agencies on a monthly basis, so I know what works right now and what doesn't. I've also built 3 agencies to over $1 million per year in annual revenue myself, including the last one was about $7 million before I sold it. So I actually have real experience building these agencies, unlike a lot of people. Everything in this video that you're going to see is going to be over the 1000x Leads funnel, which I created as part of my program. And it's a very good, complete marketing funnel that will lead to fast and permanent growth for any agency or B2B business, such as this healthcare cybersecurity consulting firm. The first thing we need to take care of are the offers. And inside the 1000x Leads funnel, there are 7 offers. We have our recurring service, our intro offer, referrals, courses, programs, affiliates, and products. So all 7 of these offers are very important to have because it's the only way that we can monetize the entire target audience. If we just have our recurring service like a lot of businesses have, 99% of people are not going to be qualified to buy that, whether it's too expensive, it's not a good fit, they don't need it, etc. But when we have all of these offers, we can monetize everyone from the absolute beginners to the medium people to the big people, and then all the way up to enterprise. It's very, very important. The first offer I'm going to go over is my recurring service. So what I would do here, and I wouldn't do this for every type of agency or business, but in the context of cybersecurity, I would have different tiers or different solutions tailored to different levels of the market. So I would have three. I would have a basic cybersecurity, standard, and then advanced. And it would be for, different revenue levels, different needs, all that kind of stuff. So in my lowest tier, I would have the standard stuff, the vulnerability assessments, risk analysis, that kind of stuff, basic network monitoring, compliance checks, that kind of stuff. And that would be for small clinics, walk-in clinic, all that kind of stuff that just has to comply with the HIPAA regulations, and that's about it. For a medium-term package or medium tier, it's going to be for not just the small walk-in clinics, but I'm going to have more stuff, and this is going to be better for not quite full-on hospitals or or huge healthcare organizations, but in between some of like a walk-in clinic and a full hospital system, and that's going to cost a lot more. And then for the either ones with like the full hospital systems or those that have like excessive or more than standard like compliance and that kind of stuff, highly sensitive data, I would have the full cybersecurity package with a dedicated account manager. I would have the monthly cybersecurity reviews, and I would be doing the automatic audits and real-time detection. So those are the three different tiers. And I would have those three tiers in this case, because if not, it's kind of a situation where you're even taking this to a greater extent. So you're excluding people from your recurring service, let alone not having all of the rest of the offers like most people. For my intro offer, it's kind of hard to just offer like, I'll do cybersecurity for you for 1 month and then you can decide if you like it or not. It doesn't really make sense to have an intro offer of that type. So what I would do is a one-time cybersecurity audit and risk assessment. And I basically go into the organization or have my employees do that and really, maybe go over a 25-step checklist or whatever it ends up being. But I would do a complete review of their current infrastructure and a risk assessment and compliance and incident response plan. And I would put this into a document and present it to them and say, okay, like this is your current situation. And if you join the full cybersecurity package, I will give you this credit towards, the first month. And I don't personally know enough about the ins and outs of cybersecurity to know what pricing I should do. I just kind of set these prices kind of arbitrarily. I'm sure for cybersecurity for healthcare, you probably could get into pretty expensive packages, but bear with me here as this is the lead generation video, not a pricing video. I would also want to be able to refer my clients to other businesses that can give me a referral fee or something of that nature, and that will just increase the lifetime value of every one of my clients. So some things that I wrote down are compliance consultants, legal firms, insurance providers, healthcare, IT services. Like these are stuff that my clients would feasibly want or need. So if they ask me, they say, wow, you are so great to work with. Do you know anybody who does compliance, or do you know anyone who works at a legal firm that specializes in these healthcare regulations? I would say yes, and then I would refer to them and collect a fee. And that would just increase my LTV quite a bit. I would also have a course that might be good for, maybe like individual doctors or smaller clinics who want to know how to do it themselves. Maybe they have a receptionist who can do it, that kind of stuff. So I would have a $997 course, and in that course I would include training videos for every steps and then stuff that they can do or use to make it faster and easier. So I'd have videos about understanding cybersecurity, managing network security, ensuring compliance, incident response planning, securing data, implementing access controls, and all of that kind of stuff. And you could read this document itself. It's going to be in the description, but this is the kind of stuff and the categories that I would be using. And then I would be having templates, swipe files, checklists, and assets that work on every step and make it faster. So for security, so we might have a network setup guide. For managing the compliance, we might have a compliance checklist, or if they're about to be audited, here's a guide on how to get everything you need to, be audited type thing. We might have a plan that if they get breached, what should we do? And this stuff will just make it a lot easier to implement what I'm teaching in the videos and save them a lot of time. Like this kind of stuff really increases the perceived value exponentially as opposed to just having the videos. I would also have a program that follows somewhere between the course and the doing it for them. The course is do it yourself, services are done for you. This would be done with you if you've ever heard the term. And this would basically have they get a 3-month plan, they get a weekly Q&A call, and they can get chat support, but they do it all themselves other than me helping them a little bit. And it's just a nice offering that's kind of in between and will increase your LTV and help you close more deals for the type of person who wants something like that. For my affiliate links, this is a great way to put these in your email flows and your lead magnets and get some MRR from basically getting people to sign up for tools that they would be using anyways. So I might use CrowdStrike, which is kind of funny based on the CrowdStrike glitch that happened about a month ago at the time of recording this. I would use Splunk for security management, Duo Security for my two-factor authentication, and I would use Vanta for compliance help. So these are stuff that these people would need anyway, and if they click on my link and then sign up for the software, I'm probably going to get some pretty good recurring commissions. And if I have this full funnel and I'm getting tons and tons and tons of leads, this will add up to a lot more than you think over time. For my paid product, I kind of was struggling to think of something good here, but what I thought of was a healthcare cybersecurity compliance tracker. So this could be basically a spreadsheet template that helps you manage all of your cybersecurity regulations, such as the HIPAA and all that kind of stuff. So it'd just be a matter of, you build the spreadsheet once using the necessary logic and the steps and all of the assets. You sell it to them and has pre-built formulas and conditional formatting to help them with stuff like reminders and highlight areas needing attention and that kind of stuff. With the paid product, I would also have a few free bonuses. I would have a policy compliance tracker, an incident response log, and a cybersecurity audit checklist. These things will just add to the perceived value, and they're something that they would need to have anyways. So they would make great bonuses for this $100 product that will really just increase our conversion rate when we're selling it. Those are what I would do for the 7 offers. And the next step is going to be the bottom of the funnel. When we get to the bottom of the funnel, it is basically right here. We have our conversion mechanisms like our webinars, our VSLs, our live workshops, newsletters, communities, appointment setters, content, and more. And we need the bottom of the funnel because that is what helps us qualify the leads that we're generating in the middle of the funnel and get them onto a sales call. The first thing that I would do is I would have a newsletter that is about, healthcare, cybersecurity. It's not going to be sexy. It's not going to be, very interesting to anyone who doesn't have a healthcare business, but I would write a newsletter every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and each of them would have a few main sections. I put 3 here, I meant 4. I would have an actionable tip that they can implement within 24 hours, basically like do this to greater secure your data. I would have a short example of what I would do for X. So for local businesses, for local healthcare clinics, here's what I would do. Then I would have an example about how we solved a specific cybersecurity challenge for a certain healthcare client we had. And then I would have a long form section about an important topic in healthcare cybersecurity, something like the actionable tip, but just a longer and more theoretical. I would also have my appointment setter, emailing, phoning, and sending text messages to all of the qualified leads based on my form. And I'm just going to get a lot more booked calls by doing that as opposed to not doing it at all. Same with my retargeting ads. I would be running retargeting ads on YouTube, Google Display Network, and Facebook. On all three of these platforms, I would be putting retargeting ads to people who have been to my website, but on YouTube as well, I would also put retargeting ads on people who have watched my YouTube videos. For my conversion mechanism, I would probably use a pre-recorded webinar, just because I might not use a group or a live workshop, as I don't really know what I would talk about or post about, or, there's just not the sample size, I don't think, and in my opinion, this target market doesn't have enough time to engage in a group all the time. So what I would do is make a 45 to 60 minute pre-recording webinar, just based on the topics that we were talking about earlier, the same topics from the course, but instead of having a full course, this would be just 45 to 60 minutes. I would set up my CRM so that we can really basically see who's a small clinic, who is, a large healthcare system, all of that kind of stuff. And I don't know what I would really tag this on, because a lot of these systems, I just don't know enough about cybersecurity to know, what revenue ranges these are. And this is a hypothetical video just to show you the different examples. It's not me trying to start a healthcare business. So, this very well could be, if you're a large hospital system, you might be doing millions and millions per month, right? But I would nevertheless, I would have different revenue tags on my form so I kind of get a better idea about who I'm dealing with. In the middle of the funnel, we have our lead capture and lead nurturing system. So our lead magnets, our email flows, and our thank you page. So what I would do for the lead magnets is the exact same thing that I did for the course as well as the webinar. I would have documents that I would make, exact guides for the Cybersecurity Foundation, the risk management, the compliance and regulations, the incident response planning. And I would have exact full-length guides that people can download and see that I definitely know what I'm talking about and I'm the expert. I would make sure that all of them are very valuable, and even though they're free, I would make it so valuable that people would have no problem paying $50 for this, because if that wasn't the case, it's just not good enough. For the actionable rule, I would make sure that everything has a quick win that they can implement within 24 hours of downloading it, and I would make it very readable with one idea and image per slide. You got to remember that you're not talking in the lead magnet. It's not a video usually. People are just scrolling down like this, and if we have one idea and one image per slide, it becomes a lot more easy to consume for a lot of people. I would have 2 email flows that trigger whenever somebody signs up for a call or a lead magnet form or whatever. I would deliver the lead magnet. I would tell them what we do 1 hour later. I would tell them why they need to solve these problems an hour after that. And then I would tell them how we solve these problems after that. So it'd be across 3 to 4 hours. After that's done, 24 hours after the first email, I would be sending 30-day email flow, 1 email per day, and each email is focused on solving one objection, one FAQ, all of that kind of stuff. So stuff like, why should I do it? Or why should I hire you versus do it myself? What are the real costs? Can you guarantee the safety of my patient data? These are all objections or FAQs. Do you need a long-term commitment for cybersecurity? Yes, it's, mandated at this point. Stuff like that. Will these cybersecurity tools be very cumbersome and slow down the operations to have to do 2-factor authentication and all of the, I don't know what you would call them, but how do I stay ahead of cybersecurity regulations? How often should you audit? These are all things that people would want to know. And it's not sexy for a cybersecurity firm for healthcare, but the process to getting clients is the same no matter what the niche is. And then on my thank you page, I would basically have a VSL about my offer, a book a call button, and some proof of other companies I've helped. And when they sign up for the lead magnets and they start getting the email flows, they'll also be redirected to the thank you page. And I will, put these things up there. That is the end of our middle of funnel. So now we need to do the top of funnel and the sales, and then we'll be all done with this example. So in the top of funnel, we have a few different traffic sources. We have paid ads, we have content, we have outreach, and we have partnerships. For my paid ads, I would basically do 3 types of campaigns on Facebook. I would do lead magnet ads, intro offer ads, and digital product ads, because I can go basically through a few different paths here. I could go, just like this. Let's get our connection restored quick. I could go through the lead magnet and down the funnel. I could go through the paid product and down the funnel. And I could also go like all the way around right to the intro offer to the funnel. So on YouTube, it doesn't really make sense to have a lead magnet funnel or an intro offer or a digital product funnel just because of the economics. So on YouTube and Google search, I would just stick to my intro offer, which would be that audit. For my written content, I would try to post 5 times per day on LinkedIn, Instagram, and Twitter. And I would schedule these using Hype Fury so it will automatically cross-post it so I don't have to make unique content for each. But basically, all I would be doing is taking those same categories and thinking of FAQs for each. So I think of probably 20 plus FAQs for each, and then get the FAQs and then just write short content about it and short content about what I think and how to do it. And I put it on LinkedIn and Instagram and Twitter. And that's all there is to it realistically. It's the easiest and one of the most effective content strategies, because when people follow you, they're going to see that you understand them and you understand what their concerns are, and it makes you look like an expert. These can be thought of as FAQs, objections, and if people follow you long enough and you answer every single one of those objections over the course of weeks or months, eventually they're just going to book a call. It's really that easy. For my YouTube videos, I just thought of some things here. I got the foolproof method for protecting patient data in healthcare, simplifying cybersecurity compliance in healthcare, a step-by-step guide, and stuff like the best network security setup for healthcare organizations. These are not going to get many views at all, but the algorithm is so good these days that it's going to hit the people that you want it to hit. I would keep it to the tutorial style, the example style, and quick wins, and do what I'm doing here, where basically it's kind of like you are screen sharing and talking over an asset. You just got to get good at screen sharing and doing that over time. And then you are going to, slowly build up, and people are going to find out about you. And this is one of the best ways to actually book calls, is to have videos like this. These particular subjects, not exactly sexy, not going to get a lot of views, but these are just some ideas that I came up with. And if I was doing this, these are the videos that I'd be doing. For my short form content, I would basically just see all of my tweets and see all of that kind of stuff and see which ones get the most engagement. And if they have the most engagement, that's a sign that people are interested in it. And I would expand on all of it with a TikTok, a Reel, Shorts, etc. For my outreach, what I would be doing would be targeting people in the USA and probably the COO, like CMO, CEO, and founder job titles with a 10 plus employee count, with healthcare keywords, medical center, clinic, that kind of stuff. I might put cybersecurity in here only for like forming partnerships, but if I was really just going to do this to the target audience, I would only focus on these ones. Here's what my script will like. So I noticed that your healthcare organization might benefit from stronger cybersecurity measures. I can create a customized 3-month healthcare cybersecurity plan tailored to protect your data and ensure compliance, just like we did for someone else. We could probably make this better if I knew a little bit more about healthcare stuff. And if I was building this company, I would obviously know that. But 50 words or less, this is what I can do like I did for this. Can I send a video for you? And that video can explain it more in depth, show your face, show your voice, let them hear your voice, all that kind of stuff. For partnerships, my referral and white label partnerships were the same ones that I talked about earlier, so I won't go on too much about those, but IT services, compliance consultants, legal firms, cybersecurity tool providers. For my media partnerships, I would go to like healthcare industry blogs or cybersecurity newsletters or healthcare industry podcasts, YouTubers, newsletters, that kind of stuff. I would try to speak at events and help on like the healthcare and the cybersecurity communities, because even if you're speaking more about a cybersecurity community, a lot of people do cybersecurity for whatever, but they don't do it for healthcare. So you might get some partnerships that way. And for the joint venture partnerships, I would speak with IT service providers and compliance consultants to try to have a solution where if they hire either one of us, they can get, fully optimized IT services, but also with cybersecurity measures that we need. For the sales, which is the last part, and oops, I put the wrong thing in here. Let's go back. Sales is down here. So let's replace that one there. Let's delete this one. So sales is down here in the funnel, and it consists of the pre-call flow, the sales presentation, the follow-up, and the sales call. So before they even get to the call, I'd be sending them reminders 24 hours, 4 hours, and 1 hour before. So that would basically be email and SMS to reduce no-shows. I would get a lot of good qualifying information on the call, just so I know what I'm dealing with. And then when they book the form, they're going to be redirected to the sales presentation that I would go over on the call, so they're going to be 100% familiar. I would send them a pre-call video, who I am, what problems we solve, why we need to solve them, how we solve them, examples. And I would aim for this to be maximum of 10 minutes, and I would do that in like the confirmation email. In my sales presentation, I would answer a few questions like, what are we trying to do? We're trying to ensure compliance, cybersecurity posture, protect sensitive patient data. If you have basic security measures, manual monitoring, and ad hoc compliance, like, prone to human error, might not scale well with growing threats, you're going to get screwed, basically. So we have proactive cybersecurity measures, automatic threat detection, and continuous monitoring, and that's minimizes the risks and ensures ongoing compliance and provides real-time protection. So this contrast in sales, especially the presentations, is pretty important. Who cares? Like, really, what difference will it make? We're going to reduce the risk, protect patients' trust, and ensure regulatory compliance so we won't get fined. A lot of this stuff is compliance, like mandated. What are the risks? So, like, if we have over-reliance on our automated systems without proper oversight, that might be a bad thing. Whatever the risks are, like, we need to bring them up, or people are just going to think we're sneaky or stupid and don't realize the risks exist. But we bring up the risks and then say, okay, now here's how I will overcome it. How much will it cost? How long will it take? Midterm stuff, and finish it off with more proof. So in the sales call, I would break it down into 3 parts: information gathering, screen share presentation, which I just went over, and then the objection handling. And for my follow-up, basically what I would be doing is I would make 12 or so weeks worth of follow-up templates, 2 per week for 24 total. And in each, I would give I would follow up and ask for the sale, but I would give some good practical advice and that kind of stuff. And I have it here. I'm not going to read them all. I'm going to link this in the description. So I hope you enjoyed this video and that was valuable, and I'll see you in the next one. Hey everybody, in this video, I'm going to show you how I would build a $1 million per year B2B content marketing agency with things like LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, ghostwriting, and that kind of stuff. So this is an exact step-by-step process that you can build a content agency or any agency in general, really. And I'm going to go through absolutely everything from the offers to the bottom of funnel, middle of funnel, top of funnel, sales, and everything in between. So let's get started. If you don't know who I am, my name is Matthew Larson, and I'm the founder of both 1000x Leads and the 10K per month agency program. And I work with 315 agencies on a monthly basis, so I kind of have some unique insights that some other people might not. I've built 3 agencies to over $1 million in annual revenue in the past 12 years. Never a B2B content marketing agency, but the same process is going to apply. So if you've never watched my channel too, I make daily YouTube videos and I write daily newsletters about growing agencies and B2B businesses. So subscribe, make it a habit. I don't know, whatever you want. So this is going to just be what I would do. And there are more than one way to do things, but if I was going to build this, I'm going to show you exactly what I would do with no gatekeeping. And then you can take what you think is good and discard the rest, or combine it with something, or tell me how stupid it is in the comments. Again, you can do what you want. It's your life, right? So I'm going to base this entire video on the funnel that we teach in 1000x Leads, because that is just a perfect lead generation funnel. So I'm constantly going to be referencing this diagram here. It might be a bit zoomed out, but we can also go onto Miro board, and I'll open that up and we can look at it there too. So we need to start at the very bottom with our offers, because our offers are everything's going to be based around our offers. We got to get our offers, then our bottom of funnel, then middle of funnel, then top of funnel, and then sales, because We have to do it in this order because these are all dependent on the previous steps. So the first part is going to be offers, and I want to show you where these are in the funnel. So we have 7 different offers. We have an intro offer down here, a recurring service, referral fees, courses, programs, affiliate fees, and digital products. So for this, these are the tools that I would use anyways, and you can do whatever you want, but I would use my Gamma Docs for my presentation. I would use mural boards to create frameworks and graphics. I would use an affiliate spreadsheet with all of my links, and I'll open that up here. I would use a referral spreadsheet with all of my links too, and then I would use Kajabi for my course content and Trello for my programs. But there's lots of tools that you could use for this, so don't feel like you need to use these. If you have something that already does the same function as some of these, like you don't need to switch, but if you don't have anything and you want to do it, like these are good choices, what I would recommend. So the first offer is the recurring service, and I would mostly center this around doing written content for LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram. And I would stick to B2B businesses like agencies or SaaS because that's the niche that I know the best, and there's a direct potential to get them clients and a tangible ROI. Because if you're posting for them on LinkedIn and Twitter and Instagram and they get a client from it, like there you go. That's proving your service is valuable. So for $6,000 per month, my deliverables would be 90 short form posts, so 240 characters or less. I would do 12 long form posts per month and turn these for threads for carousels as well as newsletters. I would optimize their Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram profiles, and then I would do 4 auto DM type posts per month. So if you know what Hype Fury is, or you know what ManyChat is on Instagram, kind of like that. And if you don't know what that is, Google it. Google it. For my intro offer, I think it's a bit difficult to just like give them a paid trial even, like let's do this for 1 month or something, just because content usually compounds and you're not going to get results right away. Well, you could, but likely not. And if we're not going to get results right away, it's going to be, hard to upsell them to the recurring stuff. Like they just didn't get any results in 7 days worth of content or something like that. So I think it might be more beneficial to make them a strategy here. So for $2,500, I would make them a 90-day content strategy for LinkedIn, Instagram, and Twitter. And in that, I would create their subcategories or their content strategy. I would create 20 frequently asked questions per subcategory, 30 YouTube ideas, create the posting schedules, set up their Hype Fury, set up their ManyChat, brainstorm assets, create a landing page for them, and a welcome flow. And I'm going to go over like some of this stuff later in this video because this is what you would be doing for yourself too. So you're basically doing what you'll be doing in this video for yourself, but then the same concept for clients. And if they bought the intro offer first and then upsold to the recurring service, I would give them a $2,500 credit to reflect what they paid. But this wouldn't be permanent. I would like kind of do some urgency or scarcity type where this is a 30-day limit and I would enforce that limit. You can't say shit and then not enforce it. So for referral fees, like it's a very good way to get extra revenue per client, because what you're trying to do here is get them leads with written content, but they need leads in other ways. So I would form with partnerships with YouTube agencies or short form content agencies or paid ad agencies or cold email agencies. And then when they say, do you know someone like that? Because I'm looking to get more leads through other sources, you can refer to them, maybe get, 500 a month, 1,000 a month, 5,000 total, like referral fees from that. And it's a great way to just get extra revenue per client. You don't have to do anything. And it's like nearly 100% margin. So for my course, and I would have my course, so let's go here and let's kind of check off what we've done so far, even if it's a small check. So you really want a course, in my view, just because there's going to be certain people who just can't afford $6K per month, but they want your stuff. They want to work with you anyway. So I would make a course and sell it for $9.97, and it'll be of extremely good value. Like you do not have to make it bad. Like that's definitely, the course industry has a bad name because, there's a lot of scammers and stuff, but you can make this very good. And I would have training videos for every step that has to do with what my service is, because they want my service, they just can't afford it. So here are the steps. So long form posts, short form posts, newsletters, landing pages, lead magnets, content scheduling, content ideas, promotional posts, auto DMs, and creating offers. So I'd have a training video for pretty much all of these things. I would also include a bunch of templates and swipe files and checklists and assets for every step too, just to make it faster for them, because people need information, but we also need to put it into practice, and you can really increase the value of your course by giving them a bunch of like awesome tools that makes it faster. So something like a topic research and validation template, something like a keyword integration checklist if they're trying to do it on their blog, for example. I'm not going to go through all of these, and I'll link this in the description, but email opt-in form design template, social media promotion templates, you know, all good stuff. A/B testing checklist, hero section. Like, these are all great things that would just make them do it faster. Less thoughts, less experimentation, just basically here's what to do and here are the tools to use. Very good value for the course. So let's check that off here. Let's delete this line. The next thing I would do is have a program. So basically, think of a program as like somewhere in between a course, which is do it yourself, and then done for you services, where this kind of like done with you. So what I would do is have a 90-day-ish program, 3 months, and charge $6K for it. And then I would have a Trello board, like here's step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, what to do. I would have a weekly Q&A call, and then I would give them like a private channel for feedback, whether that's on WhatsApp or Slack or text message, whatever you really want. And then I think that is going to act as some in between. You know, I don't really want a course, but I can't afford it. They might do something like this. So important to have all of these options, because if you don't, you know, 1% of people or less are going to be able to afford your services and be a good fit. So if you don't have any of this and you just have your main service, you're just going to be missing out on so much potential revenue that it's actually like insane. The next thing I would do is in my lead magnets, which we'll talk about later, I'm going to have a bunch of affiliate links, lead magnets, email flows, that kind of stuff. And I'm going to affiliate for the proper tools that they need in order to execute this. So for their newsletter, they are going to need Beehive, which is just a newsletter email marketing platform. They're going to need Hype Fury to schedule and optimize their content. They're going to need ClickFunnels for the lead magnet page and funnel. And I have Answer the Public, which is a tool that kind of takes search engine data and like trends and just has a nice dashboard so you can come up with ideas. All of these have affiliate programs. I would just get my link like this and put it in all of these. And I would kind of, that's all there is to it. For my paid product, what I would do is basically create a paid product that's $100 or less, and it's completely automated, because you don't need to, or you don't want to have to like do services for it. Like $100 for an example post, that's not a product, that's a service. So be standard $100 or less. And I like the $100 or less because psychologically anything less than $100, easy to impulse buy. And you can just really sell a lot of these to people who are unsure. So this is like an example here I have on the screen of what that product page might look like. And then it has some order bumps and more content. What I would do for this would have 100 hooks for content with examples and swipe files. Like here are the top 100 LinkedIn hooks to use for your, or top 100 Twitter, you know, threads that went viral that are relevant to our niche. So when I was doing my previous agency, I had 100 landing page templates for $97, and that's a photo of that there. And with the product, I always like to have bonuses just to make the perceived value and the actual value so much better. And what you like, the kind of rule that I like to subscribe to or follow is that each of these bonuses should be just as valuable as the main product and worth $97 on their own. So if you have a headline testing guide that's going to, you know, get them 20% more views and impressions, that's clearly worth $97. If you have a content calendar that they can just plan out, that's going to save them so much time and therefore $97. Social media captions, so like what you do on your posts, different platforms, if that can help them by 20% more traffic, like that's gonna, or 20% more likes, that's gonna be. And then a call to action. A lot of people have problems with like, okay, they have the good content, but they need to convert that content into actual clicks and people taking action. So if you have a playbook for that and, you know, here's how to do it for this, that could be getting them more clicks. So when we get to the bottom of the funnel, we're going to need some different tools as well. So This here is what I would consider the bottom of the funnel. We have our webinars, our live workshops, our newsletters, our communities, our appointment setting, our content, and more. So I would use Beehive for the newsletter. I'd use close.com for appointment setting and the CRM, Webinar Jam for the webinar, as well as Gamma again for the slideshow that you put in the webinar. So let's get into each of these things. For my newsletter, I would send something every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and each would have 3 or 4 main sections. I put 3 here, and then I forgot to change it, and I added the other one after. So the first thing I would do is an actionable tip that they can apply to their own writing or whatever, that they can just read and then implement. I would have a short example of what I would do for X company. So like for a e-commerce email marketing agency, here's the example of a post I would do. I would also have an example of some few posts that I liked from the week, or some posts that kind of went viral or got a lot of attention, just as, here's what to do. And then I would have a long form section about something that is important about content marketing. So, the importance of hooks, the importance of a call to action, the importance of structuring it in a way that's readable, the importance of, what's another good one? Writing in a way that you are speaking one-to-one. Those are all examples of what I might do. For my appointment setting, and here's an example of the screenshot, what you might see in your CRM, where I would want to have an appointment setter who reaches out to all my leads through email, through SMS, and through phone. And I would pay this appointment setter 5% commission, but I would get them to focus on the intro offer first. And if that failed, I would say sign up for my conversion mechanism, which we'll get to after. It's a webinar in this case. I'd be running retargeting ads on every platform. So I would run on YouTube, I'd run on Google Display Network, Facebook, but for YouTube, I would target 2 audiences: people who watch my YouTube videos and people who've been to my website. For Google Network or Google Display Network, I would target just people who've been to my website, and the same with Facebook ads. I might throw in LinkedIn ads and Twitter ads there as retargeting, but maybe. It all depends on, I would do these first, and if I just wanted to be completely omnipresent on every single thing, I might add them in, but these would be my priority for sure. So the conversion tool that I would be using primarily would be a webinar. Let's put a check mark there. And I would do this because, I would have a webinar, a newsletter, an appointment setter, but I would use a webinar in comparison to a live workshop or a community, just because of how I think the live workshop might be okay. It's just kind of an ongoing thing, and I'm planning to get a ton of leads here, so I want something more automated. And same with the community. The community is going to be full of people who aren't qualified and who just want, you to help them without anything. And that is going to get a bit much when you have to review so much of that content in order to keep the community going. So a webinar, in my opinion, would be the best for this. And it would be similar to the course from earlier, where you have your long form posts, your short form posts, your newsletters, your landing pages, your lead magnets, your content scheduling, your ideas, your promotional posts, your auto DMs, and your offers. So that is 10 different categories. So I might have a webinar, 10 things you need to do to launch your personal brand, or 10 things that you need to get clients from content marketing, something like that. In my CRM, I would tag people because there's kind of like a degree of, if they're not making 25K at least a month, they're not going to be able to afford my 6K per month services. So I want it to be sorted by different revenue, because I could still sell my course or digital products or programs to people under that. And then my appointment setter will know to differentiate between these. And it's very important that we set it up in that manner, because you're going to sell different packages, different products to different revenue levels. So that's the whole purpose of having all of these different offers, because if you don't, then it really doesn't matter, and you're just wasting tons of potential revenue because you don't have the offers. Next, we'll go to the middle of the funnel, and the tools that I would use are Gamma for my lead magnets. I would use ConvertKit for my email flows, and Webflow for my thank you page. So let's get started to the lead magnets first. And here's a picture of what a lead magnet opt-in page might look like. I would create a full-length training for all of the categories we have here. And it would just be a long training that, demonstrates your expertise, gives them some steps, but we're going to go over that here. So the topics are going to be the same, and I would make sure that every lead magnet follows a few rules. I would have the value rule. So that kind of means like, even though this lead magnet's going to be free, would I pay $50 for this? That's how valuable it should be. And if the answer is no, probably need to rethink it, restructure it, put more effort into it, whatever, but it's not good enough. Sorry to tell you. The next one is the actionable rule. So is there a quick win that they can implement within 24 hours? It should be very obvious, important. Follow these 5 steps, big slides, big block letters, where it's very important that they follow your advice and do something, because a lot of people get that backwards. They like, oh, I just don't want to give it all away because then they're not going to hire me. Opposite's actually true in reality. If they are taking like, here, follow these 5 steps and get it set up, that's like an activation point. They're taking your advice. They trust you a lot more, especially if they see it work. They become more likely to hire you, not less likely. And then finally, we have the readable rule. Because you're not talking on video like I am right now, if you're talking on video, it might be a bit less important, but lead magnets usually are like they're downloading it and reading it themselves. So you need to make it very readable and very consumable. And having one image and idea per slide is the #1 way to maximize readability, maximize how consumable, how easy it is to view. Because just because they download your lead magnet doesn't mean they're consuming it if it's a big wall of text that's very uninteresting. And then I have these graphics here. So I think it's very important to go through these graphics a little just so we know what we're doing. So these are standardized graphics that I just inserted here. And this example would be like if I was making a YouTube agency or something like that. The different steps or the different problems that I would have topics about, stuff like how can I set up my camera and lights, or how do I make good titles, or how do I make good thumbnails? This stuff's very difficult for someone who doesn't know anything about YouTube, just a business owner who is busy, selling, providing their service, that kind of stuff. You as the expert, in this case, the B2B content for LinkedIn and Twitter, you know how to solve all these problems. So we need to have a lead magnet that solves all the problems, covers all objections, demonstrates our value, and builds authority as an expert. So no problems exist. We have something to take care of every single part, and it just becomes very natural for them to say, okay, I'm going to hire this guy then, or this girl. When we only create one lead magnet, like we solve one problem, but the rest of the problems still exist. And people aren't grateful to us for solving their one of their 12 problems. They're looking for someone else who can help them. And that is what they're going to do. They're going to look for someone else or our competitors. If you've ever been told that they're talking to multiple people and will make a decision, or you've ever been ghosted and they went with someone else, it's because you didn't solve all of these problems. So if you had a lead magnet, you would have solved all the problems and it would all be okay. But it's not for you because you didn't do this. So take my advice. It's free advice too. You don't have to pay anything to watch this video. So that would be what I would be doing for these lead magnets here. So just like that, just like that. We're going to put a lot of check marks because check marks are good. And we're going to say that these two here are the CRM. So for my email flows, so when someone opts into my landing page and fills up my form, they're going to be added to my email flows. And I'm going to have 2 different ones. Both are going to have like my intro offer as the call to action. Like, let me do this 90-day marketing plan, $2,500. If you don't like it, I'll give you a refund or some crap like that. So the first one is going to be the 4-hour flow. So it's going to deliver the lead magnet immediately. It's going to say what we do, what problems we solve, why we need to solve these problems, and how we solve them. 1 email per hour for 4 hours. And it's very important that they know what we do and what problems we solve. Even if you think that's like spammy, it's not. They're going to appreciate it. And then the 30-day flow, I'm going to brainstorm 30 FAQs or objections that, you might have. And then I'm going to make 1 email that kind of solves all of those or answers all of these FAQs and objections until hopefully there are none left. So what are the costs of content marketing service? How long to see results? Effectiveness compared to paid ads? Like, which one should I invest in? Like, can you guarantee that this is going to work for me type thing? What's some other ones? Like, do you even have experience in my niche or industry? How are you going to write good content for me? Like, all of this kind of stuff is what you'd want. And then you'd have an email flow that, basically answers all of these FAQs and objections. Very clean, very simple. One objection per email for 30 days. Like concerns about algorithm dependency. What if I build up this LinkedIn audience and they change the algorithm and I'm screwed? All of them are genuine concerns that we can ease or alleviate inside our email flows. On my thank you page, which would be like they fill out the form on my landing page and they're going to be automatically redirected to the thank you page, I would have a VSL on there about my offer, a book a call button, and then a bunch of case studies and wins and testimonials and other proof. And that's all I would need to do. Now we're going to get to the top of the funnel. So the top of the funnel is going to be up here. Let's put a check mark here. So I would have Webflow for my landing pages. I would be using Facebook ads. I'd be using Hype Fury for content scheduling, Canva for thumbnails, Instantly for cold email, Apollo for lead scraping, and Million Verifier to scrape the leads. I would have a few different ad campaigns on each platform. I would use Google search ads, YouTube ads, and Facebook ads. I would do a good mix though. So for Facebook ads, there's just more options available just because of the nature of the platform. So I probably have one email campaign to my one ad campaign to my lead magnets, one to my paid products, and probably one all the way down to my intro offer. And see which one works the best, because it's all of them have their pros and cons, but you don't really know which one's the best until you do it. So here I would have my lead magnets. Here I would have my basically frameworks or hooks that I have in my digital product. And then my intro offer was the content plan. For YouTube, it just doesn't make sense to try to sell a $97 product or have a free lead magnet. So I would just stick to the intro offer, and the same with Google search ads. For my written content, I would try to post 5 times per day, and I would schedule them on Hype Fury for Twitter and then cross-post them to LinkedIn and Instagram to save time. So that this basically the topics, if we remember from the lead magnets and the webinar and the course, like I'd be taking these topics here and I would be brainstorming FAQs about it. So it's kind of like a combination of our lead magnets and our email flows, but with content. And I'll show you what I mean. So for the topic of long form posts, like here are just 5 FAQs, because I'm not going to put 20 or 30 or 40 here. Like, how often should I publish? How should I structure it? What is the value? And what are the best practices for doing this for SEO, if there are any? How can I repurpose my long form content into other formats? And then I would have 20 to 30 FAQs for each that are all good. And then my entire content strategy would just be answering these FAQs in different ways. I could have examples, stories, just like very how-to, quick hacks, things to avoid, all that kind of stuff, where these are what the target market is already wondering. And it's just a matter of like, you have to answer all these. And when you do, and you answer enough, you'll just randomly start getting calls booked and forms filled out, and you're going to get clients that way. So I'm not going to read off all of these because I think you get the point. It's more just to show you the process, but I'm going to link this in the description anyway, so you can go check it out. For my video content, I'm going to keep it simple and just have like screen share videos like you're watching right now with a document or maybe a mural board or both. Here's some video titles that I kind of thought of. So the simple step-by-step process to writing long-form content that drives traffic. Short posts are hard until you see this. I don't know. I just called them short posts there because, I might put like LinkedIn content might be better. The best newsletter strategy in 2024, how this landing page design gets me 100 plus ideas per day. You could argue that these are pretty clickbaity, and that's kind of the point. The purpose of a YouTube title is to give them a reason to click, and these all do this. The only thing here is, and I did this just because it was a category, but some people might not know what auto DM strategy or auto DM script means. So I might do something like how this Twitter strategy gets me 50 new leads per month, because an auto DM is a Twitter focused strategy. But I just did them to show you like those are the categories, and then you can tailor them, how you think are the best. So for TikTok, what I would do, and all short form content, is I would sort, like once I start posting these, I would sort in my analytics and see, which ones are getting the best. And if they're getting likes and getting the most engagement, chances are I should have short form posts about those. So It's kind of like we don't need to guess what the topic is. We're just going to go on Twitter and LinkedIn and see which has the most likes. And if it has the most likes, probably worth on making a video about it because that signifies there's interest. So for my cold email, I would be targeting United States people just because it's easiest to cold email people in the United States with regulations, and that's where all the money is anyway. I would do like CMO, COO, CEO, and founder job titles, maybe director of marketing if I need to expand the audience. But I would do 3 to 25 employee count just because if it's like 500 employee count, they're going to be too hard to sell it to them. Less than 3, probably can't afford it because you're going to get a lot of businesses in there that, have no revenue. You just have like one person has a company email address and it's like not even a business. And then I would go to, agency or SaaS keywords, or I could go to agency sites like clutch.co and just scrape everybody, or I could go to like upcity.com. So you got to use your brain a little bit. Where are the sites that have all of the people and in my target audience? I know because I have a lot of experience in agencies, like these are the sites really. I would center my script around sending them a loom that is more in depth, because the number one thing that I think ruins cold emails is the script is too long. You want to have your script like 50 words or less, sometimes 75 maybe, but let's see this. So 57 words for this. And there's a couple extra words. Saw you own an agency. I could create a 90-day content plan that could help you get more clients, just like I did for this other agency. Mind if I send over a quick video? And that is so strong in my view, because cold email, you're just anonymous. Like they don't care about you. You have no authority. You can't bring your track record into it. But once you send them a video and they watch it, you turn from anonymous internet scammer to a real face, a real voice. And then you could tell them a lot more in that 3 to 5 minute video than you could ever tell them in a script. Very, very important. I would be putting just as much emphasis on trying to create partnerships. And let's go back here because let's just make our check marks because I forgot to do that there. But now we're all the way over here. We're almost done our top of funnel. So I would put as much emphasis on trying to create partnerships as I do on trying to get clients. Because when you get a client, you get a client, 1 for 1. But if you get a good partner, you could get 20 referrals, 50, 100, maybe even more. The 4 main types of partnerships are referrals, white labels, media, joint venture. So what I would do, similar to the referral stuff I said earlier, so it'll be a bit repetitive, but I would reach out to YouTube agencies, short form content agencies, paid ad agencies, and cold email agencies primarily, and try to get them to refer their clients to me. I would also try to leverage other people's audience to get more attention for myself with blogs, newsletters, YouTube channels, podcasts, speaking at events, guest posting in communities, and that kind of stuff. And for a joint venture, I might partner with a paid ad agency and a cold email agency and just do a full-scale lead gen service, and I think that might be very good. So that is the partnerships, and the final thing we need to talk about is the sales. So for sales, what I would be using is Calendly for call scheduling, Gamma for my presentation, and Close.com for my CRM and follow-up. So the first part is the pre-call flow, and I want it to accomplish 3 different things. I want them to send reminders to them so they remember to show up to reduce no-shows. I want to get some good qualifying information from them, and I want to redirect them to my sales presentation that I'll be going over on the call, so they're going to be 100% familiar with what I'm talking about. So like here in Calendly, you can just set up these reminders like this. I just took a screenshot for easy viewing. I also, if I can zoom in, let's see how much I can zoom in here. But here are my qualifying questions and that kind of stuff where, oops, zooming in way too much. Forgive me for a sec. It's over. It's over. Okay, let's not zoom in because that went very poorly. But I have stuff like name, email, phone number, website, what's your monthly revenue, because I want to tag them properly. Like I said earlier, I tell people my price, just to make, if they're not okay with it, I don't want to talk to them. So I always tell them up front. And then I ask them where they're booking from today, just so I can get a better idea on where they're booking from for my own knowledge. And so I can tailor the conversation towards that. And then after they submit, redirect them to my sales presentation. I would create a pre-call video very similar to that video I made for the cold email. I might even use the same one and email that to them right when they sign up so they can hopefully watch it. For my sales presentation, I would make a 7 to 10 minute presentation that kind of follows, you know, what are we trying to do here? How is this usually done? Like, what are the limitations of this? You know, what difference is it going to make? What are the risks? How much is this going to cost? How long will it take? Those kind of questions. Very important to answer those, because objections are objections. Just because you don't talk about them or just because you ignore them doesn't mean they're not there. And it's very, very important that we have those in there. In the sales call, I would try to separate it into 3 parts and have a plan going into all the calls. So the first part would be information gathering. You know, why are we here today? Like, what problem are we solving? Why do you want to solve this problem? Why is it a problem to begin with? Why now? Why do this with us and not someone else? Even if these seem obvious, like getting them to admit it out loud to you and kind of more importantly themselves is going to really increase your close rate. So I always start with those, even if I can guess what the answer is. Same screen share presentation, I just said those topics, but in the objection handling, you know, what I would do after my presentation, be like, so really, like, well, how likely are you to do this from 1 to 10? Just tell me the truth. And they're going to say 7. I'll be like, okay, why, like, how can we get that 7 to a 9? And then I would revisit their answers from the first part up here and say, like, I thought this was like a big problem and stuff, and say it very, very smoothly, not like that, but, and then I'd say, okay, what are some things that you don't like or unsure about? And I'd, you know, do those, like, give them the answers and stuff, and this basic sales, right? And I would always finish the call by telling them to get started and how to get started. In the follow-up, a lot of people aren't going to just buy right on the call, regardless of what people think in high ticket sales. So I would create 24 different templates so I can follow up twice per week. And there would be salesy, they would be, you know, everybody knows I'm trying to get the sale, but they'd also be valuable. So here's a document on how to, you know, best practices for LinkedIn. Here's a video on how to create tweets. Here's some case studies about our client who's in your agency and the results he got. Here's some examples of great tweets that went viral, that kind of stuff. So that is down here, and that's all the sales. So that's what I would do for every step of this hypothetical B2B content marketing agency. And I hope this video was helpful. Like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you in the next one.